Yes, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? This one you back today.
Spoon TV.
This one you back today.
Spoon TV. Spoon Spoon entertainment.
Go
On the spoon to get your information. On the spoon to be part of spoon television.
Yes, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon, you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat keep on graduate, my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. Yeah, to Spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you about today?
Spoon.
Listen.
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Balabadidadida.
Spoon.
Skidibidibidabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
Kua, 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 kua. Listen, kua, 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 kujileo. Kua, kua, kujileo.
To the spoon. To get
Yes, what
your
you want?
information.
Kua,
To the spoon.
kua, 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 kua. Listen, kua, 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 kujileo. Kua, kua, kujileo.
To the spoon. To get
Yes, what
your
you want?
information.
Kua,
To the spoon.
kua, 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 kua. Listen, kua, 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 kujileo. Kua, kua, kujileo.
To the spoon. To get
Yes, what you
your
want?
information.
Kua,
24 minutes up to the 9 p.m. year in Liberia. A happy, prosperous new year to each and every one of you, to everybody listening to the Spoon Network all across Liberia, all across the world. Happy, prosperous 2024 to you. It is my prayer that you have a wonderful, wonderful year to build up on the positives of last year and improve upon the negatives, not so positive, of last year as well. And as a network, the Spoon Network last year was a year full of challenges, so many challenges in different forms, manners, and shapes. But by the grace of God, we're able to have persevered through. And today we can say, yes, we now enter another brand new year. In fact, 2024 is just fresh, it's brand new. In fact, 2024, we just tearing the rubber off 2024. We're just trying to get the rubber off, especially when you get something brand new, you try to get the plastic off. That's how brand new this year is. This year has got 366 days because it is a leap year. So those of you that born February 29, that have been borrowing your friend's birthday on the 27th, on the 28th, y'all can celebrate your own birthday this year. Happy new year. Nelson Colette is getting set up. Once he's ready, we're going to have some chit chat as we are with the rest of the panelists. We'll definitely open the phone lines for you to call in and wish your friends and relatives and the rest a happy, prosperous 2024. Some of you, your call a speech from your friend. Hey, what's that? They say, that time for us to rekindle relationships, that time for us to apologize, that time for us to move forward. But guess what? If you owe anybody from 2023, it doesn't mean that it's a brand new year, so you wouldn't pay that person's money. You'll pay. You definitely pay. Don't go tell anybody, so that new year, the money I owed you in the old year, like just remain. Say everything that happened, remain in the old year. No, debt will definitely cross over to the new year, so you pay. Don't go tell somebody, say, that new year, so that the money that I owe you in 2023, let it stay at 2024. No, you definitely pay. Yeah, I know folks are having celebrations all around the country, not just in Liberia, but all around the world. It's a good thing, to go 365 days around the globe, 365 days round. Faced a lot of personal challenges yourself, fought your own personal demons and all of those things. But the fact that you're up and alive, especially as a country, the last days in 2023, like what happened in Salala, a district there, Totota, along the Ganta to Monrovia highway, that was terrible as a country. winding down the year. Liberia did have elections in 2023, October and November. There was a heated campaign period as well. A lot of jabs were thrown, political lines were demarcated, people chose their sides. People made friends before 2023 and lost those friends, whether through whatever means, whether find a friend like me. That song was trending at the earlier stages of 2023. A lot of things happen. Now again, where you get itching fingers, you won't come. And that song was something that was just destined to be played, during that time. Find a friend like me, all that kind of stuff. Friends were being fun, friends were being lost, men moving, men dropping, a whole lot. If you take a look back on 2023, the year is gone. What are the positives that you can build upon? What are the negatives that you can work towards as well to turn them into positives as well? For me personally, I don't believe in every year you set a New Year's resolution. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I will do this one, I will do that one, I'll do that one. Yeah, you must have short, medium, and long-term goals. How good are you working, on those goals to turn them into a reality? You make one whole list, 33 different things in your resolution. Yeah, I don't do that one, I don't do that one, I don't do that one, I don't do that one. Black Musu, I don't do Jebe, I don't do that one. Yeah, I'll be in 3 days in the year, boop, someone saw you gone by. Say, yeah, no. What are your plans? What are your short-term plans that you can work towards? What are your medium-term plans that you can work towards as well? What are your long-term plans? You set them out in a time span and see how much you can work on them, how well you can do that as well, and then you can move on. But yeah, if you believe in every year you set a new resolution list of 55 items and you can work towards them, that's you. So Nelson is trying to log on. The rest of the panelists are definitely going to join in. This is Spoon Talk, New Year's Day special edition. So tell a friend who told you that, there will be no Spoon Talk. Someone said, why you on a job? You ain't get vacation. You ain't get day off, so that can be rough. You can just want to switch your phone off and sleep. Sometimes it can be tough. But then you have to look at it and say, well, today I have to go. No matter how much tired I am, I have to go and do what I have to do. It can be rough. Don't mind, we're not superhumans. Yeah, we're not. It can be rough. The body is a giant can feed in the day, giant can feed in the night. When you finish doing all the running around everything, when you go home, sometimes you just don't. Everybody gets that feeling, irrespective of the job that you do. Sometimes you just don't want to, you just don't want to go to work. If you're tired, if you're exhausted, but then you have to, build out energy up within yourself, encourage yourself, and then you come and do what you have to do. Yeah, Kongwa Bokokoli knows what I'm talking about. He's a journalist. We just like emergency service workers. We just like healthcare workers. We just like security people. Most of the time, we don't get breaks, don't get vacations. Yeah, you have to be here on a Sunday where everybody enjoying, pulling their legs up and enjoying, going to the pool and all that kind of stuff. You have to be coming to work. But at the end of the day, that's the path we chose. And we have to bear the cross as well. Nelson says I should give him a bit. It's going to be on. So we'll be opening the phone lines. You wish your friends, your relatives, your loved ones a happy new year, a brand new year. What are expectations for this year? People are counting down days. How many more days to inauguration? Flights are coming in. People are nursing and ordering their tuxedos and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, they're getting ready. They're getting ready for the inauguration. A lot of talk about inauguration now that we've turned the year as well. But other things happening in the country. What are your expectations for this new year, 2024? Not just for yourself, but for Liberia as well. There's a lot of attention on the incoming government. What are they going to do? How are they going to turn the fortunes of this country around? The first 100 days of the Joseph Human Boyka's administration. What are those things they'll be targeting? The expectation. Someone said lower expectation, but the expectation is high. The expectation very, very high. All right, so we enjoy a bit of the theme song. We'll be back, and Nelson Kola is definitely going to be on with myself, and we'll drive the show until the rest of the panelists who will definitely be coming on can join us. This is Liberia's biggest talk show. This is the Spoon Talk.
Yes, Todos to get your information.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the South Bend. Charges on the beat.
To get your information. Todos to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you ain't know. The children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. To spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat keep on congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. To spoon. Rastafari.
Okay, so yes, we back. As I said, Nelson Kola is definitely going to be joining on. One kickstart the show. So Nelson, how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good, Diamond, and I think this corner is good, man. The resolution, everything, yeah. I think corner has sat in me is if I don't say I'm getting fat. It's something about the corner, yeah.
Generally, joke where the you know that joke, right? Where you go in the kitchen, you can't hear anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't hear anything. Like in that corner, or you sit in that corner, you know,
certainly
it can make you fat. You know. Yeah. Yes, man. So how are you? Happy New Year to you.
My man, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. You know, and I was telling somebody, I said, all that thing they all were trying will cross over.
Yeah. You want to check?
Oh, yeah, man. So let's see. Let me tell you that one. Interestingly, I was here up to, so I plan, I said, I'll go to service. Watch net, I'll be there. So I'll here up to 1. I said, twice only 1 o'clock. When I went to the church, people say, you came for watch now or you just came to observe.
Watch it. So there's the thing. The chief called me.
Yeah.
I said, oh, we're doing show.
Mm-hmm.
So as a boss man, I said, yeah. I said, I gave you 364 days.
Yeah.
I gave you 364 days, hands down. Today, I'm going to church, chief. Yeah. Today I'm going. So I was in service and he kept calling. So I just recorded and he listened to the praise and worship. He said, okay, we good. You know, yeah, you know, but that's that.
Yeah, man.
Sometimes you just have to be a bit respectful but defiant, especially if you want to get something done.
Oh, yeah.
Level our boss man, you say, my man, can't do the thing.
Yeah.
You only spend 1 hour.
Oh, yeah.
The day,
now the 1 hour hold me yesterday.
We only spend 1 hour.
We're doing a short show, man. 6 o'clock will be over. So I did a calculation. 6 o'clock, okay, it will be 10:30 Liberian time. I said, okay, 10:30 number. 10:30, 11:30. Okay, so we still got 30 minutes to New Year, right? 11:30, 1 o'clock. I said, no.
By the way, I stood in the gap. I prayed for everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody at the network, all of our followers. So everybody attached to this institution, one way or the other. Yeah. Yeah, that's that. But let's go a bit into 2023. Let's backtrack.
Yeah.
Let's backtrack a bit. When you look at 2023, before you do that, that's only I will do for you.
Okay.
This this is my favorite part of this entire song.
The Klibaba,
The
Klibaba,
Klibaba.
Klibaba.
That's my favorite part in the entire song. Giddy Baba. Y'all can tell the rest of the song, but like my own part down there. But let's go to 2023. Backtracking on 2023.
Yeah.
Career-wise, pick 3 moments, 3 defining moments for you that when you look back on 2023, the first question I should ask you is, was 2023 a memorable year for you? That's the first question.
Oh yeah. I think Diamond 2023 was a memorable one. It was challenging though. It was challenging, but yeah, it turned out to be a memorable year for me. From different sides, 2023 is a year to remember. Yeah.
Okay. Now that you've answered that 2023 indeed was a memorable year for you,
Oh, yeah.
a year to remember. 3 highlights of 2023, career-wise, not personal.
Yeah.
Career-wise, 3 highlights. I know you picked the Viata Brown Lasana moments, but just leave that. 3 highlights for you from 2023.
Yeah. So memorable. Okay, so let me start with some of those moments. Okay, I will hold back, but obviously
I got me 1 minute. 1 minute now.
Mhm.
Zoe Max Kennedy. No, that's my answer to you, Chief. I am not cutting my hair. Thank you. Let's leave that thing in 2023. Yeah. So the entire 2023, I didn't respond to call your hair. So to use Zoe Max Kennedy, I appreciate it. I'll be behind the president. It's true and all of that, but I'm not cutting my hair. Yeah. Growing dreadlocks in no way defines you professionally or whether you unprofessional or anything. I beg you, Chief. Y'all leave all I want in 2023. The 2024 year, but I'll answer no. And I'm cutting my hair.
They year to answer.
No, and I'm cutting my hair, Chief.
So I made first resolution.
I got my hair on my head for a reason. More reasons than one. So, Chief, thank you. And I'm cutting it. Yeah. Go ahead, Nelson.
Yeah, man. So 2023 was a memorable one. I know you tell us some of your own moments too, right? But so it turned out to be challenging in a way where 2023 taught me to be stronger. Throughout this whole radio thing, throughout mainstream media, about 7 years, counting, going to 8 years, I've never worked anytime past 12 a.m. No, I've never done that. So 2023, trying to adjust, especially when we had our own challenge about the closure of the Spoon Network, and getting in that space where I had to work like throughout the night. It was a very challenging one. But then it turned out to be memorable in the sense that I got to adapt to a whole new pattern of work, and I think it prepared me for a whole lot. Yeah. Okay. So that's the first thing there.
So out of the tragedy,
yeah,
arose a new chapter for you.
Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly. That's the first one. Yeah. And then secondly, how can I talk about 2023 without talking about the whole NEC experience?
The Brown Lasana experience.
The whole NEC experience.
I'm not a magician.
I'm not a magician.
So look at me.
Look at me when you're talking to me. Read my lips. You gotta read my lips. And did you bring a bowl today? No, we didn't bring a bowl. We brought a bowl. In fact, what kind of bowl did you bring? Since you got a spoon, I said we brought a very big bowl today. And it was a memorable one for me. And I think it turned out to be a defining moment. The whole experience throughout the electoral process, the coverage, and everything. I mean, it was so memorable. If there's anything I can pick up from everything career-wise that was done in 2023, I think that was just a good one. I've never covered the NEC before, so when I saw that I'm assigned at NEC,
who assigned you there, sir?
I mean,
I don't know who assigned you to NEC.
So
Who did I assignment?
I wasn't in the know. Diamond, the CEO, Mr. T. When I look, I saw my neon neck. I said, okay. But the whole neck thing here, they play will be full of tension during the election period. It's easier to cover political party because I think I would just be concentrated on that party and stuff like that.
Let me tell you a secret.
But
So when I was doing the assignment,
mhm.
and then I looked at you, and I said Nelson has been too comfortable. You know, I told Madam Titi, I said Nelson has been too comfortable, and I want to put him in a hot spot. She said, I will not say what she said.
Mm.
I wouldn't say what she
I
said.
know she said Nelson too cool.
I will not say what she said. You are not going to force that out of my mouth. She didn't say anything negative though. That's a fact. But then I told her, this is something I'm going to say today for the first time. I said, have you listened? Have you really, listened? She said, yes, I follow all of the stations. I said, yes, true. So let's put Nelson at the NEC. There is always a shifting. There is always a movement.
Yeah.
For space to be created for someone else to fill in that gap. We had someone else at NEC. That person resigned from the network. Yeah. So we had NEC, the placement there at NEC, vacant. But because there wasn't anything happening election-wise, notable to be reported, so it was left, unfilled. So that is just the background story to it. There are so many things that I saw. There are so many things I see. Don't mind me, I'll be passing around the building and just be showing jobs and all that kind of stuff. Everybody's got potential. Huge potential. And you cannot do it all. You have to look at a person, study them, what they do, how they compose themselves. Then you say, yes, okay, this person can do this and this person can deliver. We have backroom chats. We're not going to talk about that. But that's how the NEC assignment came about. And it turned out to be so great. You can continue, Nelson.
Yeah. And so so from the onset, when I saw the lineup and I saw that NEC is where I'll be throughout the process, I said, wow, this is challenging. But again, I must say that it turned out to be a successful one based on the team, the whole teamwork of it, Diamond, you being here in studio, and even the guy, Ernest Benda, who was also part of the team there at NEC, and all of us working together. And I mean, it just turned out to be the way it was because of the level of teamwork and everything we put into it. Yes. And so, it's that moment that I just can't talk about 2023 without. Yeah. Madam Director Brian Lasana, the whole NEC, and
Did I hear right that she sent you a card?
No.
Or she sent you a card?
No. Diamond, don't go there.
No, I'm just asking. I thought I heard something of that sort, that you were sent a card.
Listen,
by the chairperson of the NEC. Whether that was real.
You want to put me in a spot where yeah, but I mean, it was a great one. Yeah, it was a great one all by itself.
Yeah. So thank you again, Nelson. We appreciate you.
Yeah,
we appreciate everybody on the network. For me, 2023 was a very, very challenging year. 2023 started off with the fact that I had to return to the Spoon Network. I did return in April.
Okay.
April of 2023. And it was great coming back. Many people don't know the story. But when you are attached to something and you are away for a while and you see that thing is being affected negatively, it affects you if you really got love for that institution. So with all of the hula baloo that was happening, people leaving and all that kind of stuff, I never felt great. I was tormented, Nelson. It's the first time I'm actually explaining this story.
Wow.
I was tormented. Like every time I go to bed, then I would just hear this, voice, this thing about coming back and coming back and going back and going back. So I went to my mom. I said, something's happening. And she said, what is it? I said, whenever I sit, and even if I sleep, I'm tormented. Yeah. And there's this thing about Nehemiah. And she said, okay, go and read your Bible. To cut the long story short, returning was purely out of love for this institution. We were there when we started Spawn in 2019. We are the ones that did everything, from the hauling of the equipment to every other thing. And you can just sit and see where you've invested your time, your energy, and everything, and you attach to that institution, and you see that it's going through a tormenting time.
Yeah.
And you sit back and fold your hands and say, oh, well, I'm no longer around there, so I can't be a part of it. So 2023 for me was a year of returning. It was a year of serious challenges. Remember the accident that happened?
Yeah.
The tragic accident involving the Spoon vehicle?
Yeah.
That was really, really tragic. My son graduated in 2023. I was unable to celebrate a graduation party for him, a party that I really planned for. And then the accident happened 2 days to his graduation. And you can't tell me that kind of thing happened and you go to graduation party.
Yeah.
So every day he will be asking me, when will I have my graduation party? I said, well, your birthday when it comes in 2024, we'll definitely blend the two. And then the whole NEC thing started. I started my coverage of the electoral process with a slap.
With a slap?
With a slap. You don't remember that story? Oh, yeah. Well, the pattern NEC welcome gave me one solid slap in my face.
Oh, yeah. Was it in FU, right?
Yeah. And then call it over my face, So, but that slap actually woke me up.
Yeah.
That slap actually woke me up. So I'm like, whoa.
so they're not brave or true.
Yeah. But with all the tragedies and everything, with the slap and all of those things, again, may the souls of those who lost their lives in the accident rest in perfect peace. I made family out of that tragedy. I made a family. I got to know the families of those who were involved.
Wow.
I have relationships with one person in particular, a very close one too.
Okay.
I'm sure she's listening. And out of tragedy again arose a new family. 2023 also taught me to know who to keep in your corner.
Yeah.
By the end of the day, we did an awesome job as a network. The team, did an awesome job. And I couldn't be more prouder than what I am. We look forward to more of that come 2024. We look forward to spicing up things 2024. And we want to keep doing what we do for the Liberian people and do it, with an improved edge to it. And I know the kind of bosses that we have, they are going to look in that direction as well and make sure we keep improving. You cannot become complacent, Nelson.
No, not at all.
Say, oh yeah, we the number one network in the country, so we can sit down and do. No. You have to keep on edge, keep improving, keep making sure you don't slack.
Exactly.
You don't lose it.
Because the higher you go, the higher the expectation, and once you're up there, the next focus is how do you maintain it. If it's even worse, getting up there and coming down, and then maybe not getting up there at all, So I think that's how important it is, and that's one reason why the network, like you said, our bosses, as supportive as they are, the network is going to continue, doing what it does, keep improving on it, and it can only get better in 2024. Yeah, I think that's what I can say to that. It's going to get better, and a whole lot is going on, and we are very optimistic that it's going to get better. And like Diamond, like you said, those experiences of 2023 taught a whole lot of lessons, like you rightly said. And sometimes we get to forget how catching some of those moments are, because of how fast the year comes and passes by. But again, I mean, it taught a whole lot of lessons. And if I were to put the entire year on a scale and maybe try to put it through the microscope, I think 2023 was the most challenging year so far. Uh, yes, and the fact that the Spoon Network uh, was able to survive 2023, I think there are bigger and better things. Now, what amazes me the most, Diamond, is that 2023 was the most challenging year, but in the midst of those challenges, the Spoon Network stood out. You know, the Spoon Network delivered in the midst of the challenges in 2023. And that's something to look at as well. So as we move to 2024, there are bigger and better things, and our people can only be assured that the Spoon Network is here to give them the very best.
Yes. So Nelson has said it right. No further words I have to add. We just keep improving,
Yeah.
learning from the negatives, listening to criticism is needed. And I want to publicly recognize few persons who are always there to criticize constructively.
Yeah.
Hassan Kew, the veteran, he's always in our position. He will reach out to you and tell you what you said was wrong. You shouldn't have said so. Patrick Okan,
Yeah.
another veteran.
I remember
Madam Lydia Nimley. There are folks who wouldn't come in the comment section to tell you, this is wrong, this is not right. They'll quietly reach out to you, call you up, and tell you this is what you need to do. And everybody we learn every day.
Oh yeah.
You don't have to see yourself because you pass around 1 or 2 times and somebody call you and 3 times and you feel so it. Can I mean say you have arrived? So you can listen when people trying to put you on track. Arrogance. Quick to humble you. Yeah. Once you feel like you've become arrogant and you don't listen anymore, then you're about to be humbled. Then you're about to be humbled. So 2023 will build up on that. 2024, as Nelson rightly said, we want to see how much we can improve upon. We'll be open, as we've always been, to your criticism, the constructive ones, and even the ones that are not so constructive. But at the end of the day, when you listen and you read between the lines, there will be some things within the not so constructive criticism that you can pick up and learn from. But if you turn your back to that and feel like, oh, everything I do is right, people heal. Listen to this, Nelson. The same people that can heal you are the same people that can boo you.
Oh yeah, certainly.
Yeah,
certainly.
So don't be fooled by the crowd. That I go so that Nelson, Nelson. The same people that can heal you, that the same people that can boo you. And even others can add to the booing number to make it greater.
It's a very important point there, Diamond. Let me share this experience. Sorry, since we still talking about 2023.
I see that Richard saying in the background you are 2024 blade.
Yeah. You remember the Councillor Gloria Mususka case? Yeah. I didn't want to say this, but I have to say it. So I had left the radio, and then in the morning hour, usually the morning hour after the late night show is, it's a tough one. So, but then when I went online, and we have planned, in fact, that we will have been there and so forth. So when I went online, I said, okay, I gotta go at the court. Went at the court. Okay, hello, Dr. Richardson.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, my New Year.
Thank God you maintain a smile in 2024, yeah.
Yeah, something I stay behind.
7% in 2024. What we have
that one about to say in 2023.
Yeah. So went at the court, and then I joined our colleague Chokon Flama. You the punches I received at that court that day. So they had already started beating on choke on. So when I went there, we started, the punches were just too much. In fact, what are you guys doing? You don't know what you're doing. And I could see that there were two groups of people. One group fighting for us, one group fighting, trying, but again, that's the beauty of it. And like you said, there should always be a space where you can agree and accept that you need to improve. Never feel that you've arrived, because when you think you're at your best, there's someone watching from a distance who see what you don't see, who see the faults in what you think is the best at the moment. Yeah. So, and that's
all right. So, Doc, welcome.
Yes. Hi,
It's a
guys.
pleasure seeing you in this brand new year.
Yeah.
You look radiant as always. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. We were just doing a year in review. Our best moments of 2023. You can join in on the conversation. Yeah. Nelson, you talked about that. Comments.
Yeah.
Let me tell you today, I can be in the comment section. Some comments can go to the heart.
They can hit you so hard.
Sometimes you can be tempted to want to respond. Yeah. But then you have to catch yourself and say, no.
Yeah.
Look, when I started growing my hair, and when I felt the effect of the comments, sometimes we just have to share these moments, to let you guys know that we humans as well. We're all humans.
Yeah.
That emergency?
I don't want who they comment queen. I don't want you to get a brunch.
This man who know what it is.
I don't know who have felt this comment section.
Look at them wear. What you do with your hair? You know like this. You know like that. Oh.
And then somebody asked me, he said, your mate Tamo, he footballer, he can play football.
You unprofessional. Nowhere in the world you can see journalists with dreadlock. They're like the president all around the world, and they saw all the journalists. I agree that nowhere.
And they can't even do it to you. They'll start passing us.
DM.
What Tamo wear Tamo he professional. I said, but wait, what I gotta do it.
So interesting.
Yeah.
Y'all with Nelson. Nelson sleeping on the show. Y'all all work Nelson.
Very good.
The comments can, some can really get to you. Some can really, really get to you. Sometimes you want to respond, but you can't.
Nah.
So you just have to keep going. You have to make a straight face. You have to accept.
Sometimes you gotta respond to it.
Yeah, sometimes you can respond. Yeah. Sometimes you respond. Hey, use it. They better get it.
I don't know if this is good or bad. Fagon taught me one thing. He said sometimes you gotta give fire for fire, like brain people. They don't like it easy. So every time he talks to me, he reminds me, Dr. Richardson.
If I'm gonna fight, don't matter me. You may plan plenty.
No, I know my measure. So yeah. So he said, yeah, respond to that, or just let them know when they will finish. They'll get tired.
Yeah, but Dr. Richardson, just chime in. 2023, a memorable year for you. If so, what are those moments? 3 that you can pick. Yeah. Now your neutrality moment when you declared your neutrality, don't pull out one there.
Actually, there's been a lot to Diamond. There's a lot 2023, and I was sitting there thinking about what are my memorable moments, and I think, of course, I mentioned one yesterday, the one with the Ramada in Europe. When we had no, actually that was not in 2023. I think was that a year before? But that one stuck with me.
Yeah, it was the year before.
Only one guest can go per room in Europe at a Ramada Inn.
So I see what she's talking.
That has been my whole. It's stuck with me all year, and then of course, just recently, somebody just reminded me. You were on a show talking about Musa Dean, right? Every time you'll be like, my birthday is in October. So I'm like, why they make you a person in your birthday?
Yeah. I know September or where?
What was the certificate of that? I couldn't understand, So I keep what year it was, but you can't tell the year.
He said you shot at all. Why would I be obsessed with you?
Okay. Yeah.
That's very interesting.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's been a great, really great show. I'm still. I can only tell. Recently, the one with Dalu asking, if that's what Yenabu.
A
Does he
PhD,
have a PhD? Does he have a PhD?
a Rufford, the ambassador's fellows.
And the pastor said, why you gonna say? Oh, the pastor was okay. Oh, my
And
goodness.
interestingly, that PhD thing, I went somewhere far away. The people were discussing that PhD thing. I had on my face cap and thing. The guys were busy discussing that particular PhD discussion.
Oh, God.
Wow.
And you mentioned the ambassador's interview on
Yeah.
Phone Talk, and it just came not in a sequence, but at least in a short space. That of Serena Silver's interview and that of Ambassador Yenabo's interview. But there is something I took from that interview. You know that the ambassador came all guns blazing that he was going to go at Prince Maxwell. You know?
Yes.
Yeah, it was one of the agenda items. Somebody will not pay their rent and all that kind of stuff. But when Prince Maxwell pointing through the yes or no session, did I do this for you or did I do this for you? Yes. Did you do this? Did I do that? Did I do this for you? Yes, you did. It says praise. It won't move everything.
The people of the stage they were oh, God. Oh, Lord. And then Dr. Muniba episode 2 was funny. Everything was Dr. Muniba today.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah. You asked Prince Maxwell. So how do you think this country is going to improve? What do you think will be the He said Dr. Muniba is the best president. And what Dr. Muniba wants?
He said, Prince, what you ate today?
He said Dr. Muniba, as Dr. Muniba always says, it's good to eat potato greens.
No, it's so funny. It's the beauty of just laughing at all these things is you're trying to make her come to PhD, man. Come here.
Yeah. Do you have a PhD? I don't want to do with it. I get 3 master, 4 AA, 2 bachelors.
Just I want to make it reach.
What decided the day before we had an administrator from JFK King. Then Tony had to go ask someone what a budget for the hospital. I knew something was up. Then the next day, you go have a PhD. I said, Twalu.
No, because I was reading. Actually, somebody sent me an article from Mountain Cully, one of those things he posts on Facebook. And I just want to make sure from Creek University, and the university does not exist. Okay, the same thing with Buffer Chamber. They ain't come down asking about a PhD too. Yeah. So the university went to doesn't exist. And it's been blacklisted. How can you get a PhD that is so intensive from a university that does not exist? But to the master, I have to say that it's equivalent to a PhD.
24 certificates.
Yeah, 4 certificate. I mean, come on. And first of all, why do people get to the master, full master? Why do they do that? I always wonder that more,
Sometimes they just want to diversify, their areas of study.
SCO said, Stendo said,
oh yeah.
He said the first master didn't work. The second master, that one they went for maybe the second master will work. And I want to go for multiple masters.
That's true. In Liberia, because I'm Murati in Liberia, I get 2 masters, I get 3 masters. But people don't try to diversify. What they normally do is, let's say I get a master's in finance. Then, because I don't take most of the classes, if I take 4 or 5 more classes, I get master in another thing. So it seems like I'm doing a lot, but you're not doing anything. So that's what people tend to do, but that makes no sense to me. If I'm going to spend the time to get 2 additional masters, I'm going to get a PhD.
But you're talking about annoying phrases and sentences used during the campaign period.
Oh yeah.
And you left Eugene Fagon out.
But man,
you left Eugene Fagon out.
You get top anything, so we don't know.
Yeah.
Hey man, when Fagon ready, there is a vote for Albert Peters. There is a vote for Gifty Lama. There is a vote.
Repeat that thing.
Party
Every
yes.
day.
That's true. That's so true. That's true. I remember.
Repeat that thing. Repeat
Oh,
that thing.
yeah.
When you say that, I can be repeating it by myself.
Yeah. Actually, I remember once, he has a habit of, he insisted that the goal was to silence me on the show because, of course, I was the only opposition to them. So I knew it and they knew it. So by the time I started talking, they start hitting Mr. Cummings, or they would start hitting ANC, or they would start
They
hitting
can
my
be
friend.
texting back to back.
Oh, yes, I knew it. I knew it. So one time I just fell upside. I said, "You flip flopper."
But d'abord, Fagon il say bon quand t'es gon. Il va
Yeah.
gon. On va gon.
Very good.
What do you get it for?
You don't do the thing. You can bring a fake photo to the camera, especially when I am making share
The senator's playbook.
Yeah, Senator Playbook, right?
right behind me.
Everywhere gon. One person we all get it vote for. Obviously,
But
we
is
strong
it-
person we all get it vote for.
The Yomli Kanga Lawrence's influence it cover Grand Bassa.
We take that
You
one,
go
give
to
me that.
Nima County.
Yeah.
Prince Johnson,
Johnson,
Jeremiah
Papa.
Kun, it swallow Nima.
Lofa, man, you never forget about Lofa. We
Yeah.
never forget about Lofa. We Bapo Lofa. The whole
Make
Western
it
belt
convince.
gone.
Make it convince.
It can't because of that Western cluster deal. It's gone.
It's gone.
Look, when they're booing the president and the booing Satoma and the rest of the people, what is there? They
What
can
is
scratch
there?
it out.
What is there?
Yes. So my favorite song was Kareka Leka. Kareka Leka. You remember the song in Providence with Snow and
Yeah.
Okay.
As soon
Now
as
he
we
bomb
back,
I ain't bommy. Go do kakaleka. He said that bommy I know.
for new ones, I get business. But we Dr. Princeton, we had some sorrowful time in 2013 with the likes of Cecilu. Those one thing we gotta stop it. And some of the what we're doing to each other. Dr. Princeton, I said, can have opposing view and we still be okay. Let's develop to that level. When the politics finish, let it be finished. Don't take the thing personal. I mean, I was in Liberia during the initial part of the campaign, and I had some ANC folks that met me at a restaurant and bought me lunch. They said, "Hey, Dwalu, kind of about lunch? It was not that serious." But some people took it so seriously to the point where it just became that kind of way. We have to grow. At the end of the day, because I all live in a small space, right?
Mhm.
And that's to go. And that's
Yes.
to go, Dama.
So one word each.
Mhm.
Dr. Richardson.
Say that again.
2023, during the campaign period.
Mhm.
Pick one word, a new word that you learned. Yo, nobody want to my own.
Okay.
By already in my
How about a phrase? Can I say a phrase instead of a word? How about a phrase instead of a word?
Just a word.
A
Or
word.
you can put it in a phrase or anything, but a word.
My fantasy popping from my mouth.
All right, Nelson.
I'm trying to.
Somebody just reminded me of that.
So throughout the process, right?
Mm.
Constituting.
Mhm. Constituting 53.54%. Dwalu?
I used to listen to calls in Liberia. They would say, Nelson Colette calling from the abandoned district number 7.
Mhm.
All the abandoned district. That's what I would abandon.
You know my own word?
Yeah, the one word abandoned.
I don't know what a cockroach.
Who said cockroach?
Oh, you forget that, Frizzy?
My own word. Cockroach.
Say that again.
Cockroach. I'm a word right there. I take the dungeon from there. I just cockroach.
Nakatus.
Immorando.
Oh,
President, we have
I got it.
cockroach.
Yeah,
Cockroach.
cockroach.
But you know,
Yeah,
President, we are
I
ready in
remember.
that campaign. Throughout the time, Colette, President, we are ready dating campaign. I think it was more relaxed. He has surrogates trying to do that job for him. But let me ask you guys, Colette, throughout the last 6 years, the president, we are really sit down like a real president for like 2-3 hours and 2 questions from you guys that were in Liberia, like on a general topic or anything.
No, for me, I don't remember that. I don't. Former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf had a program called
Yeah.
Talk with the President, right?
Yeah, I remember that.
I think it was Tawon Solonte Brown who used to host that program. So even in 2018, when this government came into power, a lot of other proposals were even carried before the days of the president with respect to getting, similar program where he would talk to the people on a regular basis and, just ask him some questions aside from just the live media engagement and stuff like that. But no, I remember having a media engagement with the president back in 2018, the end of 2018, but it wasn't the kind of stuff where you go and ask the president question. Maybe he presents on a particular happening, then you ask him question. It was just about touring the 14 million, not the 43 the 47 housing units around the Baptist Seminary. That was my first time going there. At the time, the structures were just completed. They were just doing some minor works there, and I spent almost the entire day there. But it was not like an official media engagement where you get to ask the president back. No, it wasn't that way.
So I covered the executive mansion for close to 3 years, and I'll be free to say the president was shielded. He was shielded, put in a cocoon, wrapped up, and then they allowed those who were not accredited to do the work of the media. I know my former bosses are listening. When the president arrives from the outside of the country, questions are taken. The questions are read by those from the press secretary office. Somebody will tell you that the particular question is not going to be answered. This one is not going to be done. This one is not going to be done. I'm not saying expose the president to any kind of question. You can, control what the questioning will be, but you don't make it to seem like he's not able to answer these questions. President Weah, the office of the press secretary started doing a regular press briefing on Tuesdays. That was, cut off during the the event of the corona. And then after that, they resumed, but it was not consistent. For such an office as the presidency, at least, if the president is not doing town hall meetings once in a while or on a bi-monthly basis or whatever it is, give him the opportunity to address the nation at least once a month. If you don't want to bring him on every day, because then if he becomes too, people hear him all of the time, he loses that essence. We can hear the president every time. We don't want that. But at least once a month. So to answer your question directly, Dwalu, where the president will sit and questions will be asked and he will answer. There was a poor attempt doing that. They had phone lines at the Ministry of Information, Cultural Affairs and Tourism. And people were saying you can call and ask questions and all that kind of stuff. The president did 1 or 2 interviews with the likes of Legend Who Rennie when he wasn't at LBS at the time as Director General. That was when he brought about this thing about Baka is ungrateful. How can Baka say I didn't help him when I did this, I did that? He was doing that interview. And the president said he missed the late Charles Walker Bromskin counselor because he used to go to a hall in presidential journey. You can go to a hall and eat, then he can come to your own hall and eat. They were doing that kind of thing. We sweet cook. Yeah.
Yeah,
but
at
the end of the day, it wasn't something that the president sat and took questions to speak to the nation on key national issues. There were calls, numerous calls, that at least, especially during the time of the coronavirus, the time of the auditor's death, there were crucial times that Liberians really wanted to hear from their president.
Yeah.
But we didn't hear anything. Most of the time, we just got recordings.
Yeah, but Damo, let me come back to you. I won't come back to you again. To the audience, man, Happy New Year. I think I forgot to wish you guys Happy New Year. Hope you guys have a great 2024. Damo, how can somebody shield the president when he's literally the most powerful person? It doesn't make sense to me. I think the president shielded himself. If you ask me, what would you have to say to that if I were to ask that question?
Well, again, the president has got advisors. Whether a media advisor or whoever it is, based on what their roles are. And these people come back with feedbacks and information and what they want the president to do and how they want him to do it. And I can also attribute some of the blame to President Weah himself. a bit of arrogance played as well. That okay, if they say I can talk, myself to our talk. Yeah, myself to our talk. Because he's got all the power, it's true. The president exhibited that on one of our trips to Grand Basso. The weather, it was so bad. It was raining. It was raining heavily. You couldn't even see ahead of you. That time, the first time I saw the real wish play. And people were advising that we shouldn't continue on the journey. And he said we must go to that place. And we went there. You know? So at the end of the day, he will listen to advice. But I also put some portion of the blame at his feet. Because if you sit and you analyze and realize that people need to hear from you, in as much as you made coronavirus song because you felt that people wanted to hear, you should have engaged the people as well. You know, you should have been there to speak to them. Sometimes the voice of the leader is calming. It's calming.
Very.
It gives the nation hope. People get reassured. They know that they have a president that is working for them. And sometimes when you speak, you alleviate some of the rumors that are being out there. But if you cannot hear from your president and you wonder if he's in the country, then it's something else. So we're looking at this new administration. We'll see how they will work, especially information dissemination, how accessible the president will be to speaking to the people. And we're looking at them because all of the things they campaigned on that the previous or the outgoing administration didn't do, we're holding their feet to the fire. They must speak and, you know, they must come up and be able to, if not 100%, but do a lot to man up and fill up the gap as we've seen.
Yeah, Dr. Francio, I know we're not doing the entire 6 year, but just this last 1 year, will you, because I would believe, I believe Diamond to some extent, but I disagree with Diamond slightly. I believe 100% of that responsibility falls on President Weah's shoulder. It's something he chose to do. Do you think most of the failure in the last administration, well, in the current administration, that is heavily on President Weah's shoulders, given that he was responsible because he didn't check anything. He was majority of absent president, so to speak. Anything that happened in the country, what really hurt me, you guys remember in Nima County, when the men died in the mines. I know there were people saying on Facebook, oh, who's in there? Who's in there? Nobody sends anybody anywhere. But at the end of the day, when you're the leader of a people, something happens, you have to address it. That's a friend saying, how will you respond to that in terms of placing the majority blame on President Weah?
So in the West, there's this saying that they have about the president is the buck stops here. And I believe that that is applicable at this moment to President Weah. I mean, he took the oath to protect Liberians, to provide services for us, to be responsive to Liberians. And he didn't do that well. He did delegate his responsibilities to others, but part of his job was to make sure that those people were, you know, meeting the objectives and meeting the criteria that he set up. But something tells me, Dwalu, I don't know if the president was competent enough to know what he wanted of his job. And so it is his fault because Dwalu, I don't, if it, I'm strictly, you know, a psychologist that have some expertise like in trauma work, working with immigrants, you know, multicultural diversity issues. If you ask me to be a neuropsychologist or a forensic, a little bit of forensic, but if you ask me to just be a, you know, other branches of psychology, working with children, those are not my cup of tea. So I will not take any jobs relating to those areas. So if President Weah knew, this is why I think he's solely responsible, because if he knew that you couldn't do the job, this is being a president of a country is not a eating quesadilla and rice. It's not a piece of cake. It's a huge responsibility. It's not something that somebody can talk to you and say, oh, mommy, I want you to be president, and you agree to more. Because somehow I feel like that was the arrangement. Somebody just talk me on the back, say, my man, say not play football, they were like you, like people like you. I think you should be president. So he agreed. And you know, we're all even thinking, I have to be up early. I have to stay up. I have to wake up 3 o'clock in the morning, respond to Liberian people, I have to respond to, sad issues in the country. I have to respond to happy issues. I have to respond to the economy. I have to respond to security issues. I don't know if he really, really sat there and thought about that. And so, yes, the buck stops with him.
But nothing, I know Stanton will soon be here with chocolate the whole thing. Let intro ourselves more because I want to touch Stanton and see you again because it's being very fun. But President, we saw the direction of the country. Well, I'm assuming he saw the direction of the country, the plight of our people. Somebody said I should slow down. Thanks for the recommendation. I tend to talk very fast at time, and I really appreciate that. And I don't know he understood the degree to which our people were really, really struggling. Yes, Damo, I love to listen to Liberian social media. I was listening to a guy today. You probably heard about him. They call him Christian Mastercoy Jr. And he has a TikTok page or Facebook page. And he's raw. I'm talking about literally raw. Talking about the societal issues in the country. But Nelson, do you think President we are fully understood the kind of hard time what people were on? When I say hard time, someone say, "Oh, President, we want to come to your hall, can't feed you." That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about his responsibility to set certain layers in the country that benefit the people. Do you think he fully understood that?
Well, I think to some extent, I think the president did have an understanding. I think he had an understanding of what it means to live in the slum. I think the president had an understanding of what it means, maybe to go without food. And again, but going back to the different stages where he had to leave the country and he experienced life at a certain level. Now, coming back to become president, when Liberia had experienced a very brutal civil crisis, the infrastructures were breaking down, and former President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf and her team took it from where it was, bringing it to where he met it. To some extent, he had an understanding of what the ordinary Liberians go through, but the responsibility that comes with the job, the task that he was given, and how he could use the position to be able to find some sort of solution to the everyday problems that the Liberian people were faced with. I think that's where he missed out, and I think that's where he didn't have much understanding. Perhaps he didn't have the technocrats and all of that to be able to help him out as well with respect to using that position, the presidency, the power that the people vested in him through their votes, using that position to find some sort of solution to what the people were going through. But I think he understood what the Liberian people problems were. But I think where the issue was had to do with how to find some sort of solution to it.
That's a brilliant way to look at it. So, according to what Nelson is saying, maybe on the surface, Diamond, President, we are understood the day-to-day surface material. But when it came to finding solutions and surrounding himself with the right people. But Diamond, let me ask you though, if President we are chose you as one of his ministers or deputy minister, why do you think most people in the country were hesitant to tell President we are, Pape? I'm gonna put it away. If I were working for President we are, I probably would have quit within the first year. If you didn't listen, I'll go public quick and leave the country.
Answer you quickly because I see the CEO in the background,
Yeah.
and it's all sharing where it means that.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So, to be honest with you, as part of my years covering President Weah, I noticed a very, very distinct type of sycophancy. The type that I haven't witnessed, and I don't think I'll witness again. You know, that it almost just the slightest of margin will become worshiping. The president wore a face cap. That grammatically the caption on it was wrong.
Yeah, I remember.
It was totally wrong. And nobody could tell the president that the face cap you wearing, the grammar on it is not correct. And he wore that thing. And I kept asking myself, I did not seen this. I did not seen this. Can anybody just tell the president that this is wrong? This is wrong. This is wrong. and they allowed the president to wear it. So, to answer your question, Dwalu, it was all about who can step on who to get to where they want to get, and how they can gossip and poison each other way, not poison to kill them, but in terms of using their mouths and all that kind of stuff. So it was all about who can gain the president's confidence by talking down on the others. So cliques were formed. So people were not able to perform because the moment you don't sing to the tune and you don't do the I will say, or you don't do these things, you deemed as somebody who's not within or in line. Wow. So everybody was just playing and acting. And that's what took up most of the time. After the CDC had won election, it took the CDC almost 3 to 4 years to transition from an opposition party into a ruling establishment.
That's correct.
Because they were always responding to things, in that kind of opposition kind of manner. If you say this, then we'll say that. We'll come and make TikTok video and tell you to shut up. We'll do this, we'll do that. Usually if I go and saw one of those pictures of telling people to shut up.
Of Finance.
Everybody was just like, I don't know. But that was what it is.
Yeah, I agree. 100%, Dama. Dr. Francio, look. The Minister of Finance, the reason why I want to stress this point because I understand the area so intently. The Minister of Finance was taking time. Well play, you were getting time. Dr. Francio, do you think these boys really understood the kind of depth of damage that was done to Liberia under President Weah? Do you think they really understood it? Or they don't care?
They didn't care and they didn't understand it. It's two things, okay? One is they wanted to enrich themselves. And the only way I can think about this, Dwalu, is when we look at pain, and Nelson talked about the pain associated with being poor, the pain of poverty. All right. Some people are poor, but they don't know it. But then some people, they can experience pain of poverty. We look at pain on a continuum. All right. So some people can repress that pain that they don't even want to be reminded by it. The other people can use the pain to improve themselves. For the most part, some of us, we use our pain to do better, to say we don't want to go back there. But it sounds to me like the likes of President Weah, somebody said their favorite word from the show was the likes of Weah, used the pain to repress the experience so far that he didn't want to be identified with Nukutan. He wanted to be identified with people who were in position of power. He wanted to be, sorry, somebody calling me.
Well, Mr. Weatherspoon, welcome to the show.
Can I call you back?
And the color, I know that Pamado share you wearing today. I know you're a chocolate player, but that's a friend's feeling.
Yeah. So I was gonna say that they want, like in his case, he wanted to be reminded of good things, being rich, wearing expensive shoes, because that pain, he didn't know how to transfer his pain into helping others, into making the country better. It was only about myself. How can I reach myself? And if I look better, wear good shoes, then maybe I will just erase my background. Maybe people will see me differently. Maybe people will only see me as incompetent or insecure. But it doesn't work that way, Dwalu. It does not work that way. So that's how actually I see he and the Twe and the other people who surrounded them. They didn't know how to use the pain to make Liberia better or to make themselves better. They only knew how to use the pain to like a band-aid to cover the surface of things, where they would be wearing good shoes, taking expensive vacation, buying more than 2 houses, as if to say those things made them a better person or made Liberia a better place.
Wow. Stanton, up to you. I don't know how can somebody eat curry, farine and dry coconut and not get it. I know Stanton is a crewman. He ate a lot of those. That was their breakfast and lunch. I give it to you, Stanton.
Why you see a difference, Stanton? The likes of you took your pain and turned it around.
Yeah, Stanton.
Kasa and coconut, no. Man. If given kasa and coconut, I would eat it, especially the roasted one. But I'm kind of disturbed though. Liverpool is beating Newcastle 3-1. 3-1. And probably that will be goal number 4 coming up. All those Liverpool fans like Eugene Fagon, they are happy. But the guys are playing some great football. And I'm thinking through my days when I used to play soccer.
See you.
You know, no, seriously speaking. You know, I love the game. I can turn this just a little bit for you guys to see. You know, I love the game. You see it? I just think during my days, I got to take it for that before Facebook, like us, you know. But during my days when I used to play those kind of game, like soccer, man, I told my, look at Lone Star today.
You used to play for Lone Star?
Man, I refuse to play for Lone Star, man. Go number 4. Go number 4. Go number 4. Oh, penalty. 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 Penalty.
I think that's what JP.
It's penalty. For JB team the Arsenal.
JB,
they get a goalkeeper yellow card.
They whipped them 2 times euro.
But don't throw that thing. Don't throw that thing. No, that 2 times. Last time they drew 1-1, and this one time they whipped them 1 time. So that 2 times euro. Okay. But listen, that's penalty. The goalkeeper grabbed the man leg. It's me right there. When I beat the whole defense. 1-on-1 with the keeper. Messensa cross 40 from the right angle coming down, and the ball chipping. We out.
And the chipping on that. What the chipping song again?
We out.
Where are football these? Where are football these?
The side effect.
Hey, man. Look. It's gonna be 4-2. It's gonna be 4-2 because of penalty. He beat the keeper. The keeper had no other choice but to just grab his leg.
But what did Memo do? What are you?
I mean, but let's talk about.
But why you refuse to play for Lone Star? That one I won't know.
No, I refuse to play for Lone Star because that's exactly what we're experiencing now. World best, Africa best, European best, America best, Fogeclon best, West Point best, New Zealand best. The man couldn't make Lone Star best. He couldn't. And, you know, this thing can hurt. You know, you got love for the game, passion, but you just can't make it.
They get sold out.
Yeah. So the penalty is about, they get about to kick the penalty. If you, listen, I'm not taking it away from our game, but I'm telling you that Liverpool are about to kick a penalty. And you know who kicking the penalty? The guy from Egypt. What's his name? You guys say you're a Liverpool fan. What's his name? Huh?
Mo Salah.
Mo Salah, the guy from Egypt. Let's see what he go. I'm just thinking right now, meanwhile, I do a chipping that thing on the left. The keeper always fought it on the right. I make up my mind, no matter what, I'm going to put it on the left. And let's see what he's going to score. It will be 4-2 if he scored this goal. I don't need to take 2 steps away from the ball. I stay right on the ball, I chip it. Watch.
The chip is
1-2. Go! I said it. I said it. There you go.
But I go. Mo Salah.
The Mo Salah.
Who the Chelsea man? We're going to talk here. Be quiet.
The beat Chelsea man. We here for the Sunday night 4-2. But what? That Richardson bring your sister on at New Year. That feature 1 or 2 times, then we'll let her go. Now we can do Glennie. Bring Glennie on for the second time, then the rest of the week we'll not bring her on. Easy goal. But wait, I just scared. Yeah, but I can say my own. I can't have my own. Then you can look at me. I said, let's bring Glennie on for the second time. Then the rest of the week, when I bring her on, then you look at me, Barlow. But there you go. Easy goal. Walu. The keeper running left, the ball going right. Easy.
Easy goal.
Easy. And this is why I always talk about. That's the reason why Lone Star, they just fired the coach. Right? Right, Damo? Any fire they got?
Yeah, for footballing just cause.
Yeah. Look at the other nonsense reason to fire the guy. Footballing just cause.
Reason.
Nelson, but where you going? Nelson, you scared? If Nelson say, I live in bro, let me check on you. Nelson, come on, man. The game is over. It is 7 minutes in the game.
I'm glad for the whole sport thing that whole football thing can get me hot and see you.
When we're going to play the football match. Nelson, what your number for the game? Man said nobody got me here. Soft body.
No man, not for soft body.
Man, I pray to begin.
I know when football thing.
Man, they got a bad guy. They Egyptian guy. Mo Salah, he bad, my man. The man can come from that area. Trouble.
The boy's small.
Yeah, the guy can play, my man.
I mean, to make it just move it more a minute.
When you see
the small and overload and small. Hey, Rocky, then he said, "Oh,
I see you're supporting Chelsea a few times."
No, don't do that. I can't support Chelsea. Chelsea, they beating Chelsea that I must support Chelsea.
So you move on behind them because they're beating them?
No, I'm going behind him because Boaga said he Arsenal fan. I joined Arsenal.
Trump, yeah, Arsenal.
After 6 years, after 6 years, I will leave Arsenal. Well, let me see. All the people left for the close church and went to Alpha Baptist Church.
No,
The man where you go behind.
we did a special on the church show because the members have to
I
be
leave the church people alone, man. You probably no problem.
Someone say I get pandemic against the church.
See you. One of the church I getting very packed now. That's in the Prince Johnson Church.
Oh yeah.
People not taking notice. But that church, the space that car used to park. That place, no space there now on Sunday.
Oh yeah?
Going over the job.
There's a special counseling session for people who need job. Maybe I'll call that portion of the clip. The time we did it live there, they're going to. The senator made a special announcement.
Call it real quick, please. Because I saw the assistant minister going there to bow down to the senator for job too. What's his name? We sent that to you guys.
Yeah, I think
he went there to look for a job too.
Yeah,
man, Liverpool will be 125 goal, 45 points. Then Arsenal come 2. I don't know what. Liverpool is terrible. They will make Fagon happy again.
Yeah, Liverpool, they've been having a great run. I think going on.
Yeah, so I'm Arsenal fan because Joseph Boaga at Arsenal, man. After 6 years, then we'll leave Joseph Boaga and Arsenal alone and go to the next person. If Joseph Boaga stay inside after 6 years, then we'll be Arsenal fan.
I mean, they're telling you you're not true fan because you can't be a team fan because it ingrained in you.
That means eating the people money before being agreement. That means eating the money. You think I'm going to add a guy that fighting each other while the people are enjoying the money in Europe. Then they fighting each other, they tearing each other jersey. I'm thinking,
You know what? When I'm back home, one of the biggest things I really enjoy, I cannot watch a football game at my house. I have to go to one of the video club then.
Yeah.
It's a different kind of environment, Stanton. The play can be super hot. But my uncle back can go. I phone in the video club, it's hot. It's like an oven. You make it
pause one paper rising in the video club now.
7 minutes of stoppage time. 7 minutes of stoppage time. Wow. 4-2.
Yeah, we love. I mean, I love the video club. I love it.
Yeah, but happy New Year to you again, Mr. Duadu. A beautiful year. I met you guys discussing the issue about, I'm tired of talking about 712. I'm tired of talking about these folks, but we have to because, they have taken the country into a whole different area.
It's a massive army.
Yeah. We have to sit there and really talk about the issue. Joe, we had lost control of his leadership.
Yeah.
2018. Joe Manuel just gave up and said, you know what? I would just wait the 6 years. I would just eat what I can eat and get out.
Yep. That's true.
And that's exactly what happened. 2019, they put everything on COVID 2020. When the demonstration took place on June 7, and Joshua gave up. Then all the hardcore sedition came around the president, forgetting to know that government leadership is not about one party. It's the inclusiveness of all individuals, all Liberians. And based on that condition, George Manuel couldn't, for no reason, he couldn't control the Spain. And everybody was just coming to the president with gifts. Now, here's the issue, Duadu. Where the gift was coming from, he couldn't ask. If you work to Freeport a big 2 hour, you take hundreds of thousands of dollars and you give the president 50,000, he's happy. What you're going to do with the rest is up to you. And that's how folks begin to get so angry. Folks came back and say, you know what, the country is dying. And everybody will just ride on cloud now. Because on cloud now, you can do anything you want to do. You can chill, you can be happy. And yes, the country will sink. Knowing what we know today, I do believe there should be a lesson learned for the Jose Yima Boakai government, the incoming government. Yeah. I do believe.
Yeah.
I was just talking with someone. The president said, listen, Stanton, what's your entity, our terminus agency, depend on finance ministry for money. Look at MCC. You can raise your own money, millions of dollars. Look at transport ministry. Look at the Liberia National Police. They can raise all this money. You can come back today and tell somebody, say, you know what? Renew your lesson, road test. You understand how that works, yeah? Every year, and we go back to take our car to renew the sticker on our car. How much we pay, Tualu? We pay money. It's not free. Every year you renew your lesson, or every 2 years you renew your lesson. Is that happening in Liberia? What's the generating income? But everybody just sit down and wait for finance ministry to see what is the budget for them. The budget say you get 500,000 for Liberia National Police. Then Patrick Sudu, they're happy. On that 500,000, Samara would call in Cemetery would take 10%. So you'd be walking away with 450,000. On that 450,000, Patrick Sudu get your own. You know, and that's the craziness about the country. So I mean, you guys were on the right track.
Why are you doing that, Stanton?
You going again.
Why you want to be commentator or you want to talk about it here? But you mentioned two entities, Stanton, that worth talking about: the transport ministry and the city government. Look, the transport ministry, especially if you're starting with buses, just one single bus, if you ran that entity equitably, that can generate millions of dollars. You don't need a dime. In fact, you will be giving the central government money. City Hall, I can just look at City Hall every day. I go, what are we doing waiting for? How much money is your government collecting? Stanton, when the guy from the tax, the commissioner came here that night when we were talking about council property, I forget the guy's name, and I asked him the question as to the percentage of people in Monrovia that are paying taxes. I'm not saying the whole country.
Kalando, you're talking about Kalando.
Yeah, Kalando's property, yes. He said it was less than 15%. So the potential for the massive increase in government revenue intake is there. But who's going to set up the infrastructure? When no buses in the city, I mean, you get a single bus. Look, I know people in Monrovia that have been running that those small buses, I think like 15 passengers, where they can take out all the seats and they put an iron bench inside. So they're running there for 5-6 years. It's generating massive amount of income to take care of the family. But you have an entire MTA bus. That's what? 30, 40 passengers, if you include the people standing up, you can hit 80 people, and they cannot generate an income to even maintain the buses and keep them on the road. But then again, you know, a lot of people, like you say, you mentioned Honorable Prince Johnson's church. People are going there. They know they cannot do the job, but they just want to occupy the space. Because this is how Liberia works. Why would anybody want a job, that Dr. Francis said, I may be a psychologist, but I'm not a pediatric psychologist. I'm not, you can put me there, I will tell you no, because you gotta deliver. But you want to sit down there and say, hey, call me minister, call me deputy minister. Why do people
everybody want a radio on their side? They want two police people to escort them to Boulevard Palace restaurant to eat. And you know, and say the minister is upstairs. Nobody must pass here. The minister is out, the honorable man is there. Nobody must bring the table here to eat. Those kind of nonsense. You know, and at the end of the day, if you are not performing, you should get out of there.
Yes.
You should get out of there. I'm serious. If you are not performing, this is a new Liberia. People need to understand that every entity, I would say this, say what you want to say. Glasgow. What's the name from fisheries?
Yeah, from fisheries.
What's that little name? Emma Glasgow.
Glasgow.
Say what you want to say, man. That woman go above and beyond to bring money. She hustle for money. She does. Get vexed with her, cry your own cry, but she engaged donors. Now, when the money comes, it's a different thing. You know that, right, Eduardo? Because when the money comes, guess what happened? It go to finance ministry, right?
Correct.
It go into the bank. Now, how Cemetery going to distribute that money? Which account is going to? That's a whole different story. But are you performing to bring money in? That's the question. Are you bringing money in?
Stanton, why you going outside to bring money in? The fishery. We have 350 miles of coastline. A simple fishing boat here in New Bedford, not too far from where I live. 75 to 100,000.
Duadu, it's not just how you see it. It's not how you see it. It's not. You got to be permitted. You got to be lessened. It got to be a certain level, a certain grade. Not because you get the water, you can just jump there and start fishing. You know, in this place when we go fishing, typical, they bring it down. Simple way. I get my lesson. You know what I did? They gave me a lesson for fishing in New Jersey. I went across right to Bristol Bridge. Now I knew that Pennsylvania I went to fishing. And I thought, there you go. I'm going to be blessed now. I thought because I didn't see water, I can go on the other side. You know how you can go on the other side of fishing? So it means that I didn't see water.
Look.
So the guy came to me, the police guy.
Yeah.
You know, they can check all your fishing stuff. He came to me, man, I was happy because I was fishing. What are you going fishing for? Catfish.
Yeah.
And what they got in using that rod to spin, I was using my hand because I would know how to fish it. You throw the line in, you hold it in your hand, they go, you jack it. And, you know, the guy came to me, the guy said, let me see your lesson. I showed the guy, said, but you are in Pennsylvania. Few years back. I said, but I'm a lesson. He said, for New Jersey. Then he said, you got to go on the other side of the Delaware River. So you understand. But yes, you go. People checking for those little things. We went to Walmart to get the lesson. $35 to get that lesson, that fishing lesson. You buy your fishing hook, you buy your worm. The thing that man will go beyond the hole and dig the worm. That they calling fishing bait in the play, people buying. The cup for almost $20. Why I can just go right beyond the bathroom, the people taking by in and dig and get take worm to go fishing away.
Go try it.
You know, you can try it.
Yeah, but
I gotta go right beyond the bathroom, the outside bathroom. You go dig, you find fat worm to go fishing with. If you get the fat worm, you know what you do. You go fishing. You know what else to get to go fishing, right? But you gotta go to Walmart. You gotta stay in line. They put all the worm in small cup. They put neem on it. Then you go buy it. All kind of thing. But the people make money.
It's economics.
Yes, they make money.
You gotta market them.
So my issue here is that, Duadu, it can happen. Yeah. We can make money.
Yeah.
But they say you catch the fish and reach the kind of fish you so catch, you got to put it back. Right?
Yeah.
It happened.
Yeah.
You catch a fish at a certain weight or pound, you got to put it back because the fish not get at it. If they catch you taking that fish home, they will fine you.
Yep.
I'm going to go in my mango swamp, the river right behind us, behind MTA. I go catch my duka and buka. You tell me I'm gonna put it back? You crazy? I want to put it back. But the people here is that you got to put it back because they got to grow. They got to be able to breathe for the next season. So you cannot take that fish home. Listen, that's the people country. You got 6 system. So what are we going to do? Can we do the same thing? And people say no, we cannot do it. It's there. It's written. But here we are. We're fighting our own system. Dualu, let's have a real show today. Yeah. I believe that Fadiga is coming on. The rest of the guys coming on. This is happy Thanksgiving. It's 5 p.m. Yeah, that will be 10 p.m. in Liberia. We want to wish everybody happy. And somebody says, CEO, I hate putting the fish back. Yeah, you gotta put it back, my friend. If you go to Liberia, don't put it back. You can roast it and you fry it.
That's not what I'm talking about, though.
What are you talking about?
It's entirely different. If you run the fishery arm in Liberia, licensing in this county, if you went to Barclayville or you were in Harper or in Buchanan, you can build cold storage along these blocks. I'm talking about how to generate money for that location. $75,000, I get a small fishing boat. One of the fishing boats, you can have 10 to 20 men on it. I'm talking about government-generated fishing boat. Look, the Chinese are fishing in our water. There were European ships caught in our waters. So they're taking our fish. Who's monitoring this? Why can't we fish in our own water, package them and ship them? So that alone can put 10, 15, 20,000 men to work. And in this cold storage, women can be packaging in this cold storage. Job because the fishing boats are not expensive. Going out to bed for $2-3 million is great, but we can generate $20 million at home just by organizing better. That's what I'm saying.
You're right. I mean, I listen. I agree with what you're saying. Later, happy Thanksgiving to you. Tati Koli, happy Thanksgiving. I agree with what you're saying. It's true, Duadu. But again, we got to get there.
Yeah.
You got money out there to come into the country. She lobbying for that money. If you come into the country, the way in which the government going to use the money, that's the problem. Yeah. You know, that's the problem. You know, they got to go in there and take the money. They have no respect for the PFM law. They have no respect. They will walk into it and use the money and run, and nobody will question them. Look at the report. Look at the document in my possession. I'm waiting after the holiday for all those Germany about road form. Look what I have in my possession about public work. Dualu, I have documents that up to today, the people still taking money.
Yeah.
The people say give all that letter that Joe we are read, nobody gonna get over 10,000. I said that lie.
Somebody sent me some documents today too.
That's lie, Dwalu.
Yeah.
All that thing that the Richardson Joe we are put down on paper that lie.
No respect for him, none.
Let's go to what
I have a question.
Yeah.
I have a question. So I think it goes back to what you're asking, Dwalu. Why would one go out and spend their hard talent getting money for the government of Liberia, doing everything, just to see that money not go to the country, to go to somebody else to enrich them? I'm saying there's a disconnect that, except you are even getting maybe part of the money that you didn't, that's why you participated in this whole scheme. But I'm saying there's a disconnect. I wouldn't work hard. It's like me being at the university. I'm working hard to market the university, to bring in, students, and then my chairperson takes half of the money of that I suffer to bring in. I wouldn't go for that. I would blow the alarm.
How will you blow the alarm? If you get 500,000 coming to your agency, right?
Uh-huh.
And on that 500,000, let's say for your ministry, we're going to give you 150,000.
Mm-hmm.
Use it as you please, but just document in accordance with the guidelines. And you know what that is. So you say on this, I got 20 people as a consultant. Dwalu is one of them. Each consultant will give them $20,000 or $10,000. As I'm giving Dwalu $10,000 as consultant's fee, Dwalu giving me $5,000 back. And I want you to understand.
How it works.
On paper, $10,000 goes to Dwalu for his fee for consultancy. $10,000. But hell well, I know Dwalu get my $5,000 back. So we got 20 of them. So 20 times 5, 100,000 coming to me. On paper, every DJ called D Curtis. I didn't say happy Thanksgiving. I say happy New Year, man. Leave me alone, D Curtis.
Hey,
give me hatter. But at the end of the day, let me tell you something that Richard say. So it make it even more easy. That free money, that easy money. That's how they operate.
Because the system allows this thing, so you can put
There you
boundaries
go.
to stop that. Look, set a standard for consultants. Any consultant coming in the country, categorize them. If you're in the category that $2,000 a month, so nobody. And why are you giving them that kind of discretion? Look, I got an announcement to make. My brother Fire Steven went to church last night. Somebody stole a door in chicken. You just start guarantee. My man was praying to bring in the new year. I saw the man door in chicken. You must stop here.
Where they stole it from?
The man playing phone.
They stole it from Chicken Sufadre? Oh no. I shouldn't do that.
So, but you just bring my point, Stanton, that you must be part of the deal in order to continue to bring money and allow the money to be spent by somebody else, a greater amount of the money to be spent by somebody else. You must be part of the deal. But so you proving my point, because I don't think I'll be working so hard and then say I put my money into the country's coffer just for somebody else to be using it, however way they feel fit. That will not work.
Yeah, look, that's the first thing. Seno says something. Most of the land ministries or government agencies, the people that are running they make their own decision, which is crazy. Look, if you're living in America or a Western country, they always eating women in Abba when they carry the car for repair. But what most women don't understand is you can actually look up what a car repair is supposed to cost. Now you will say, but Opa, I don't know where really wrong with my car. I get it. Liberia needs to standardize the way fees are worked. If look, you gotta look. Do what other countries have done. Put a think tank together, and you gotta define most things in the country. Okay, let me just make it simple. If you want to apply attachment, almost every female in Liberia knows how much apply attachment. So it doesn't matter where you want. If you want Broad Street, there is a slight variation. So you can establish those kind of standards. But you say you pay a consultant $10,000, discretionarily you decide what price you're going to pay this consultant. This is crazy. And Stanton is right. It happened all across the country. Not just for consultants, Stanton, by the way. Even people that were directly employed with the government, somebody employs you, or there's people who the Honorable Prince Johnson's church. If they get a job, they got to pay here. Some people, the first 3 months, 6 months, they don't own that salary. The person that gives them the job owns the salary. So we actually, so Honorable Bugger has a lot of work to do. And I'm so happy he's attaching a higher degree of seriousness to this, but there must be a consistent seriousness attached to the issue, or else people will go back to doing the same old thing. We're losing.
So let me bring to the discussion, which is very important, and we can hear from you guys. One, what if the CDC government failed to cooperate in the process of the transition, like all the clusters trying to gather information? And they say we are not cooperating. Let me start with you. What would a Jose Yiman Bwaka team headed by Jeremiah Kuhn, what would be their position?
Well,
because we are hearing from the ministries, right? We are hearing from the ministries that ministers have traveled, directors have traveled, and they are saying, listen, we will not cooperate like the way you want us to cooperate. We give you what we think we can give you. And if you think that you want to say anything, take it to the cluster team.
But, Senator, the mere fact that they are leaving the country is signaling without saying that they are not going to cooperate. So they're inexplicably saying, listen, we're not going to cooperate. But I will say this. Honorable Bwaga legally has no recourse of any kind if they say they're not going to cooperate before the 22nd of January. I think what Dr. Francine Wu said this some time back, that we should
Look at the silly guy on the show, Dwalu.
Man, welcome.
Wow, man, you lose weight by way.
Yeah. Fadika, hello.
Welcome to the show, my man.
Yeah.
That's the plus side. The plus side is in there. It takes for the weight.
The plus side, yeah.
The plus side right there. So it's not.
Plus, little Fadika.
They got here not 10 big.
Already big, they got bigger.
You're serious, Fadika. It's you are serious.
Yeah, I'm still light.
Recovering.
Yeah, it's okay.
But welcome to the show, man. But
I beg you, I mean, because the man come by, let's pause on that conversation you talk. Let's ask him some question. Oh man, so the woman came by to help you?
Good job.
Hawa.
Dwalu, you part of this conversation too?
Dwalu, you know I met Hawa?
I won't be surprised.
No, I met Hawa. She came on the dresser and
They may call me on video so I can see Hawa.
Oh,
I met Hawa, yeah. I met Hawa.
Stendo. 1 to 10, Hawa, 8, 9, 7.
Who? For Fadiga?
Hey, ba, you hear me clear? Fadiga, hold
on. My sister, y'all Hawa.
I mean, why you do that to me on the show? Man? You getting worse than me, oh. You getting worse than me.
You not doing it to do it.
Yeah, man. Why you doing that? How I watching the show, I would say from 1 to 10, Hawa is the best. You cannot get me.
I just go with Hawa. Actually, she are coming today.
That's nice. I didn't mention stuff.
Did she cook for you?
No, my man. Hawa right near you. Hawa in New Jersey.
But
she said she was coming to Minnesota. That's what she told me. She was coming to see you.
Nobody can see me. You're that other thought. I don't know situation.
Fadika, so I understand you're going to travel back to Liberia. I would advise against it, given the way that you look.
Yeah, my eyes still white though.
Yeah, I don't think you should go back to Liberia just now though.
Well, I will go back to Liberia at some point. Actually, I have to.
Yeah, obviously. Now.
Yeah, at some point, but I don't think so.
We'll see. God got everything. It made it to 2024.
That's true. That's true.
I know we're gonna have this show, but people are asking, what really make you sick? What was the diagnosis?
Well, I got from what the infectious disease doctor told me, it was some Ferociprum or something malaria, and it's something very common in around Liberia. I don't know the brand name, but it was Ferociprum something around that line, and they say it attacks the organ, and it's kind of set in the liver even after you get killed. So when I was in the hospital, I didn't know. I just couldn't get better. And luckily for me, I go have it. I didn't get sick in Liberia. I got sick. I spent an entire day in Ghana, hang out, went out. And then when I got here, day 1, day 2, you just feel sick. You can't eat. You feel nausea. You just don't feel okay. And then I went to the hospital. They gave me some other day COVID test, something. Then they sent me home to the clinic. I came home that night. I just felt like I want to die. I just stayed there in the hospital alone. So I say, you know what? I'll call 911 because I was weak. So I call 911. They came, oh no, it's the weather. They try to talk me out of here. I said, let me tell you. I said, man, I don't know what happened, but I've never called 911 before. I have not remember getting sick once in the last 20-something years I've been in America. Take me in. And when they took me in, from the moment I hit the hospital, and those people found out I came from Liberia, and they started to take the first 6 set of blood from this hand and that hand, everything went downhill. And the doctor told me, say, I'm not coming. I was not going to make it because it was very serious. But you know your body. You just have to listen to your voice. I knew that. I would lay down in the tub. I would lay down on the floor. Every part of the hall. I can't even lay down on my bed. I just sick. You don't even know what's going on. And then they started to run all kind of tests. And they found out that it was that malaria that I talked about. And then there was no medicine.
Falciparum?
Yeah.
Falciparum?
Yeah. That's the
I
malaria.
know that new malaria, that is Zogo malaria.
That is deadly.
Plasmodium falciparum.
Wow, my man. So how many weight you lost? I mean, how many pounds did you lose?
I haven't weighed myself, but you can see it. I lost a lot.
You can see it, but my man, you gotta get stronger. Absolutely, you gotta stay. You need at least a few months.
No, but remember, don't call it malaria. So, but how you think you got it though? Where did you go? Who you think gave it to you?
You honestly need to.
No, nobody gave someone malaria. No, what happened? Or this is what happened. I have been going to Africa for a long time. You know, I used to visit Guinea, do business there. Something. So
yeah, but you don't get sick from Guinea.
I never got sick. Yeah, I never got
sick. To the core issue.
So
forget about Guinea.
When I went to Liberia, I somehow in my head I thought that, you know, it's strong and I'm in hotel, air conditioned, everything there. But then I was out. I may have gotten bitten by mosquito from.
You are out where? You mean you left the hotel setting?
Forget about that.
You my yes.
Wait. No. You don't do this. Our audience, our supporters, our fans, they like to know the true story. You can tell the man say forget about that. Then what we having a show for?
Yeah.
The man we praising God.
No, I was in a hotel all the time.
Which hotel you went to first?
Well, I was
at
Lagoon, but then it started becoming a little hostile. I didn't like the movement around it, and that was just before the election, you know. So I
that's at Lagoon where you went. Bella Casa.
Yeah.
Bella Casa where?
Nowhere else.
No. You left the hotel set. No. You can't do this to us, man. Don't mess this up. So you left, you went Bella Casa where? Then you get all of the hotel now. Where did you go?
I stay in Bella Casa. And I'm a story I will stick to it.
Falca, did you take all of the travelers' recommendations?
No.
Injections, your malaria pills, all of those things?
No. This is how I left from here to Liberia. I left from here to Liberia. First thing, my man don't go. Fagon. My man don't go. My man I play risky for all. Say no. My man don't go. The only person that agreed for me to go was John Malu. He said, my man, this thing here, you guys got to be. We raise all the money. We got to be on the ground and something. So even my mom, she started calling me, oh, you know. So I decided to not tell nobody. I didn't even tell my job, anything. I just bought a one-way ticket, go on the flight to Ghana. I changed my JMB t-shirt, walked through the airport. I like, whatever they want to do. I seen that thing. I went on in the studio. And I ain't like, bro, people, they didn't even know until when I got to Liberia, before people even got to know that I was in Liberia. But I just had anxiety. I like, you know what? This election, we put too much into it. We either win it or something. But I don't want people to, you know how the information will filter in from Liberia.
Strong,
oh, my man, how team going? They say, oh, my man, team going. But the first round, I thought we had won the election. When that first round result came, I was so discouraged. I said, you know what? I'm not listening to information from nobody. I want to be on the ground. And we went there and we did what we had to do with the team on the ground. And those guys, they did well.
Yeah, they did well.
They did well.
So my question remains, though. You got to help me now. So you left from Bella Casa. You were well when you left from Bella Casa. Well, you wasn't sick.
I was well in Liberia. Okay.
So then
ask the question, bro. What on here?
But let me ask my question and you ask your own question.
Thank you, go ahead.
So you left from Bella Casa, then you went to start with this girl. Like you told me. You start with the girl, there was the air condition problem, the mosquito problem. So what would be your advice? That Richardson, where you leaving the show? What would be your advice now? What would be your advice to Alu? I'm not calling no girl name, I'm just saying this girl. But what would be your advice for those of people like living from here going to Liberia, you think the hotel setting is better?
Yeah, just be like me, stick in the hotel. Don't go to no gay place. Be like me.
Because the mosquito, the dirty water,
I don't know what kind of gay place you're talking about, but I know I usually stay in hotel. I feel more comfortable in hotel.
But you left Bella Casa, so what did you go after you?
No, I didn't leave Bella Casa. I was at Bella Casa. Army did well for me.
No, but you left from there because I spoke to you left.
Well, I left from there. I went to another hotel.
Which hotel?
Kalano gave me hotel.
You wasn't in Kalando Hotel because I spoke to Kalando.
Call Kalando.
You wasn't in Kalando Hotel, but say true to the Liberian Pro, but God brought us into 2024 to say the truth. You wasn't in Kalando Hotel, but
Kalano gave me hotel.
But why you say Kalando gave you hotel? You wasn't in Kalando Hotel. I talked to Kalando.
Kalando that my witness. Kalando that my witness.
They're going while going, Fadiga. They're going while going. I will take a picture every day. So you can know what I
No, I will call Kalando for real. I'm calling Kalando.
Call Kalando. I know Kalando got my back. Kalando give me hotel. Kalando
but people want to say new Malaria. I was just trying to be funny. I know it's not new, guys. I was just trying to be funny.
What Kalando need? I'll call it Kalando though.
Yeah, but just leave Kalando. I mean,
no. Because the man didn't go to Kalando Hotel. We begged the man to stay at Kalando Hotel. He didn't.
I can call plenty people that my witness.
But people,
we didn't go to Kalando Hotel.
My man, Kalando gave me hotel.
Ask the question tricky. Be tricky with the question.
So you went to Ghana. When you went to Ghana, at the end of the day, it is why it is. You went to Ghana. We understand. You spent one day, one night in Ghana, and you left. I'm calling Kalando, by the way, because if you say Kalando gave you a hotel, where is Kalando Hotel?
How you can't tell me I live in Moria, Kalando Hotel. I've been there since nothing. Right in the curve there on the Oro.
In the curve on the Oro.
When you talk about the Robert said,
I mean, you see that brother here? The Bible said the soul that sinner is the soul that will die. They got so staying in the hotel. He left the hotel. He called me as a friend and brother, Steven Johnson. I told him, man, I said, man, I'm begging you. Everything is on the line. You can do either two things. Go to Golden Key, that Oma Noah, she will protect you because Oma can protect all her picking there. And you think I like go ask AB.
And she was very nice to me.
AB Kroma get one room in our hotel. That secret room. Let me announce it now. He got one room in our hotel.
Okay.
He got a key. So all you need to do is AB told me. So go to the Oma. The Oma will take care of you. She will give you one of the suite because you are.
I mean, be talking my own story. I say I was in Kalano Hotel.
Okay.
You welcome here.
Hello.
Thank you, Dalu. How are you?
Yeah, Steve.
But I think Steven is more versed in Liberia hoteling than anybody else.
Steven gossip.
Why you say that, Dalu?
Because I
got house in Morocco.
See why you can run over your own house and go to a hotel?
I've never slept in a hotel in Liberia. The only place I can sleep in the hotel is when I go out of town.
Out of town. Thank you.
So want the picture why I get one send if someone post
it. Oh, we get any picture of me put it on Facebook. I'll be more I got a house. But yeah, the thing, all the time, yes, all the time, especially in Nimba, I hang out with my papa play a floor. Jackie.
But still, I don't spend 6 months. I'm going to hotel. I go to my bed.
If I go to Liberia, I spend only 5 days.
But I know that expert on hotel management.
I spend 5 days or 6 days in Liberia. The most I will spend are 6 days. Because you know what? I know how it is. They say money finning, go home. When your money finning, don't hang around. Money finning, go home. Liberia not cheap.
But
But I will say this. That Richard say, how you doing? You say?
No, I tell Steven hello because he just came.
Steven.
Fadiga went to Liberia. I told Fadiga, I said, Fadiga, you are not privileged that Dr. Richard said. You are not privileged that the people, the ANC people, they go up. Mr. Come open a big compound. They come inside. They go way upstairs to stay. They got security. But unlike Some of you got to go pay $250, $350 out of your pocket. You're supposed to go to the library and take that loan. You know.
So I told you last night.
Oh,
sorry.
It's all be 2023. I'm sorry.
I bring it to 2024, okay?
Yeah, I really say I forgot. It's all be, we leave it in 2023.
Last year.
Yeah, last year. We leave it last year. But guys, seriously, man, I brought something on the floor. And again, to our brother Al Hussein.
Can I ask Fadiga one question before we move on? Fadiga, yes, can you advise Liberian people to take their malaria medicine and make sure they go to the travel office to make sure they get a vaccine before they go home, because it's so important, right?
No, it is so important, and the thing is freaking expensive now. Even when I try to get it, but honestly, I did not know that malaria was deadly. You know, you get malaria so much when you back home, like flu.
When your body different, Fadiga, your body not changed.
My pressure was dropping. I was in the ICU. The thing took a toll on my body. Those guys ran every test. Even my liver started to and then I'm on another 25 days pill that they say it would take the remnant from the liver. So I said, now see why people keep getting sick every other week in Liberia, because the malaria doesn't really die. The fever, that one that I told you about, it did take it because they had to manufacture.
You gotta drink Guinness Star when you eat more, so your blood be better.
I can't work.
Blood have better, so mosquito.
I tell you, they had to manufacture the serum. So when I talk,
better all head town drinking all Ghana there, mosquitoes change your blood go up.
Steven, they're not true. You're lucky.
Steven, talking about. You know what? More Ali said the same thing. More Ali said the mosquito know people blood.
Oh yeah.
No, seriously, they say the mosquito know. They say the mosquito know people blood. Seriously.
Yeah.
If you go to Liberia right now, the mosquito takes your blood. The mosquito know that you're from America or from Europe.
Yeah,
no, seriously.
Look at Charles. See, we 2024. Okay.
Some video water in the other blood.
I say if you go to Liberia,
they got travel medicine offices around the country, right?
They have a lot, and most of them some of them got walking, most of them appointment. Now a lot of people traveling. They have a lot of them.
If you're not somebody who is regular in Monrovia, right? You know, I mean regular like you know, I lived in Liberia for even while No, true, I'm saying I'm trying to give advice. There are certain things when you travel you got to carry.
Yeah.
For instance, your for your diarrhea medicine, it has to for you at all times.
Yes.
Something for diarrhea, because by the time you
the travel clinic give that.
Usually when I go more, I just make sure I carry my Imodium.
Yes.
For diarrhea, you have to do it. The second thing is, if you fail to take the malaria medicine yet, for example, when you get tomorrow, as soon as you leave the place, take your Fensida. The pills.
But it's too high prevention.
That's why I said the Fensida. When you take the Fensida, they are preventive medication. But normally people wait when they get the malaria before they try to fight it. That one's dangerous. Always try to prevent. That Fensida, I think, is for 3 months. So if you take it, you save. So why not just prevent it and take it, every 3 months instead of waiting for you to contract? Because the thing is, your body immune system, I don't know whether it's stronger or whether it's weaker. I would say weaker in the sense that it has not handled malaria for many years.
Correct.
So your white blood cell thinks that it is a foreign object in your body. Yes. So the way to fight it is confused. Unlike somebody who had have had malaria for a couple of times, is familiar with it.
And the box spray too, even the one that you can put, because sometimes
in a hotel,
your
Guinness Star, all the things that mosquitoes smell your blood cells.
But Stevie,
like I said, you gotta carry the box spray.
Cola a lot there too.
Rub in your skin.
I don't know what they didn't have.
But Hassan, what you eating better cola for?
No, I said good for the body, but blood sugar. I mean, you got contaminated by the mayor. I tell you.
That's what I contaminated.
But the man, right? Hassan is right. If you eat better cola, it cleans your bowel, it cleans your system. You know, it's good for malaria. It's
Make
good
your
for
blood flow
sugar.
properly.
It's good for
What?
blood pressure. So
One guy making me laugh. The guy say, "You so call." I say, "You not go for."
I thought you were calling for Florida.
They busted up.
I don't go out the best. Is that true? I got PhD. I bet I got 3 masters. You know, PhD.
He said, "What I gotta do anything yet?" Oh God!
No problem.
You know, got me 4 point up.
The funny thing happened this year.
Last year was.
So, guys, the update again today from the fire disaster. The Tango blast. Today, they buried 9 persons.
Oh,
Again.
The last time it was 65 plus 9. That's 74 now. Again, right? 65 plus 9, that's 74.
I got a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So, if we have such a well-equipped JFK hospital or what other hospital, why all these people? Why the death rate is climbing? It should be, if we have this kind of hospital, all of the stabilized at least with all of these specialists, as we were told. Why is the death toll climbing? It should be at least.
So let's take 30 seconds on your question, and that's a good question. I do believe that hospital is not about the building. They just through knockout, they just built that unit, but it wasn't built for the situation they are faced with. When Dama Kofa came on, she said 25 or 28 patients. Dwalu asked her, if you go back, anything more than 28 patients are disaster for that unit.
Yeah, man.
That was a trauma unit, I believe. They remove folks and make it out of an emergency. But you remember when you have Toba Yenswa, the incident response unit, the incident management team.
Yes.
They have not set the incident management team up yet. The woman told you that we're spending $20 on 1 tube of Silverden. We need 7 of those tubes to apply on a patient, like Stanton is a patient going for Bay, 20 a day, till 1 day. So even in that hospital alone, you're talking about almost $5,000 a day for Silverden. They don't have it.
But
you're not talking about the Gauss, you're not talking about anything else. You're not talking about ELWA, you're not talking about Kaplan, you're not talking about 14 military. So that which was done, it was just a building for election purposes. Now election is gone. I will finish, Stevie. Now the election is over, right? The real job began. Guess what happened? They need material. They need those equipment. They need those medical material to apply. They don't have it. I mean, the building, the structure is there, but nothing.
And thank you for mentioning that. I hope Liberians are listening. So if you can support JFK or Liberia or the Uri family anyway, I'm sure it would be well appreciated. But maybe Dwalu, you can speak to this because since you're in the military for 3 or 4 days. But from what my husband tells me,
but I was in the military 3 or 4 days here. You don't want me to talk on that. Dwalu, you going to?
I said maybe you are Dwalu. I talked to both of you now.
He downplayed my 3 days.
No, I wasn't telling you.
Richard, let me serious now. I left my house. I slept in a hotel. They woke me up in the morning. They surprised me. All right. They woke me up 2 times. The 3rd time I got up, I went for physical. They took my blood. The guy said, I'm going to bend over. Put your trousers down. They did a real physical. I asked Dwalu. I went there. Yeah. The guy said, I'm going to do a jumping jack. I did. I'm going to turn around, so I'm going to touch my toe. I did all of that. I went back and I came back the next morning. I will honor the code. They gave me the small blue Bible. I mean, you got to understand. I went to the military, Dr. Richardson, please.
Sorry.
The sake of my veteran title.
But let me ask you, okay, that I asked you, Dwalu, who got this military experience. So what my husband.
Thank you. Who got a military experience? Thank you.
Yeah, what my husband told me, and he usually reference is that they can set up a theater. He calls it a theater in Dwalu. I don't know, maybe you know the terms.
That's true.
Right? But when they have crisis, they can just turn a 25 bed into whatever. It doesn't matter whether it's 25 bed or what. They can set it up to address the crisis at a time. I don't know. I was not there. So I'm just asking you guys who are in the military before, is this something that you think that we can, maybe that's what this command center is needed? That can be done?
Dr. Francine, this is an excellent question.
That's what I said. They had, remember when the Marines went there?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So when the Marines even went there, in fact, I was fortunate. I supply the Marines that were in Liberia during Ebola. I supply all the chemicals, all the toilet, and all the hand sanitizers personally. Yeah, so the whole time we were there, I was supplying them.
Very
But
nice, Balu.
these few things that you're talking about is something the hospital has to buy in advance, have it in storage. When crisis happen, they can set up a field hospital in like 6 hours.
Okay, makes
But
sense.
we have to pre-have it, which we done. But you remember, Madam Kofa did mention that Siafa Megre, this multi-millionaire, I don't know where she got all this money from, supported the JFK health emergency portion of it.
It was true no car.
True local, but they try to get them credit. They say local. They say the government of the Republic of Liberia, but you know when you're director now, you say doing it. They come forward. This is all campaigning issue they're doing. But she mentioned something here that the friend saying that we don't want to. We have to talk about, and I want people to understand it. She said mostly on the professionals at JFK, all these specialist doctors. People have to understand. Yes, specialist doctors do come to JFK, but if Stevie is a doctor in America, he comes on for 30 days, he help out and go away. Most of the doctors are not permanent at JFK. So when the crisis do come in, but what does come in, what happens is the people may not be there or they could be there. Look at the pictures from the so-called emergency room. People were literally laying down on, I don't want to say it, but you guys got the picture.
Yeah, I saw it.
People are dying for some of those reasons. And I'm not blaming her, but let's stop lying and say the hospital is equipped when we know it's not.
No, the hospital is not equipped. Supply. I just spoke with Representative Momont. Let me come to you, Fadiga. She's crying. You know what she's crying? Somebody that was very active during her campaign, running up and down. They are one of those 9 individuals that she had to bury today.
Amen.
So the total death rate now is past 74, and claiming.
And yet,
the president, the outgoing president, have not spoken. He have not scheduled a visit there. I mean, we do not want to put politics in this. But 74 individual Liberians die and more to die, and you have not spoken? Hey, Fadiga, talk to us.
Stanton, I mean, we cannot divorce this thing from politics. The president should be the consultant in chief. Somehow, I think the president is mad. He's kind of passive aggressive towards the Liberian people. He doesn't say it. He's not explicit about it, but he says it by remaining silent. When things that did happen, you should be the first person to, regardless of how it happened or what happened, you should be the first person to speak up on it. And he just doesn't seem to care. And somehow I think it's a retaliation for the people rejecting him and rejecting his government. It's in his tone, it's in his speeches. So I don't know, but look, I'm glad this nightmare is over. We're going to usher you a new president a few weeks from now and something. But going back to this burn thing, look, Liberia is not equipped on so many things. I got shot. I'll just give you the story. It's a little diversion, but I got shot in Liberia during the war. I nearly lost my leg. I was seen by some of the best doctors. And I left from Liberia, my leg was bent this way. I couldn't from there. I was walking with crutches. I will go to Guinea in a refugee camp. They had to tear my leg open again, as you know, and reconstruct it. You ask so many people that know the story, and now how I still got my leg. I came to the UN and I said nobody something. I'm not saying to say that we do not have good doctors in Liberia. There are a lot of good something, but we are not providing the right environment. When these people are not, when they are underpaid, when they are not taken care of, when they are working in extreme circumstances. Look, Madam Kofa that was on the show, I had so many questions that I was glad that I didn't come on the show. Probably would have turned the whole show upside down because I had 10,000 questions for her. And I was just glad that I didn't come on the show. But this is a national tragedy. We should start thinking now on how we can prevent this from happening again, because it is going to happen again. And, for law enforcement to not be around for almost 2 hours. And, people vandalizing this thing at their own, putting themselves at risk to vandalize that truck just to die for what? Look at the pregnant woman. I saw another video that we're not showing. A pregnant woman that went to stop her husband got burned to ashes with her unborn baby. They had her covered. I got another video that I got through Dr. Ketin. And I asked so many questions. Burn is one of the most difficult things to treat. even in the US. People just think it's just the skin. No, it stopped a lot of things. It started to affect most of your organ. Look, when Achipombo got burned. Few countries have very good burn unit, but the facility are there. Look at the cream we're talking about. Should we be talking about 20,000 Liberian? Because we're not paying $50 for one of the cream. If you buy it in bulk and you have a huge supply of that thing in store, why is it not there? Who to be blamed? We have a lot of blame to go around. You know,
Thank you. Thank you, folks. Thank you for joining us, our sister Glennie. People asking who JBC. Can you? Is that your name, JBC? John before.
It's GBC.
However you want to interpret it, it's up to you. I am not even going there with you in the 2024.
I know it's GBC. I said JBC, John before you play.
Whatever.
Still, you know that, right? When the beginning come around,
Yeah,
you bring the pepper and chicken so you can't eat. Siri, but talk to us, Siri. I just spoke to. Let me set this up. Even Mama is crying. It's not because of the guy. She's really crying. I tried to bring her on. She said, "Stand, I can't." This guy was very active during my campaign. And you are right, Fadiga. The pregnant woman got burned with the baby in the stomach. That's what they call the pregnant woman. So this is bad. But there's an incident that took place also in Beaumont. The truck flipped over the accident. People died. We're about to share this again. Just yesterday, people died. The truck flipped over. I mean, what's going on with our country? When the leaders now, is this too much for them to handle, Stephen Johnson?
There's a couple of things happening in our country. And when you look at the issue from a 10,000 feet view, then you look at the regulators of the industry. How are we regulating the movement of certain size vehicle? You know, those. For example, you go places, crowded places like Waterside. You see container trucks doing high traffic volume where people are there in their droves. You see a 40-footer truck coming down Waterside Hill. Some of these extreme risks can be avoided. There has to be some kind of regulation. For example, the police can say all container truck must move between certain hours of the day. Maybe in the morning hours between 12 midnight to 3 a.m. Container trucks must move. Now, then the issue becomes the safety of those trucks and where they will be stationary by the time they reach. But there has to be some kind of regulation. But let me also say this: when Dama came here, she talked about JFK being one of the most sophisticated clinic and hospitals in the country. I'm worried about the other hospitals that other people went to that are not as sophisticated as JFK. Whether if JFK is accounting for such a huge number of deaths, imagine what is happening in other areas where we all saw here how Phoebe could not even afford, for example, gasoline to run their generator. At least to talk about affording paracetamol to give to somebody who is suffering from a minor headache. So it tells you that if JFK is struggling, talking about it, don't even have some of these ointments. Imagine what hospital like, CB Dunbar, Phoebe, and other hospitals across the country are faced with. Especially so, there were some of those patients that were taken to those hospitals. What are their conditions? I don't hear much about them. So this entire thing, like what you talk about happening in Beaumont, it's again the movement of these heavy tonnage trucks. There has to be some kind of police transport regulations on how these trucks will move and during what hour of the day. You cannot have these trucks moving during regular hours. Like for example, in the US, certain trucks cannot go to can pass in certain vicinity, can pass in certain roads. Certain trucks can pass with certain flammable objects in tunnels. For example, you can pass with flammable objects in tunnels. So just in case something happened, they casualty. So to avoid these things, they regulate the street. And there has to be, and when Stanton started the show, I was listening, he was talking about fees. Trucks with certain tonnage should pay higher fees for plying the street.
Correct.
There has to be higher fees because the wear and tear on these roads is higher than the ordinary taxi cab. So there has to be some kind of regulation. And let me close on this, Stanton, on your first from the beginning. For instance, empowerment labs. RIA, as we know it, since we were children, accident, people been dying on RIA because one car break down, nobody pick it up, people run into it and die. If I'm police director, I will have a two truck plying that road, one going and one coming. Any car break down there, I told you, I carry you in shuffling barrel. You before you go to your car, you pay $300 US. You try that thing 3-4 times. When the man car break down, you will throw your here and carry him. Because people just leave this thing that endanger other people's life. I think kill people.
I'm Steven to add the days because that's right.
And more days stay there, the more money you pay.
The more days you pay.
And that's how you regulate some of this nonsense. People can't break down and just leave on the road. You're driving no sign. If you're not familiar with leaf being on the road to mean that there's danger ahead, you run into that car. Plenty of people have died on the RIA. Put a tow truck on the road. Any car that break down there, if you move your car, we tow it, we carry it into the army barracks. Before you free your car, you pay a fee in government revenue. The longer it stays there, the more money you pay. That's how you raise money. And that money, percentage it can go to the police to fund some of the operations. Thank you.
This is big. Our sister Glennie.
So I think that hello to everybody. Fadiga, it's good that you're doing better. That's not a serious, that is not an insignificant diagnosis that you had with that malaria, and we thank God that your organs are functioning better.
Thank you. Yeah.
So I think I spoke briefly with Dr. Francine the night of the interview when the deputy CEO for JFK was here. I was upset. I was extremely upset. I had so many questions for her as a nurse, and I've been a nurse for almost 29 years or more. And it's almost like, and one of the things I said that irritated me was we were so excited. People watching was excited about her eloquence and not about the work she was doing. I didn't care about eloquence. I wanted to hear about what the plan they had in place. What are the preventative measures for the death rate? How are we protecting those people who they now have put under treatment in JFK to ensure that they were not dying? How are we helping those people? And it's almost like, and she said, oh, we have a burn unit. I subsequently learned that burn unit that she's talking about is like an ICU room that can only take 2 persons at a time. And this is somebody coming on here on this renowned platform with everybody watching and saying, oh, we have this and we have that. I think what the disservice that's being done to those people that got burned it's so egregious and it's terrible. Because the thing about it is we're in a state of pandemonium right now. And we also have a problem where the government is not taking charge. So this is the thing. This is something we need to admit. We cannot handle it. And it's like somebody alluded to earlier, when you have burns, even in America and other places, that is the worst thing to take care of. I had a niece that got burned, and it's so you have 4 stages of burn. Stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4. And some of those people have there are a lot of them, when you're hearing them saying that they're critical, they're in stage 4 burns. And that is a lot of things that you have to deal with. Some people send me pictures where someone has a catheter, is exposed, and she was on here talking about the fact that, number one, is the infection rate. How is it that you're preventing infection? Those people with stage 3 and stage 4 burn, they should be in neutropenic precautions. Like someone going to the hospital and they have malaria and they're locking them up in isolation. They should be in neutropenic precaution. Everybody that's going to take care of them must have on a mask and must wear PPE to be able to not transfer or breathing on them to be able to cause infection. How is it that we can see pictures with someone laying there? There's no bed sheet on the bed. The window is open. The privacy curtain is open. The man's, I had to even cover the face because his entire face was burned. And these things are things that we're not supposed to be taking for granted. We're in a crisis mode in Liberia. We need help. We get it. Let's get the help. Let's ask the international community. Let's ask Liberians outside of Liberia who have the potential to make the nations. We have people in other countries who work in government. You have other neighboring countries, EU. What about the Senate? What are they doing? So
yeah, but Glenny, let me interrupt you that. So Glenny, now no one would tell you that yes, Liberia honored George Manawaya. They were prepared for such a disaster, for such an incident. Okay, it was done perfectly when Ebola struck. Handled by Toba Yenswai. But do you think we have that system in place? No.
I don't think we do.
If a president cannot even say your area, and he can just ask somebody, go on the executive mansion website and write. What more you want them to do? They are just trying.
No, but
we need supplies. I know everything you're saying is true.
They're trying enough.
But okay, you got to understand. First of all, we need the money, right?
True.
Do we have the money? The government didn't even say that we have allocated funds from the emergency budget. Dualu asked that question when they were on. They couldn't tell us whether the government get $10, nothing whatsoever. And even the money that Joseph Barker contributed his committee, the incoming president, $10 million Liberian dollars, 50,000 United States. Where is it going? Have you asked yourself who's going to handle it?
But this is the thing, Stanton. Why come on a platform when you don't have the information to the questions that's been asked? What was it? What was it for? Was it a publicity stunt? Was it political?
I believe that it was just. I believe that it was just awareness to give us update of those deaths. Now it's claiming 74 people have died since the last time that the richest one of those people died. I mean, what have they put in place? Can they show us something? You're talking about the hospital setting. Only two patients. I told you they have better the triage center to hold more than 50 patients.
I shared a post directly after the interview here, and somebody said to me, it's like an ICU room, they can only take 2 patients. But this is the thing, even the report that we got from the CEO, deputy CEO, this was just a half-baked report from one center. What happened to Catholic Hospital? What's happening to the military?
That I can give you. Let's go to Dr. Richardson. We'll come back to you. We'll come back to you because we have Mr. Toba Yenswa will be joining us, that we can speak further on this issue. On this case, we'll call him Dr. Toba Yenswa. The legal issue, we'll call him Counselor Toba Yenswa. That's another crew man that want to have 2-3 master degree and PhD if possible.
I want to know.
He is a counselor. Yes, so that's another crew man that will have all the data. So when you finish with doctor, when you finish with counselor, what else you go to?
That one that I can have good question for
you. Dwalu will ask it.
Doctor, you got counselor. What the other one that remain now? You got CPA, right?
But Santa, you need to ask him why he going to go get another degree. What the counselor didn't work for him?
The first one I work for him.
Exactly. But you know, I wanted to add on a serious note. I think if I heard Glennie correctly, she's not just saying we should donate money. She's asking for us to ask for expert help. We don't just need money. We need people with expertise in these areas. Like we have Liberian nurses who have worked in different units. We have in Ghana, in Ivory Coast, these other people who got some specialty and knowledge about burn, infection, respiratory infection, and all of those things. I think we should start looking at those resources as well, and as well as we focus on the money aspect, as you know, too. So that's what I wanted to add.
Thank you very much. Let's bring in Dr. Toba Yenswa. Before we do, I will bring him on, but Duadu, I want to give you a chance to speak on this issue while I bring in Dr. Yenswa.
Stanton, look, like Glennie said most of what I was going to say. The thing is, we don't take the issue of public service seriously at all in Liberia. You know, there's this thing in Liberia where if I'm a minister, I've arrived. I wear these cheap Chinese suits. I love to say cheap Chinese.
I'm sorry, Duadu. Our sister Glennie, you looking like you calling from space. Are you joining us by way of something? We are not seeing you too clear, sister Glennie.
Please don't come put me in a situation. I can't.
You know what I had Glennie on the show? What guy said? The guy said the client reloaded. Y'all get well one now.
Yeah.
Let me check my lighting because it's still full of AM.
No, but are you using screen? Are you
I am using screen.
But something taking half.
Yeah, she's using one of the backgrounds.
The resolution is taking half of your head. That's what I'm saying.
Let me get off and fix it because
do you come here as a Liberian like every one of us coming in?
Are you kidding me? Don't bring your tea to me, oh.
Go ahead. Let me go ahead and say to look. The hospitals in Liberia, they're not joking thing. And sometimes you ask a question and somebody answer your question. After all the masters and the PhD, what's next? Somebody said 6 feet. But let me say this. The hospital in Liberia, they're not joking thing, man. Look, Father God know this thing. I still remember the government hospital in Buchanan. I love that hospital because that hospital served me so many times. When you first get beginning, you're always in the hospital, you got to sew your head. The management with Ryan here, and I go to the hospital so many times. So the issue of hospital, they're not joking matter. When every multinational corporation came to Liberia, the Beaumonts, the Lancos, everywhere, they will build the hospitals, they built the staff quarters, they will build those vital institutions before they actually arrived. In Liberia, we tend to subordinate the importance of medical facility as though they are secondary. They're actually primary. Because, in fact, hospital is above school. Let me repeat. Hospital is far above school. Because if you're not living, where are you going to live? So we got work to do. This sugar coating. Look at the kind of money we allocate to the hospital, so to speak, Stanton. All those things bother me, but we need more talking. If it hasn't happened to you, nobody speaks on it. People lost their mothers and fathers in JFK Hospital. Thousands of Liberians. In fact, I believe Liberians call it just for killing, JFK.
Yeah.
That's the needed attribute to the JFK Hospital. Stanton, I know Stephen has something to say on that.
Yeah, let me, Balu, I was thinking of something.
Steven, I beg you, welcome Dr. Yansaneh.
Yeah, Dr. Dr. Counselor. But
why else with me? Why else with me for you?
Somebody said the man going for degree in theology.
The man will be the next Methodist bishop.
When you bring your legal team, the man will defend himself. When you go to your help, the man will join side. But let me say this: I was thinking of something the other day, and as a leader, especially President George Weah, one of the things leaders show is empathy. One of the characteristics of a good leader is empathy.
And eating last.
Yeah, and how you relate to your people, to the people you serve, especially in times of difficulties. I was wondering, the drive from 9th Street, where Weah lives, to JFK in less than 5 minutes. It's less than 5 minutes. The drive from 9th Street to Torota is 2 hours. It's about 2 hours drive or less because you'll be in a convoy. It's less. It's been how many days since this incident?
Mm-hmm.
It's been, I think, almost a week.
Yeah, about 9 days, I believe.
Yeah, more than a week. Weah has not even taken just a drive to JFK. Before talking about taking a drive to Torota. But yes, this president would rather spend 48 days in Dubai watching his son play for a foreign country. And when you wonder why Liberians voted the way they voted, you start now to put pieces together as to this guy's priority. If it doesn't involve Weah, he's never concerned. If it doesn't connect with his tribalistic tendency, he doesn't care. And we have to be very careful. Yeah, you look at it and say, but this guy, my man, Liberian people give you so much. Invested in your career. It was Liberian resources invested in your career. When Samuel Doe took you to Brazil for 6 months, invested in your came back, don't get your property, don't get your land for serving your country. Your people died. 3 minutes drive, JFK. You can visit them. When that incident happened at UP, okay, we understand our UP partisan, so it doesn't bother you. They didn't vote for you. You say, I don't care. I will not even issue a statement. But you're talking about Bond County people. People voted for you. You won the county twice. They read their 9th Street die. They read their 12th Street, 24th Street die in JFK. You can't go there. The incident happened 2 hours from you. You can't go there. But you will stake 1.5 million of public money to go watch your son play for a foreign country. It just shows where your interest is. Take, for instance, the First Lady. Where is she in all of this? She lost. No interest in Liberia. Zero. The glad we only went to Liberia because of the position, the largest money in the budget, free travels, and using it to raise money for herself. Zero. Children were all in that incident, in that thing, died. Babies died down there. You ever want to go in car class, we have to even go show them concern? Zero. Zero. And these are the people who say leading country, and you expect anything serious to happen? Of course not. It's just, I was thinking about it yesterday. It just broke me down. That let's put politics aside. Let's put politics aside on this. Let's look at us as human. Where is our humanistic side? Especially so when we're leaders.
So that hold you, Steven. And this, before we bring in Dr. Yansaneh, this is the sitting vice president. The reason why she went late to dedicate a hempo that cost $3,500. A hempo. 74 people died. The woman said, "You're sorry. I came here late because I had to make a brief stop. Brief stop to Totota. A brief stop." So let's listen to her. The first 10 seconds.
Here this afternoon. Want to say sorry we're late because we should have been here earlier, but the tragedy that happened in Totota. So we have to stop there and speak to the people there, so it delay a lot of things. But thank you for being here. I want to use this opportunity.
There you go. There you go. There you have it. The woman didn't say, "Oh, we have to cancel this program because we 74, 75 people died and more dying. And we're over hundreds." I can show the picture because it's so gruesome, right? I can show them. But young men and women pregnant. How did the feeling of Madam Joa Howard Taylor, and to tell you the truth, the reason why we're playing this again, for people to understand. You talk about Claudia, forget it. She's from Jamaica, live in New York. She gone, she done, it finished. She cared less about Liberia. You talk about her husband? No, he's not going to speak. There will be no declaring days of mourning. The flare coming to fly half. But no, they will not do that. They will just move straight to the issue. Like you said, we will say nothing because Spoon Talk asking us to say we say nothing. And that's the issue. Natural might get one there and get $2,000. Joa Howard Taylor went there and get 1,000. She didn't give the money. She said, "Come and pick it up. Come and pick it up later." But listen to her, Dr. Toba Yansaneh. And I will play again just real quick. You think she read it? She saw the fire. She saw what happened. Let's play this something again and bring it clear to the people. This one is what happened on Sunday. I was asking for the video. There you go.
Well, that's it. The course will be established later. Where a long vehicle carrying fuel at the back, God's willing, 9,000 gallons.
What the hell they were doing on top? What's going on? Did Joe Howard Taylor actually watch this video? Did the president watch the video? Seeing that Liberians dying like chicken? They were roasted. They were roasted. See them collecting skeletons. They can't even identify the rapes. They turn to ashes. Then Joe Taylor left all of those things. And she tell the people, say, "You're sorry. Those people that died in the fire, because of them, I came here late. I had to make a brief stop."
Here this afternoon. Want to say sorry we're late because we should have been here earlier, but the tragedy that happened in Totota. So we have to stop there and speak to the people there, so it delay a lot of things. But thank you for.
So it delay a lot of things. But I live with you, man. I live with you. This thing can hurt. The vice president, the woman, the people saying to be senator, first lady, the bank governor, or deputy bank governor. You guys add to her records, you know it.
Yeah, deputy bank governor, first lady.
Yeah.
Senator 2 times.
Yeah.
Then vice president.
Yeah. And 74 of her people die, more dying. And she telling the people that because hemp pump that will not pay hundreds of them, 25,000, 2,500, 3,500. The hemp pump is new because the people came from where the country name? Where Turkey. Where's the president name? Erdogan. Where's the guy name?
I ain't got any Chinese Turkey president.
Dr. Yansaneh, thank you for joining us, man. Let's hear you.
Hey, Dr. Yansaneh, can you please clarify for us your degree? I just want to know. I knew the doctor part, but
you don't believe me. So you don't believe me?
But I just want to make sure he cancel because if I
But
have
Dr. Frazier never told you
you
were on the executive committee of the Liberal National Bar Association. You gotta be
But
I didn't know that. All I know is it's Public Warriors Association with John Hopkins. So please give me some background.
Wow.
Thank you, Stanton. Thanks for having me on again. Thanks to the great panelists here. I want to wish you a happy New Year, since today is the New Year's Day, and happy New Year to our people in Liberia, in Radio Land. On behalf of my family, my darling wife, beautiful wife too, Stanton. I want to say happy New Year to all of you guys and my family.
There's a reason why I'm making it very clear and say we're beautiful. We told that one later.
Oh yes. Dr. Francie, I know you are a scholar. Let me give a quotation from a professor called Wendy Patman, professor of law from Northeastern University. He said the relationship between law and public health is ultimately unseverable. Though law and public health may serve each other well or poorly, they cannot disassociate. This is the relationship of enduring continuity, not mere affiliation. Tobo is a lawyer, a scientist, counselor of law before the Supreme Court bar. Before even coming to public health, I became a lawyer. Practiced law for almost 10 years before leaving Liberia, got admitted to the Supreme Court bar. So I'm a counselor at law, and I was member of the executive committee of the Liberia National Bar Association as president of the Sano County Bar, and then I became elected on the EC. I served 3 presidents of the Liberia National Bar: Councillor Siri Jones, Councillor Pegar, and Councillor Tiawon Gongdo was the last person before I left the bar and traveled to the United States. And I'm a master of public health and a doctorate of public health. So yes, I wear those caps very well and can defend them very well. But Stanton, the main issue about the accident again.
You spoke about the legal part. Can we talk about your medical credential? You said doctor what?
This man here, Stephen Johnson and myself, we did biology and chemistry together at the University of Liberia. And Mo Ali, we all were biology major, chemistry from my...
Johnson and Mo Ali, why I did not die to? No, let's get back to the issue.
Then from my BSc degree, I came to Johns Hopkins University, spent a year and got a master's in public health, and went back there and got a doctorate degree in public health. So from BSc, MPH, DRPH, those are my science background.
So Steno said theology next, is that true?
Yes.
My father a pastor, so he was pastor. So I learned from him. I learned from my father. And guess what?
Doctor of Divinity.
And guess what, Johnson? I'm a lay leader of the United Methodist Church. The lay leader of the United Methodist Church is the one who has the laity, people who are not pastors. And we make at least 90% of the 300,000 United Methodists. So I'm the president of the United Methodist Church lay people, second to our Bishop Samuel Choir Jr. So that's my, and Stanton and my Methodist brother, don't mind. We can do the toe.
Stanton for what is that church into Johnson?
Actually, man, he's from Trinity. We are from Trinity. The man at Trinity.
The one in Yucatan, Trinity.
Yeah.
Put me book today, book check.
And you gotta put a great Trinity there.
The great
Trinity. They want 3 masters. So.
And not just the saying. I have published 107 articles. In peer-reviewed journals. You think about it, the best, the Nature, the New England Journal of Medicine, the Lancet. Recently, I published an article in the BMC Public Health. And so 107 peer review published in public health about it. I published well on the Ebola crisis, so you know. And number 2, and writing a book on the Ebola crisis that were just published in October.
I want to talk. Thank you for coming. Sometime we get into this conversation. I know how we started, and that's what makes Spoon Talk so unique. We come up with jokes, we laugh, and we get into the real issue that concerns Liberia. You spoke about the public health issue many times on the show. The emergency unit that, of course, setting up an emergency team for what just happened. But let's just get into it, Dr. Toba Yenswai. And I have folks calling me. They want to speak to you too about you, Dr. Toba Yenswai, about your stay in the country, how you left. We can come back to it and talk about you. But where are we lacking right now? Day number 2 weeks plus. 74 people now died. Mass grave. Jose Yima Bwaka went there. He put a reel. He turned around, turned that place upside down. He said, listen, we are one. People crying, mothers, husband, wives, children, they are crying. He's not a sitting president yet, but he's making vast contribution that will have some impact. Where are we lacking, Dr. Yanswai?
So thank you, Stan. One of the soup that very much sweet is jollof rice. To cook jollof rice, you have to put in a whole lot of stuff. That's what they call it, jollof rice, mix up and all of that. To make emergency preparedness and response sweet as well, you can't cook it like jollof rice. It got to be a command and control center. I said it here when I appeared on your show the other day. That's number one thing that is lacking. People should be meeting on a daily basis, and not just people meeting. There will be people with the knowledge, and they are in the country. Trust me. There is something we developed something called the All Hazard Plan. The All Hazard Plan incorporates when there's a health crisis, when there's flooding, when there's fire incident like the one we are fixing right now, when there's chemical spill over, the All Hazard Plan detail all of that. But as emergency happens, based on the nature of the emergency, you must have emergency preparedness command center. This is what's lacking. So vice president will go on the field, give some money. President-elect will go on the field, give some resources. Who's commanding all of that? Who is the incident commander that directing the troop? My brother Dwalu is a military person. He knows what it means by directing the troop. If the troop don't have director or commander, the troop will go all sides, fragmented troop. And you don't want that in a crisis situation. And another thing I see about the present government, the outgoing government, they play lip service to everything. Since Spoon is talking about this, they feel it's political. And that's how most of the crises in the country are managed. Once people try to talk about that, they feel that you're beating on them, so they won't take the advices and measures that you think they should take. But Spoon is doing the right thing to highlight the issue. At least you saying 70 people. If the number is accurate, if the number is the aggregate numbers, then that's a lot of people in this country. We reside. You know that 3 persons, if there's a gunshot wound or people wounded, 3-4 people. That's a lot. The president will come and say the flag should be down, half-starved, declared national mourning, days of prayers. His Excellency to stand to the plate, Mr. Weir. Be remembered for something. 70 of your citizens have died. Please come up, set up a command center, declare National Day of Mourning. The command center should comprise, I'm giving advice, I'm not the one in the lead, but the National Disaster Agency, it was set up for this reason. I know my good friend, I will call his name, Henry O. Williams is the director of the National Disaster Agency. He's a guy who's capable. If he has the capacity, he can do a great job. And Ministry of Health should be co-chairing this because people got sick, people are in the hospitals. The Ministry of Health need to collect resources, and the Ministry of Health have another supporting arm, which is the National Public Health Institute with all of the emergency command centers that we set up in the country. There's emergency operation centers set up across Liberia. They can use all of those learning curve from COVID, from Ebola, to respond to the EPA needs to be there. The reason EPA, this is environmental health impact. You're talking about combustion, you're talking about CO2 and other carcinogens and pollutants. So EPA will go there to get the people into test the soil, test people, living people blood level, whether it's raising due to chemicals that are affecting those people. Ministry of Agriculture need to be the food security. People are affected in the communities. Their breadwinners are sick and died. Who giving them food? Somebody needs to go there from the Ministry of Agriculture. Ministry of Finance and GSA should mobilize resources and logistics for all of these people. So a command, a small team with qualified, and those people are in the country. Why are we not seeing them coming on Spoon? Or you don't want to come to Spoon, go to different radio station. Give our people breathing. In an emergency, there is no holiday. No holiday. No sleeping. That's how you get ahead of the curve and able to save lives. If you are sleeping and saying, oh, let's wait until Tuesday, January 2nd, then we are not in an emergency, then the death rate will keep climbing because people are not taking the measures that they're supposed to take to curb the situation. And it's sad. It's sad. That's all I can say. It is not politics.
It is. For Fadiga, I want to bring Fadiga in, but real quick, you got to understand, if you look at Stephen Johnson, just to agree with you, but Madam Joa Howard Taylor live very close to Camden Hospital. She's right there. Okay? One of her many homes. Have she visited the hospital? You know, I mean, it's not that we're beating on her, but it's bad. The health minister with a minute Jala. And people say, okay, but they are leaving now. So, Fadiga, what do you think the Joseph Yima Bwaka incoming government, Chairman, what do you think they should do?
And Stanton, before I forget, the Ministry of Justice also has a role. Ministry of Justice has a role. The reason is, a lot of companies, they do a lot of dirty things in the country. You remember the Cape Mount situation where cyanide and other chemicals were put in the water. There's no company that was held liable for doing that to our citizens. Who owned this truck? We need to investigate from the police and the Ministry of Justice. Is this willfully done? Was there really an accident or this happened intentionally? The Ministry of Justice needs to investigate whether there's issue of litigation. People died. This is 70 people, man. This is not common. And people are sick. If people need to pay reparation based on negligence from someone, the Ministry of Justice need to hold people accountable. And this is where Minister of Justice, Honorable Musa Din, the AG, need to assemble a team to investigate what's going on and don't lay there and this one pass by again with no culpability. Dr. Francine, I put up my legal hat.
Wow, you're putting everybody in. Oh, Fadiga, go ahead.
Stanton, there's a long-standing tradition with our poor health care. It's not unique to the WIA administration. Dr. Yansaneh, before I go forward, I want to ask you, I don't know, because this has become a norm. I remember back in the days, I used to head the malaria prevention, right? And there was some controversy there, and you had to leave. And not to beat on you or to go back into old thing, but when Stanton asks, how can the Bweka administration prevent this from happening? Look, there's this long-standing tradition with even Christian Ota and other people in the healthcare system. We have a lot of education or corruption. Could this be because we are not actually holding people accountable? That is why this is continuing. We saw money with infant mentality. Even you, there was a controversy surrounding you when you were malaria prevention. If you care to explain about that, you can go to it. But I want you to tie it into how can we make sure that this stops? Because even with Madam Kofa on the line, there are so many things that I know about the administration of JFK that I would have asked, that we are turning the whole story into politicized the story. But because of the nature of the situation, I didn't want. But how can we prevent this? Because
so it's about leadership. It's about leadership. It's about management. sometimes we put people over institutions that don't have the capacity. Sometimes not logistics, but people you put over institutions should have both the qualification, experience, years of experience, and have the leadership capacity to lead people. Now, the controversy you're talking about was at the National Public Health Institute, not when I was at the malaria program. I was at the malaria program from 2004 to 2011. I spent 9 years of my career fighting endemic malaria in Liberia. I spent 9 years of my career at the malaria control program, doing some of the hard work today that have paid off in containing malaria. And one of the reasons I was chatting with Stanton, Fadiga, I'm sorry for your illness, that brought me on the show was to talk a little bit about malaria and give advice to people, because some of the advice for malaria should be on the other Ministry of Health website or the National Malaria Control website. My advice is that, and you may be facing malaria, I didn't look at your medical record, so I won't speak to your case specifically, but falciparum malaria.
It was malaria, that's the one. Malaria.
Yeah, falciparum malaria is the most endemic one. At least 95% of the species that we deal with in Liberia, falciparum malaria, and is the most deadly one. We have malaria, other species, olivid, and other species that affect people. So for my advice to those traveling to Liberia right now, they have malaria prophylaxis. One is called, the common name is called Malarian, and the other one is called the Larian, which is mefloquine that people give. I'm not advising you to go take these off the counter. Consult your physicians to make sure that they prescribe these when you are leaving from the States. Before you leave, the prescription, you will take a dose of that. It will last 1 week. And while you're on the field in Liberia during your stay, you will continue to take the prophylaxis. And when you get back, you continue that. With that, you are prevented. And other measures that you could use is to also use mosquito repellents, wearing sleeve clothes, long sleeve clothes, as we call them, and then sleep under mosquito nets. When you get in a country, make sure you go to the malaria program. They have nets in stock. They have some at the supermarkets. You can get a piece and then sleep under mosquito nets so you don't have malaria. Because the fact of the matter is that we lived I've been out of Liberia for more than close to 5 years now. If I'm going back, I would take the same measures. When I was going to Zambia, Lusaka, I took the prophylaxis with me and I came back with our malaria. We live in a zone that is malaria free. So we have no immunity anymore to fight against. Our body is not protected against mosquito bites because mosquito is the parasite. Mosquito is the vector that transmit the parasite P. falciparum to the human body. So once we take the measures to prevent ourselves, then we won't get the malaria to affect us. So that would be my recommendation to those in Liberia and going to. And even when you arrive in Liberia, check with a physician. Don't go over the counter and take medication. That may not be efficacious. So you can do that. But the controversy at the National Public Health Institute that made me to resign from the government. If I go through that, Stanton will need another show. If you permit me, I can give a gist of that. I'm happy to do so.
Well, Dr. Yiswa,
Stanton will need another show.
We will not need another show because I just have my direct question to that because I have some question myself about it.
Yes, go ahead.
You've already answered the first portion of my question, which was basically malaria is a serious problem in Liberia. That's been established. Everybody understands that. But this is not just an accusation, so to speak. The GSC on a John model, information that I'm privy to, clearly stated that you embezzled funds from the malaria program. And you really never truly answer to that. And I think it's important that you address that directly. Did you embezzle funds for the malaria program?
$0. If you have that, put it on the screen. I completely defy that. I know very well when we ran malaria program, we had two streams of resources. One from the Global Fund for AIDS, TB, and malaria, and one from the United States President Malaria Initiative. And the UNDP, Sarah Beslo-Yanti at the time was the program manager at UNDP. She was our manager that was disbursing the funds. And the funds has a fund portfolio manager, PricewaterhouseCoopers. Have you heard about PricewaterhouseCoopers? They were managing the money at UNDP. They audited us. They did everything. The US government had USAID that were managing the funds that we were dealing with. In fact, during our time, when I joined malaria program, the prevalence of malaria was 66%. Because we changed the drug policy of malaria. We introduced mosquito net. We introduced drugs. Today, the prevalence of malaria in Liberia is 10% in the general population. From 2005, 66% to 10% today. Moreover, is 1% malaria prevalence. That tells you the work and resources and the work we did at the malaria program. And so I challenge anyone to bring anything that towards Yansaneh best we are dying from the national.
Okay, Mr. Yusuf, before I give it a station, are you aware of the audit report stating from the GC?
Of course.
So you were aware that the audit report stated that you embezzled funds. You were fully aware of that, correct?
No, the audit report did not say I embezzled funds.
What did it say?
That's zero. The audit report, and let me tell you something, I have been audited. Every institution I had in Liberia by international auditors and Liberia GAC. So there are so many audit reports you will see my name in. The one with the malaria program was audited when AG model was there, and they did a great job for us to reach the epic conclusion. And that audit report stated that resources were paid to people in the field and did not go through banking processes. Now, at the time, 2004 to 2011, only one bank was in Liberia, Echo Bank. Check the records. So our people used to go on the field, carry DSAs to pay people. When they go to train, they carry DSAs and all of that. When the auditors saw that, they said, we should have used banks. And you know the auditors go by the book. This is why you do, but they didn't say any money lost and Towa Yusuf were responsible.
But Mr. Yusuf, since I'm begging for this,
and Towa, you should add that you
oversaw the program.
Becoming the head of the.
And then exactly, and
well, are we changing the guys? Are we changing the conversation?
Go ahead.
And when I no, tell you, hold on. When I left 2011 and came to school and got my master's, I got promotion by the president as assistant minister of health. After assistant minister of health, I got promotion again as deputy minister of health. After that, I got promotion as director general of the National Public Health Institute of Liberia. So malaria control gave me the great record that I have internationally today. I did not steal a dime.
Question?
You finished, Radu?
Yeah, I'm done.
I was just asking whether we're changing the conversation.
No, we're not changing it.
That's fine. That's fine. And let me repeat this again, Dualu. Every audit report from the GAC, I'm one of those who was audited so many times by the GAC. And so you will find a need to Yansaneh audit reports. But go down the line and read that area that they measure what Yansaneh did in that report. You will never hear say he embezzled or dime. I'm a clean guy.
Yeah, so
why are many afraid of audit?
Dr.
They do. I will tell you how the men describe audit. Nobody will audit all year because when your name audit report, it means you steal money from a very high level. I know that for well, Stevie.
So, Dr. Niswa, the question that I have, I think I heard you say that there is a correlation between the treatment of burn victim and the rate of death that we're seeing right now. I think I heard you say that. Can you maybe elaborate on how the command center, maybe give us a little bit of ABC methodology will help us? Because what do you mean when you say a command center? Because some people may not know that. So can you please tell us about that? My second question to you is, you talk about the decrease in the prevalence of malaria. How are you measuring that decrease? I'm just curious.
You're too smart. You're very smart. Now, to measure how malaria is prevalent in the population, the measurement is we go and find children under the ages of 5. Because the high-risk group is children under 5 and pregnant women. So we go in children under 5 in the communities and take the blood sample of those children and see whether there is malaria parasite present in their blood at a given time. So at the time we do the survey, we go in the community and take, for example, 100 children. If you take 100, or let's say 10, let me reduce it. If 6 of them having malaria parasite in their blood, we detect that either by microscopic or rapid diagnostic tests.
Okay.
If you detect 6 of them having malaria parasite in their blood, it's almost 60 to 60% of malaria parasite present in the children's blood. So in 2005, when I became deputy program manager of the malaria program, 66% of the children in Liberia had malaria parasite present in their blood. These are the days where emergency rooms were filled with children suffering from Plasmodium falciparum, cerebral malaria. Inpatient deaths were almost 32%, meaning the number of children that went to hospital that would die between 32 to 40%. What we did, Dr. Francis, based on that kind of calamity in the country, we changed the drug policy of Liberia from chloroquine to artemisinin-based combination therapy. We started training healthcare workers in the new therapies. We introduced mosquito nets in the population. Millions and millions of mosquito nets were distributed. Malaria in pregnancy were prevented using a single femcidide tablet, 3 femcidide tablet that is taken in the first, second, and third trimester of pregnancy of the pregnant woman. So we changed all the policies. In 2005, by 2011, we repeated the survey. Malaria prevalence dropped from 66% to 28%. Just this year, the National Malaria Control Program and USAID did another survey. I'm following malaria closely around the world because it's one of the areas that I have my passion after working in there for about 9 years in Liberia, introduced all the policies. And gracefully, the work that have been done in the last 2 decades have brought malaria prevalence in Liberia down to 10% nationally. And Monrovia is 1%. What this means is that Fadiga, if we pre-eliminate malaria, Fadiga will now go enjoy in our country and come back. The way he's seen on this show, and the malaria devastated him, nobody will want to go in the country. They will say, oh, I don't want to go enjoy myself in the country. Malaria, let me decide between South Africa that have no malaria prevalence higher than this, than going to Liberia where malaria may be sick and kill me. Because those of us that have no immunity to the disease could get killed immediately by the disease in a couple of days. And Fadiga, I'm sorry to hear about your condition.
The command center.
And the command center, the reason that is important, you will bring resources together.
Yes.
And you will be talking to the right people. And the needs will be, we will have an incident command plan. And that plan is what we will take to the government or donor partners to contribute the resources that we need. JFK will come with their needs. The hospital, Catholic Hospital will come with their needs. And that paper of needs will go to one center. And that one center will be the command center and the incident commander, who will distribute based on the number of cases we're dealing with, the severity of the cases. If I have money now to donate, who do I send it to?
Thank you.
Send it to the command center, and they will account for all those things and do something called intra-action review. Is what you do when the incident is going on. And then after action review, with what you do when the incident is over, then you document all of the lessons learned for another incident that will happen in the future. That's how the command center, and you have different components: logistic group, psychosocial support group, food, medical supplies, transportation, people who don't have food and all of that.
I think that, again, Dr. Tova Yansaneh, thank you very much. The reason why we are here for you to discuss this issue, this is your making when it came to Ebola, and Liberia need to hear you out. But that's why I really don't like leaving the show, Clandy. When I leave the show, the panelists on the show just go,
That's why and Fadiga show.
Center is their right, though. They ask great questions. You ask great questions.
Oh, Steve wasn't part of it.
I'm not spoken until you left.
Yeah, but I'm
gonna
be
because some of the rumors can permeate our society and become people who
don't. It was good to ask that question.
Exactly.
But again, you make mention of Malu, and I like the question Dualu asks. During the audit process, you were audited, and were you exonerated?
What you call exonerated? There are two ways you deal with
it. Yeah.
Two ways you do the audit report.
No, no. With the exception of the audit report, were you taken to court?
Never, ever.
Okay. Were you charged?
Never, ever in my life that anyone took me to court or charged me for anything. Never in my entire life.
Okay.
Never.
Tell me why you asked that question.
Wait, you know my question?
No, I know your question, but I know you got something up your sleeves.
Because the electoral board, June 10, 2020, it said that Toba Yenswa is exonerated by the court. Writ of the knee as said Republican dismissed. What was that?
So Stanton, thank you. I told you need another show. Now, Toba Yenswa appointed incident manager August 11, 2014. Ebola struck Liberia March 2014. Government was helter scatter. 3 different incident management teams. Like it's taking place now. That's what happened during the early days of the Ebola crisis. President Sirleaf had command center in her office as president, co-chaired by the speaker. Dr. Walter Gwenengale, may his soul rest in peace. And Dr. Bernice Dan, who is my former boss and may be listening, were heading the other command center at the Ministry of Health, the health team. At the time, I was the head of psychosocial support and community engagement. GSA, Mirabro, Double Jala, they were meeting at GSA. So we had 3 sprinkler groups across the country. Stanton. President Sirleaf authorized the disbursement and the legislature approved $15 million US. $15 million US. And they called it Ebola Trust Fund at the time. If Double Jala is listed, they are listing. And if I'm wrong on anything, let him come up. And the $15 million US, President Sirleaf appointed Amara Corner did come on your show and tell the world that they mistreated Toba Yenswa. He didn't take a dime from Ebola money. Amara on your show. I'm quoting him verbatim. And the $15 million that were apportioned by President Sirleaf was given in a bank account that Mr. Double Jala was managing. Double Jala is living in Liberia. He's the head of Carter Center. I will call names tonight and dates. Those resources were expended based on the command of President Sirleaf. She's also alive. And Amara Kone and Double Jala. I was appointed August. After almost 5 months, when people were dying in the street, the whole country was helter scatter. People left the country and Liberia was in shambles. It's when the president told the minister at her behest, get Toba Yenswa to manage the Ebola crisis. I took the helm of power, organized the incident command team. We moved from the Ministry of Health and set up the incident management system. For the first time, I became the incident manager. The $15 million that President Sirleaf allocated on her directive, according to Mr. Double Jala, was spent, Stanton, given to ministries and agencies that were in the Ebola response. We did not have any bank account called incident management system. I was never signatory to one bank account of the $15 million. I did not authorize the use of the $15 million. I was never audited. But guess what? When the audit report of the Ebola fund was rating, my name got in the audit report. Toba Yenswa, incident manager, part of the $15 million. When they told them to go audit the trust fund, they put trust fund / incident management system, because there's a guy called Winsley Nyekan, deputy auditor in the GAC, that Toba Yenswa got all the accolades. President Sirleaf honored him as the Grand Commander of African Redemption. He was given honor at the Infestation Program in 2015. Toba Yenswa was given international honors. So they wanted to bring him down and put his name in the audit report falsely. I got emails that I share with you, Stanton, where Double Jala said Tobot, they are chasing you for nothing because they don't have anything to say. If they want to arrest anybody, they might arrest me. I manage the money. You didn't have anything to do with that. Having given this background, let me tell you why the need as a Republican came about. I worked in the government after the Ebola crisis from 2015. All the way to 2015, I was appointed deputy minister. 2017, I was appointed director general of the National Public Health Institute. No one ever in Liberia called me to any investigation about any report. I spent 22 months in Mr. Weah's government. And let me say this. Each time I went to Mr. Weah's office, it was harassment about money. They wanted money. I was building $40 million project in Liberia. Mr. McGee and Mr. Tua, I will call their names, were asking for that money. And I advised Mr. Weah, I said it on your show before, that these gentlemen will put you in trouble. Today, 2 of them are sanctioned. And tell them, both in Crew and in English, they should never demand money from me anymore. Tell them, Mr. President. By the time I did this, my life was threatened. I resigned from the Weah government in October. They escalated the threat on my life. Plainclothes people started looking for me in Monrovia. I left Monrovia, and the rest of it is history. Ask Mr. Serena Cephas. When I came to the United States, my wife was almost like mooning. They almost killed me. When I came to the United States, Mr. Serena Cephas got in touch with me, gave explanation about the audit report. I said, which audit report? The Ebola audit report. I explained everything to Mr. Serena Cephas. Guess what he said? The thing you sent me, you're too bulky, I ain't want to read it, break it down. I got email to the effects. But this is the auditor who went to the court. This is the prosecutor who went to the court and issued a knee exit Republic afterwards when I leave the country. We went back and forth. So Serena Cephas said he will issue Interpol on me. Today he's under sanction. And I told him I had nothing to do with it. Cephas, after reading all the facts, evidence, to his credit, Cephas came back to me and said, I will issue a letter that you don't know anything about Ebola funds. As a lawyer myself, I drafted that letter and sent copy to Cephas. He said the one you wrote is not even better. I will send a better one to you. I got the emails that I sent to you, Stanton, with the communication. Cephas came back. I will give you a letter of clearance. But guess what? The time of the letter of clearance that Cephas should have given me was the time he gave the lady clearance. What her name? This lady that was heading the airport that got incarcerated.
Ellen Cochran.
Ellen Cochran went to Liberia, and the legislature put pressure on Cephas. It was in 2019, almost 2020. Cephas turned it back on me. The clearance he should have given me because they put pressure on him. Cochran, he turned it back from me. I said, okay, I will get Cephas' boss. And this is why I say Musa Dean is a guy who doesn't pay attention to stuff. All the things going on with me, I informed Musa Dean. I wrote him email over and over that my rights were being abused. I was being harassed by Cephas and others. Musa didn't say anything to me. Guess what I did? To his credit, Mr. Norris Tue, Councillor Norris Tue now. When I was leading the Ebola crisis, I used to go to the Ministry of Information for briefing. So when you're doing things, people are looking at you seriously and taking notes. Mr. Councillor Norris Tue got in touch with me. He said, look, Tobo, I saw you in action. These guys are lying on you. I will talk to them to stop what they are doing, and I will take your case. So I filed a 15-page petition. I wrote it myself in the United States and sent it to Mr. Tue. He filed it in a court. We went before a judge. It was Judge Yemi Bese at the time. And Yemi Bese issued an opinion or judgment that there was not indictment on my file. They got the rate of knee exit Republican illegally. And I was free. I committed no crime. I can go to Liberia anytime I wanted. But Stanton, guess what this day to be? And I didn't even blame the government for pressurizing me to have for me to have lost my life. I blame the auditors. My next book will be titled The Error and Danger of a Wrong Audit. That will be the title. I wrote the first chapter already.
So let me ask you a question. I want to pause you a little. Who headed that audit?
GSC, the director of audit was Wednesday Nyeka. Wednesday Nyeka. He headed that audit. And let me tell you something. With him, you brought about malaria control. Auditors sometimes can be bad, and not all are bad. Sometimes some can be very bad. There are some that go to audit, they ask you for money. They say when you get them money, they will nail you. So Winston Nyeka has been behind me from malaria program. He and one Jala. They were under AG Molu. AG Molu is a very good auditor. But AG Molu, don't put your neck on the chopping board for all your auditors.
Who they call AG Molu?
Oh, John Molu.
John Molu.
Yeah, Auditor General John Molu. He's a great and transparent guy. But he shouldn't put his neck on chopping board for some of his people. Otherwise, his neck will be cut up. People like Wesley Yen can go around, ask for money to prepare good audit report. And he did this after the Ebola 15 million report. Toba Jala told him that Toba Nyeswa has no hand in this report. Don't put his name in there. You know how I got to know?
I'm trying to understand. Who headed the audit report? You say
Wesley Nyeka. He's still the Deputy Director General for Audit at GSC.
Yeah, but you said Wesley Yenkan was under John Molu, right?
Yes, he started under John Molu. He stayed there now. John Molu left him there.
So that John Molu was the final decision maker on your audit?
No, John Molu was not the Auditor General at the time. It was Dog Gay. She died. May her soul rest in peace. And because of the audit, let me tell you something.
I beg you, Dr. Yansaneh. I want to understand when you bring in the name John Molu.
No, the reason I brought in John Molu, he was on your show the other day. And he mentioned he trusts some of the people like Wednesday Nyeka. He trusts them. That's why I'm telling him he shouldn't put a neck on chopping board. Some of these people, they are corrupt. They go to do audit and ask for kickback. If you don't give them kickback, they prepare you a nasty audit report and say they will nail you. Wednesday Nyeka is one of them. And Wednesday Nyeka, the late Dog Gay, former AG of GSC. Kezulu, he's the Deputy Director General for Administration for GSC. We went before President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, called Doba Jala, called Wele Branell. President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf almost fired them.
So let me ask you my second question and the guys can come in.
And everything I'm telling you is on record. I'm calling names tonight because...
Yeah, the folks are hearing you calling names. But let me ask you my second question very quick, Dr. Yansaneh, since we're talking.
Go ahead.
The 50 million that was given to you guys, you were heading the Ebola team, correct?
At the time the 15 million was given, I was not heading the team. I just gave you the background.
Okay.
The background was the 15 million was given. It was expended almost before I even got there as the head of the team. But then we amalgamate everyone. So when they asked them to audit the trust fund, they post / incident management team. And the incident management
I want to talk about you before we get to the amalgamation of everyone. I want to talk about you.
Mm-hmm.
At what point you came into the picture and what amount you started operating on being the head of Ebola?
Okay, Stanton, let me go back to that. I did not operate on any amount from the government's money. The first time I heard about that money, the 15 million, let me tell you the first time I heard about it. I told you need another show. Doba Jala, who was the head of the trust fund, I was heading home from 18th Street, the Ebola Center. office was on the second floor. Mine was on the third floor. He was standing up to the door, and we were chatting, the both of us. I said, Double, what's going on? What's happening here? And all of that. Something came about, and he brought up, my man, I'm not taking pay. I said, but Double, how you cannot be taking pay when we're in the center and you spending resources and all of this? He said, my man, Double Jala, code. Double the money that blood money. I will not take a dime. After the Ebola crisis, I'm negotiating with the president for my salary because I come in to be PPCC director, head of PPCC. And so this money that was disbursed is blood money on court.
He called the money blood
yes,
money.
Because people were dying from Ebola. So Double Jala, he's credible. He's transparent. He's an outcome of transparency for the time he worked with me. But Stanton, if any accountant on this show or auditors listening to me.
So get to my question now, because I don't have enough time. It's 11 to 7 here, and the guys got to ask the question. At what point of this 50 million you came in and you took over?
At no point.
So you never saw the 50 million?
Zero.
You never worked within the 50 million?
Zero.
What was your budget? Since then, who took the 50 million? We'll come to that, but what was your budget? Who gave you money to work, to carry on the Ebola operation like you did? How much was it? How much did you receive, your team receive?
Great question. Interesting one. I had a plan. I had a strategy. I knew what I wanted to do. By the time I got over from August to September, money was flowing in Liberia. UNICEF had money. WHO had money. The military has arrived. I did not operate one bank account in the Ebola response. Ask anyone if you see a signature on a bank account in Liberia. Don't trust me anywhere that Toba Nyeswa signed a check. I asked the U.S. Department of Defense, they bailed me ATUs. I asked UNICEF, they took care of the children. I asked UNDP, they paid the contact tracers. So I did not need a dime to run the Ebola response. That your answer, Stanton?
So you never had a budget?
Zero. I have budget. I have plan. It was executed.
What was your budget? What was your budget?
The one that hold on. There were resources. Our first initial budget was about $50 million. But that money was never placed in a bank account because
what was your total budget that you used for Ebola operation? $50
million for the first plan.
First, the total was how much?
I wouldn't know because the partners spend their own money.
So the office you were running, you never had a bank account, you never had nothing coming to that office?
Zero, Stanton. I took pay as Assistant Minister of Health during Ebola response. You won't believe it.
Mr. Dwalu, Dr. Richardson, Glendy, Alpha, Dika, Stephen Johnson, Conan Gray. Let's make this interesting. Mr. Dwalu, you go first. No, I know this is not our show, but we just jump into this budget thing.
Dwalu, if you can bear with me.
Go ahead.
I gotta run. I got a slight headache. I gotta run. I just want to thank. I've been seeing a lot of the comments here with Sari and Speedy Recovery. I just want to thank all of you for the support, all of you for calling. Sometimes if I'm not picking up your phone, I can't talk too much because my mouth tends to get dry and I get tired. So I try not to talk too much. I don't even look at Facebook. So if my Facebook notification on here, I'm there. Sometimes I'll go see it and I see almost 500-600. I will just skim through it and try to respond, but I'm not ignoring your call. I just not very strong yet to pick up some of the call. So thank you so much for the support, Doc. Thank you so much for coming on. Gentlemen, I gotta leave you guys. Small will be coming small.
Thank you very much, Fadiga. Thanks a lot for showing up. We wish you well. Happy 2024. Please do not go back to Liberia. If you do, stay in the hotel. Don't go outside of the hotel. Thank you.
I was
better.
Thank you. Mr. Dwalu, can you come in with your question?
Colonel Gray just come in. I asked a question earlier. Let Colonel Gray come in.
If you can't ask, we'll keep Colonel Gray for last. Let's go to that. Dr. Richardson, you go first. Then we'll go to Glennie. Then we'll go to Stephen. Then Conor Gray will be last. Send Mr. Dualu being religious today.
I did ask my question earlier. I asked him 2 questions.
Okay, Sister Glennie.
So, Dr. Yansaneh, it's good to meet you again. I'm extremely proud of all that you've accomplished.
Thank you, man.
I'm concerned with the JFK, and I appreciate some of the sentiments that I have shared. Is exactly what you said. Without a command center, without knowing how many people are injured, one of the things I said yesterday on Spoon was, have we had even anybody go into the community to see if there are others who have gotten burned, who have not reported themselves, who are hurt? How have we taken account on how many people do we know right now? Do we have the actual count of the people that have been injured? And my second thought for you is, with you having all of this wealth of knowledge and clearly managing the Ebola crisis correctly, have you volunteered your services or expressed to them some of the ways that they could do this? Because I know I saw you on the show here the other day, but what is your role now? Because I think we're in crisis. I think it's something that the government needs to declare as a national disaster. Having 74 persons already died, I think that they should do something better and recognize that they cannot handle it and ask for international assistance or assistance from neighboring countries. So what is your role now, you being an expert in this area?
I think community engagement is important, Sister Glennie. The reason it's important, even when the disease outbreak happens, there are people who don't trust the conventional hospital system, and they will take people to traditional healers and all of that. So I presume people are in communities and affected. The government should stand on with this one who brought me on the show. That's my role I play right now. I gave it a direction on what to do based on my expert opinion on what happens in other countries and how it is handled. So, we gave him free publicity, his airtime and all of that. And the advice I'm giving, call anyone in the world, they will say the same thing. Number one, command center, and set up the command team, raise the resources and give that. But having said that, Stanton, let me conclude on the other thing before we pass. Let me tell you the reason why my next book will be The Danger of a Bad Auditor or Auditor. My next book will be that way. Because my name is mentioned in that audit report. And I still remember 3 places my name mentioned in my head. 1, the auditor said there's a company called BHP. If I get the name correct, it's a British company. The president authorized Mr. Dobojala to give money to Mr. Louis Brown, who was the information minister, to write the letter to the world and do communication for the Ebola response. Louis Brown spent $30,000 to pay the BHP company that is offshore in London. Guess what the auditor said? Thomas Neswa should have ensured that BHP gave receipt. So Thomas Neswa might account for the $30,000. Let me tell you other area that the auditor mentioned my name in our report. So Dualu, if you see every name in audit report, don't think the person stole money. Something that bad audit. Mr. Amara Kone, finance minister, disbursed 1.5 million to institutions in Liberia, like police, immigration, information, etc., etc. It's in the report. Amara Kone took the 1.5 million and gave it directly to these institutions as finance minister. Guess what the auditor said? Towa Nyeswa should have ensured that Amara Kone put the money in the Ebola trust fund. That's one of the areas my name mentioned. I'm going to go tell the finance minister, because our incident manager, he should have put the money in the trust fund. My name was mentioned to another area. I think it was a $1 million that was given to Samaritan Purse, an NGO that the president has authorized because they were doing work at EAW, and Dowa Jala, if he's listening to me. And the auditor said, I should have made Samaritan Purse to account for the money. I was not even there when the president issued the order to Double Jala. I had no knowledge. And every audit, if AG Molu is listening to me, pick out that Ebola audit, ask your people you trust for the source document. If they show you one bank account or source document with Towa Nyeswa name, never respect me if you see me anywhere in the world about the 15 million audit. But because my name was mentioned in the audit, I almost got killed by the Liberian, by George Weah government. I almost got killed when they issued that rate on me and they were looking for me around Monrovia. When I came to this country, the US federal government wanted to hire me. By the time they saw the audit report on Google,
yes,
that Toba Nyeswa was mentioned for corruption or eating Ebola money, they didn't want to hire me. They put me on hold. They had to find out from the US Embassy in Liberia. It's good to get clean record. The American Embassy in Monrovia told them he didn't do anything wrong. It's lied. So because of the work I did with the Americans and other people, that's why I'm in a country and living fabulously and working with the federal government and other institutions. And I'm proud of my record. And the only last thing I will say on this, I was confirmed by the Liberian Senate as deputy minister after this report. Senator Blebo Brown asked me the question on the Senate floor. Can you talk about the Ebola audit report? And I said the same thing I just said to you guys in 2015 when I was appointed by Madam Selly as deputy minister.
Thank you.
I said,
Stevie.
I said, Mr. Blebo Brown, if I were ever audited, if I ever knew about this money, don't confirm me. Subpoena the GSC to give you the source documents. From there, I was confirmed as deputy minister. And I was also confirmed as Director General of the National Public Health Institute.
Thank you. So, Stephen, before you come in, just 1 second.
I don't play with integrity.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. We appreciate that. I know you said Dwalo just because my name is mentioned in the audit report doesn't mean I'm guilty or anything. I don't want you to assume that. Exactly. I know I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a doctor. But when it comes to the portion of finance, that's my area. So I understand that. And another thing I want to mention to you as well, just because the Senate confirms you, that does not mean it gives you credibility. It doesn't mean it takes credibility away from you. The Liberian Senate will know what it is. Stephen, come in.
Thank you, Dwalo. And it's I mean, I would have loved to engage Toba on the issue of the audit. First, if I had prior information that we'll discuss the audit report here, then I have not read the Ebola audit. To be honest with, let me state that disclaimer. I've not read the Ebola audit. I would have loved to read it, and Toba knows that I will be engaging on it if I had read it. We didn't look forward to having you here today. But I'd like to say a couple of things first before I ask a question. First thing is, I was in Liberia during Ebola. I had lived in Liberia during the Ebola, and I saw how the devastating effect and the trauma associated with Ebola. And I'll share a story first. The very first Liberian to die from Ebola, Patrick Sawyer, was at our office the week before his death. At the Ministry of Finance, came in our office.
Yes, I remember that situation.
The week before his death. And imagine, we didn't even know what was happening. So Patrick comes to the office. Everybody, we all interacted. We interacted one way or the other. We all interacted. And when Patrick left, because Patrick was traveling to Nigeria, Patrick had gone to Nigeria. We spoke to Patrick via phone, I think on a Tuesday or Wednesday. And then he said he was coming back on that Friday. Friday morning when we woke up, normally when I wake up, the first thing I do is listen to BBC. And then I listened to the BBC news and it was announced that a Liberian national in Nigeria had died because of Ebola. And they called his name, peace be to the ashes. Then I decided to call some of my colleagues at the ministry, and when I informed them, many people were shocked. They were like, but no, but Patrick will be in town today. Then the news spread. Now, one of the traumatic thing about it was when Amara Kona at the time, who was the Minister of Finance, had said to all of us that you guys have to stay home for 21 days and observe symptoms. One of the longest 21 days of my life. Every morning we'll call each other on the phone because you want to check on your man to make sure that your man having small fever too. So you will call you in the morning. Like I'll pick up the phone and call Charlie, my man, what's up? You got any headache? You got fever? A message? No, all right. Then you call some other random people. But I mean, 21 days we went through that trauma. And so I know the impact. And also there was a guy who was friends with my father, with my late father. He was a pastor. So he had a church, and one of the members got sick, and they thought it was some demonic something, and about 8 or 9 of them died in the church, wiped all of them away. So I watched Ebola firsthand. I was in the epicenter of the entire Ebola stuff. So I can say the level of work that we saw during the Ebola and how it was handled. I think we'll be remiss if we come here and don't give the Ebola team some credits. I know, it's important for us to also follow the finance, but it's also more important as well to give them credit for the level of work we do. And like I said earlier, I would have loved to have read the other report so that we can grill Toba on it. The second thing I'd like to say is the issue of malaria. Malaria is one of the oldest sicknesses in Liberia. From the time we were born to this day, we're still dealing with malaria. We've not been able to adequately address malaria in a way that, instead of us just dealing with cases of malaria and to some extent preventing it, but thinking about eliminating malaria, we've not been able to. And one of the biggest changes you made, I will tell you, thank you for, is the issue of changing the malaria drug for chloroquine. Look, my mom used to give me chloroquine. That thing would itch my skin for 3 days. I would not sleep. One day they will come. They say when you take it with some one other medicine, we take it with Finnegan. Your skin will not itch. The next day they come, you take it with sugar water. The other day, I never look forward to taking chloroquine every time I have malaria. I used to be afraid of taking chloroquine because that thing will itch my skin for 3 days. And the quinine also will ring bell in my ear like somebody riding weed down the road. So that other movement. But my thing is, what will it require, or what is it that will cause us as a country to pretty much eliminate malaria, instead of us just always dealing with malaria from within the bedroom? Because most of the malaria you guys deal with is malaria in the bedroom. You saying sleep with mosquito, sleep under a mosquito net. That's bedroom malaria. What happened if I go sit down to an entertainment spot and the mosquito all outside there biting me? I would not be walking the street in malaria net. So how can we treat malaria outside of the bedroom?
So, Stephen, thank you. Great question. And you are correct. Malaria control has gone through several iterations. Number one, there were times that you're talking about in the 60s where they used to do aerial spray. They go in the air. You used to see people going around and spraying all of that. WHO initiated that, and it didn't work. And then we started to note that, chloroquine resistant, chloroquine, the malaria parasite were resistant to chloroquine. And so we were forced to change the drug policy. And Dr. Francis, this is where law can help you in some of the things. You use law to change and treat people. So we changed the drug policy of Liberia. I remember some of the very big doctors in the country were against it. The children, may his memory live on. Dr. Joel J. Jones was my former boss of the National Malaria Control Program when we did the work together. And we changed the drug policy, put new malaria drugs in there. What we need to do, there's a combination of things, and it's going on right now. Just imagine reducing parasites rate from 66% now to 10%. That's a huge achievement in any disease control, prevention, eradication. But the good news that I have today is that the world have 2 malaria vaccines now that have been pre-approved pre-qualified, as we call it, by the World Health Organization. So Liberia is one of the countries that is qualified among 8 other countries to give the malaria vaccines to children. If we add the malaria vaccines, we add the drugs we have now, we add the mosquito nets, we add the IPC, which is intermittent prevention of malaria in pregnancy, and do the endoresidual spray that we talk about, then you eliminate malaria. When malaria is eliminated, but we have to do it together with Guinea, Sierra Leone, because the mosquitoes can fly from one border to another, and you can get another malaria, endemic malaria in the country. So those are the combination of things that we have to do. And I'm very, very excited that vaccines are come to bear now. So we need to scale up the vaccines in the country to make sure that our kids are vaccinated, because they are the most at risk, they and the pregnant women. This is where, because vaccines is the most cost-effective cutting-edge technology for any disease eradication. We did that with smallpox. COVID-19 was because of vaccines. Mosquitoes, Stephen, are right here in America that we live. They are mosquitoes, but the mosquitoes here don't carry the malaria parasites. That's why you have them. This is why when certain aircraft are flying into America, they make sure they spray those aircrafts to kill every mosquitoes on board. If the United States notice, that why they quarantine you when they detect that you have mosquitoes or malaria, they want to make sure you don't go in the population, because if any mosquitoes bite you, they can draw the blood from you and can infect another mosquitoes, and you have a whole population of malaria that can kill people. This is why they keep track on that, treat you well. So those are the things we need to do to eliminate malaria. And Liberia is getting to the point of pre-elimination malaria stage. When we started the program, 20 to 40% of malaria prevalence in Monrovia, very, very high. Now it's 1%. Kudos to the guys who on the field and doing the work. I'm very excited with malaria control effort. We need to do more in that area.
That's all talk about Yansaneh. Before we bring in Colonel Gray, let me just ask this question. Your malaria working relationship by the government was 2008, right?
It was from 2004 to 2011. 2012, I got promoted as assistant minister.
Were you audited?
Yes. The program was audited during the EPIC audit.
What was the result of that audit?
I told you, Stanton.
So it was for the malaria, but not for the Ebola audit.
No, that's two different audits. I told you I've been audited so many times. The malaria one was audited.
Where I'm coming from. What was the result of that audit? Just real quick. The malaria audit. The malaria
audit. The auditors look for some irregularities. I just need some. There's a big audit. Some of them was we didn't take the money through banks. That's the one I can remember. You know that I didn't read the audit report before coming here, my man. It's a big one.
So when you receive funds for the malaria project, correct?
Oh, of course. We spent the project, the first grant from the malaria program, Global Fund, was 12 million. Sarah Beslow got almost 30-something million for HIV before she left. We got $12 million. Subsequently, we've been winning malaria grants up to that time. And up to today, they still have grants for malaria.
Who audited you 2008 for malaria program?
GSC did audit. I remember GSC. I can't remember the time, but GSC did audit.
And who was the GSC head at the time?
A.G. Molu.
Okay, John Molu.
Oh, yes. John Molu was the auditor general at the time.
And how far did the audit go?
They audited us. We responded to the audit, and that was it.
And that was what? If you say that was it, that was what it? What was their findings?
There is so many. I told you it's huge.
I just want to get to the point. What was the finding? Did they find you to be guilty of mismanagement of the malaria fund?
Zero. I just told you zero. If they did, the reports are still there. Let us state specifically which area.
Were you then called by Madam Salif, the Molu and the team? Did they report you to Madam Salif? Were you able to answer some of the questions and concern?
Zero.
With the president at the time?
No. The only audit report we saw with the president was the Ebola audit, 2015.
So the
Malaria
audit was done. The audit was done, and nobody questioned you. Nobody said anything further.
zero.
Madam said we didn't say anything further.
Zero. Even the Minister of Health did not. My boss. Otherwise, I would have gotten promotion. She promoted me.
But you couldn't tell us, and you cannot tell us now as to how much total money you received for the malaria project.
There are so many grants. I got to consult the document. 2012 we won. 2014 we won. Before I came to school, we left the grant there. Up to today, it's still running.
No, for the one that you managed.
I can tell you the total amount from 2004 to 2011 if I consult the documents. But now I can give you the total amount. But it was millions of dollars. And we had international audit in as much as GAC were auditing. I told you Price Waterhouse Coopers. And the money was not managed by the government also. Learn that. It was managed by UNDP. Sarah Beslow Yanti was the program manager at the time with other international staff. Every quarter, PwC, Price Waterhouse Coopers, was the fiscal agent, as we used to call it, when I was in the malaria program. If they didn't approve a budget, you can spend the fund. So it was transparent.
Okay, I will move on to Conor Gray. We got a lot of information coming on Dr. Yansaneh about the 2008 audit, about the Ebola audit. We got a lot of information coming up.
2008, there was no Ebola. That was malaria.
No, I say about the 2008 audit and the Ebola audit. You say you were audited so many times, and those are the two audit. And you were audited by John Bolu. I hope we can call John Bolu here to clear some of these things, because the information out there, they are putting the malaria audit money on you. And thank you for clarifying that you never received a dime for Ebola, but this malaria audit money in the sum of, almost $100 million. So, yeah.
But
I just trying to be. I hope we can have you. I hope we can have you back to speak to these things.
Anytime, Stanton. Around my hair, I don't need any study. When you ask me for the exact numbers, I can even go at my reports and bring them on. No audit have ever hold me personally responsible for any resources. I'm clear about that.
Okay, Conor Gray.
Hey, I know why all of these coming up now, Stanton. I know very well where you're coming from.
Conor Gray,
I know where you're coming from.
Well, let me shoot my first question. One of the most proportionate statements or profound statement made by AG Molu was that the Ellen government was 3 times corrupt. I'm not sure who he was measuring that statement to. But could you say you are one of the reasons why that statement was made? Did you get me?
I got you. Sorry, 1 minute.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was talking to my small man.
Okay.
Yes, you said AG Molu said Ellen government were 10 times corrupt. That's a general statement. I wouldn't do it if you don't have another question, Mr. Gray. The fact of the matter is everyone had a role to play in the early administration. And so I had a role to play. I can defend the role I played. I worked in the health sector for 20 years before I left. Everywhere I have worked, malaria program, assistant minister for Bureau of Statistics. It was during the time I worked that Liberia achieved the malaria development goal number 4 and number 6, reduction of infant mortality and reduction of malaria and all of these diseases when I was assistant minister. Then I became the head of the Ebola response. What I did, that what get me internationally flying right now. All of the donor partners trust my ability. They gave me resources. I raised millions and millions of dollars for the health sector and did the work that I did during Ebola. I went to the National Public Health Institute. It was the first time we established that. I was the guy who established National Public Health Institute. Madam Selly appointed me for 3 years. I became its director general and there with some of the worst disease pathogens that you can think about in the world, including Ebola, Lassa fever, set up system for Liberia, all 15 counties. When COVID-19 struck, this was the system that we left in place that they used to fight COVID. So I can account for my stewardship and whatever I did.
Oh, my brother, thank you. You know, I have no doubt on your credit.
And if you don't do well, your supervisor will not promote you. Our acting director of the malaria program and deputy director of the malaria program, I left from there, came to school. I was at school when I was appointed by Yansaneh through the instrumentality of Dr. Bernice Dan, my boss then, and Dr. Walter Gwenengali. They made me assistant minister of health. Yansaneh saw the work that I was doing in the Ministry of Health. She put me in charge of the Ebola crisis. When the rest of the world said 200,000 were going to die from Ebola, only 11,000 died in the region because of the work that we did. When they said 1 million cases would have been reported, we had only 28,000 cases because of the work we did. Then she promoted me as Deputy Minister of Health. From Deputy Minister of Health, she said, Talbot, establish Liberia CDC. I went on, established that. She appointed me as Director General. I spent a couple of years there and then resigned during the Weah administration.
So what I'm about to say is that clearly I have no doubt on your credibility. I mean, there's just something about you that is so telling, in my opinion. But at the same time, you are also probably, you know, a low-key guy in the sense that you are not the Gwenengali of the world, you are not the Bernice Dan.
Exactly.
You are just the technocrat under there. So I could not have been unfair to you to just place that entire situation on your head squarely.
Thank you.
But you know, I feel that with the current sanitary condition of our country, that is filth and stuff laying down everywhere, and I believe diseases, tropical diseases like malaria, they are pathogen. They are airborne, and I'm amazed to hear that there's a reduction in the incidences of malaria, where it's down to, I think, 1%. Did I hear you say 1%?
Yes, in Monrovia.
Yeah. But let's pivot over to you talking about establishing an incident command center. In the military, we have a different way when we talk about incident command center. It has to be ideally located, and then it has to be manned by several different technocrats. If you were given that task, what's the size of the staff, and where would you ideally locate this thing? Is it going to be digital? Is it going to be a physical landmark that says, yes, the incident command center building? If so, where would you want to place that in a country like ours?
So thank you, Conan. Let delineate. You said two things. Let unpack them. You talk about first the sanitary condition and diseases that may be caused from the diet, and the sanitary condition like typhoid disease that caused by bacteria and diet and all of that. And you talk about malaria that may breed in stagnant water and all of that.
Yeah.
So yes, I know there are a lot of typhoid going around, cholera, diarrhea diseases, and all of that due to the sanitary condition. So we need to improve our sanitary condition in the country. But not sometimes, let me tell you something, some fun. We did our research because the water test is more expensive than malaria tests. So in the country, people were testing, and when people go to the hospital, they have fever and other things, they were giving everybody, lab slip for typhoid. So at some point we saw the mobility records of some hospitals, over 80% of tests were typhoid. So I ordered my team in the National Public Health Institute to go do some work at some of the hospitals, to do my lab director and the team to do a small study. So we took about 3 hospitals. I think Star of the Sea in West Point was one of them, to go and test and read the laboratory results from the water test that people were doing and say typhoid. We found out that what people were reporting to be typhoid actually was not typhoid. Were complete different kind of disease. So we need to do some of those kind of studies to ensure that people are not wrongly diagnosed and all of that in some of the work that we would do. The command center, that's why I say we will delineate the two of the things that you were talking about. The command center, I will have the national one, since JFK and other hospitals are involved. I will have the national one in Monrovia if there's a space in the national disaster agency. The National Disaster Agency should be the incident command center at the national level. And since the epicenter of the epicenter of the incident is in Bond County, I will use Bond County as the regional command center. And I won't have more than 7 people as my core team experts that come from EPA. You and I hear when I say that Remy, Connor Remy, from EPA, Ministry of Health, Agriculture, Ministry of Finance, and GSA, the logistic team. These 5 people will be the core team with the National Disaster Agency. And then you have a sub-incident team with case management, those who are managing the people who are burned in the hospitals, and use those hospitals to get their supplies regularly, and the doctors can concentrate on the thing. That's how we do it. It will be like a bottom-up, top-down incident command, distributed leadership, making sure that everybody knows what they are doing and report to me as the incident manager. And then the incident manager will get daily briefing to the population, how many people being found in the community, who's in the hospitals, what's the death rate, death body management team, and do an intra-action review, after-action review, and take some concrete interventions that will nip the thing in the body immediately.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tobert Yenswa. Before we get to you, Dualu, let me ask Dr. Tobert Yenswa. You know,
the 2 questions?
Yeah, you asked 2 questions already.
Ask one.
No, you asked
you asked 2 questions. Your first question was,
you can tell all your 2 questions. Exactly.
When you say you part of
we're watching you, Conor Gray. We'll wear your question down when you ask it.
I mean, I don't do that AFM behavior.
Yeah, that's why the man don't do that either. That either not AFM.
You know the meaning of AFM standard?
Either not.
You know the meaning of AFM Anita?
I'm about to Conor Gray, but let's get back to Tobert Yenswa.
On the entire military, find out which one.
Let me ask you a question, Dr. Yenswa.
The entire military, find out how many individuals are more qualified.
Well, 1 minute, guys. 1 minute. We got too much time left on our plate. We didn't set this up because of we just came to talk about the incident. We didn't set it up, and here comes Dr. Tobert Yenswa, ran straight into the bullet. And the first person to open the fire was Mr. Dualu. You know, no hesitation.
Because I can ask relevant questions because
I know. But Dr. Yenswa, let me ask you.
John
Molu wants you to come on tomorrow if you can, and he will come on to talk about the 2008 malaria audit that was done. Are you available?
I'm happy.
Okay, so we'll schedule tomorrow.
But then this is the thing. This is the thing.
Yeah.
He should share the report with me because I don't have the component we read from. He should give it to you. Specifically what he wants to ask me, I should know that because I cannot be joined as an auditor and financial person. I'm a scientist. I'm not a financial person. I'm not an auditor. So to make it appropriate, I will consult my financial people and audit people if you want us to have the conversation. I cannot argue with an auditor and a financial person when I'm not in that category. So it will be unfair to me.
True. So John Molu is texting me because he watched it. He said he will share the audit report with everyone.
Okay. Great.
And the specific
specificity that he's asking for.
Okay. He's watching you and he responded to me because we cannot ask the question, right? That we want to ask because we do not have the report. But I thought this thing was only Ebola audit. I didn't know we had a malaria audit as well. And when I received the information, 2008 audit was done by John Molu, not Yankee Ebola, by John Molu himself. And John Molu said he's on record to disprove what you are saying tonight with the amount that you guys received. So we will have a wonderful show tomorrow.
I didn't call any amount though.
You didn't call any amount. You said the first one you received. The first one you see was $12 million.
Our first grant was $12 million. I will remember that one very well, that number, but there were subsequent grants.
So I just have a comment, that's all.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Okay. Look, audience, this doesn't necessarily is applicable to Dr. Yenswa, but this is we ask questions. This is not implications that this is coming from us directly. It's for clarification for the audience and the people back in Liberia. So not every question we ask, we believe what we are asking to be true. Is to get clarity. I want to establish that. And another thing I want to say to Dr. Yansaneh also, his upcoming book, I would love to read that book, The Danger of a Bad Audit in Liberia, Bad Auditors in Liberia. I think it will be a great read. But Dr. Yansaneh, I would tie this into two questions basically as one. Is it fair to say audits
how
can
come
become
you give Dwalu extra time to ask?
Because we're
going around. I didn't hear that.
Okay,
but you think that
you're not meant about trainer. You can't let anyone.
Not that Dwalu. They give you extra time always. You can't be spectator on the show. It's unfair. Let's get to the forum. We cannot
be on the show.
Yeah. This now, if I won't be a spectator, I'll go watch sports.
No, Couldn't agree. We're doing another round of questions, sir.
Yeah, I don't take long. Johnny, I'm finished. You're not messing my train at all, but let me go back again on the upcoming book.
You know very well, Dwalu, that 5-minute man. You were doing a question
in all things. But anyway, let me say this. You remember you said to the border, something like criminal.
I was so good. I'm sorry. It wasn't for you.
So, Brother Yansaneh, is it fair to say, and keep this in mind, that the reason why audits could possibly be bad in Liberia is because the authority do not follow through with audits. So when the audits are completed, they don't go to the end or the prosecutorial end if there is one to complete those audits. And number two, I want to say this to you. I'm glad for vaccine for the malaria. I'm happy for it. But I'm a little hesitant when it comes to Liberia being one of the first countries to be tested on, because the hesitation is always there that these vaccines may have some conditions. I don't know, but you will explain that better. Should we be afraid that Liberia is being tested for this initially? Look at, first of all, the book will be 5 minutes, man. Is it doing that you don't need?
So, Dwalu, you okay?
I'm okay. We mute.
Okay. Vaccines trial go through phases. Phase 1 trial is adult in animals. Phase 2 trial, they try into 5 or 6%. Then the preclinical trial, it goes in the population, about 1,000 persons or so. Then the vaccine goes into pre-qualification. So the vaccine for malaria is not on trial. It's already pre-qualified at WHO. So it now can be used in the general population. That's what it means. So that vaccine is now on trial. There are some good audits and there are some bad audits. The Ebola audit was one of the bad ones that mentioned my name in the audit report. I would have been killed because of that audit. Because if you pick out the audit report, the first page, by the time you read it, it put the people we audited, and I was never audited in that report. No one question they asked me. And Mr. Double Jala, who administered the fund, said it clearly in black and white that they should account for me. First, I would disburse the money before they even talk to you, because you had nothing to do with the money. So audit report like that is intentional. They did it to pin me black because my name was all over the world and everybody was hailing Yansaneh. So they did it just to pin me that, yes, I had something to do with the audit and all of that.
On the authority not following through. On the authority not following through.
On the authority not following through. Some of the audit report, when prosecutors, I listened to AG Monuya the other day, and he said, orders should be used with the evidence to carry people to court and prosecute them. So some of the audit report, you don't find anything. And let me tell you, the audit we're speaking about, there was no opinion for that audit. There was no qualified, unqualified opinion the way the auditors recorded. But what they do, they run in the newspapers. Some Liberian audits are for newspapers. They broadcast, say, oh, the man is indicted in the audit report. When the court can indict people, the audit report can indict people. That's what can happen to some of the audit. That's why they can remain on the shelf.
It's very important that to cover Yansaneh. We got to go around the
There are some good people. There are some good audits that hold people cooperable. And I'm not discrediting all auditors in the country.
And again, let's bring in Sister Glendy.
All of my questions are related to JFK. I'm not interested in the audit stuff. I'm interested, but not interested now. So I want to ask, one of the primary things you've said here today, it has been having a command center, and with the lack of a command center, there have been so many things that has been missed. If a command center was to be set up now, what should be their primary focus at this point?
The first thing is to get medical supplies to the hospitals, because it's life and death. So you want to get all of the medicine, all of the logistics, food for the people. You know, those supplies are like yesterday. Those are needed. And then I don't know whether there's an assessment report right now. There should be an assessment report to document, to do an incident planning. The incident planning would tell what is the budget, what people are looking for, who is sick, how many medication we need, how many money needed for the command and control center. Those are the things that you will put in play later, but you need to save lives.
Okay, well, your level of expertise, and I'm pretty sure you know that there are some positions we have in the healthcare system in Liberia where we don't have qualified people in those positions. And JFK could be one of those areas where we don't have the prerequisite qualified people for the positions, as it relates to having a nurse in the position of an administration or in a managerial position with no expertise. If you were asked to go back to serve in the boycott government, is that something that you would want to do?
You know, I will reserve that question. The reason is that higher-ups, sometimes they put up positions and people apply for that. In this war when I came here, they advertised a job, I applied for it, they knew I was qualified, they hired me. And so I'll leave that with the broadcast team for this time.
Okay, thank you, Senator.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. They're bringing Dr. Richardson.
Yeah, Dr. Niswa, I was very impressed with your ability to find money to, support the Ebola plan. And I wonder if you could share some of the ways that you went on connecting with NGOs, so that this team, the burn victim team that is setting up, can be able to solicit funds from the NGOs. So that's my first question. And the second question is, can you give us some tips as to how did you do that? Like what did you do? Did you just pick up the phone and call your friends around the world, or what did you do to get that sort of money?
Thank you for your question. Very smart one as well. Now, the health system in Liberia, I worked in it for these years, and so I know. The budget that government gives to health is a drop in the bucket. Out of 100%, it's about 40-50%. So the rest of it, you have to get it from out there, from the donors that have the resources. Number one is to have a plan that the donor will support. Number two is credibility. If you don't have the credibility, they take the money from you. I mentioned Ebola, HIV, TB, and malaria funding from the Global Fund that we spoke about here. Because consistently we've done a great job in malaria, HIV, and TB. The Ministry of UNDP were managing the money at some point. But under Dr. Gwenegale's leadership, under Dr. Dan's leadership, and the work we were doing in the program, Ministry of Health took over the management of the money. Guess what? Under Mr. Ware, that money was taken from the Ministry of Health. I know that for sure because the Global Fund said they mismanaged some money and they took that money away from the Ministry of Health. So credibility matters. When I headed the Public Health Institute, because the Newman record from malaria program to assistant minister and now organize a new institution, I got $15 million from the World Bank. Sometimes good people who know people out there, that's how the system functions. If you, especially a third world country, not unique to Liberia, from most low and middle income countries, you depend on donors to raise the money. But then accountability is key. Those days, AG Molu, they were auditing, putting the audit reports and other stuff out there. People were reading them to make sure the audit system was working. Institutions have internal audits that were going on. Sometimes, let me tell you something I did, a strategy also, and Dr. Francine, you asked me to do that. When I established the National Public Health Institute, I came to CDC in Atlanta, Georgia. When I came, because I managed the Ebola program well, the CDC director then called Tom Freening invited me to Atlanta. And countries in Africa, like Ghana, Nigeria, they was receiving cooperative fund from the CDC directly. Because of when I went to Atlanta, I spoke with the CDC boss. He approved a team to go to Liberia to give Liberia the COA grant, they call it cooperative agreement with them. We were getting $1.5 million from the CDC. I took my malaria knowledge of PricewaterhouseCoopers. I told the donors that PricewaterhouseCoopers should co-sign the expenditure of that money before they disburse it. So PwC, there was a guy named, so rest in peace, was the country director for Pricewaterhouse called Tower, was co-managing the money from the Center for Disease Control. We got it from 2017, 2018, 2019. That 1.5 million when I left, they cut it down to 500,000. I raised $40 million to build new reference laboratory for the country. We started phase 1 and phase 2. The project came to a standstill when I left the country. So donors want to see people who are credible, who can pick up the phone, that they know, that work in their systems before, and have added another value. Mm-hmm. I was locally working, not to boast, I'm not boasting, but now I added contact with USAID, work with the university.
Dr. Niswa, so what would you recommend to maybe JFK administrator, Phoebe administrator, or whoever be in charge of this command center? How would do you recommend picking up the phone, reaching out to these NGOs, burn victim organizations to get money, or is that what would you?
Number one is there should be a plan first. Number one, I started with that again. Number two, the government need to declare that there is disaster.
Yes.
If the government declared a disaster, most of the organizations, they work with our government agencies.
Okay.
For example, WHO has a country representative in Liberia. That person worked with their counterparts, the Ministry of Health.
Uh-huh.
FAO has a country office in Liberia. The counterpart is Ministry of Agriculture. EPA work with UN agency called UN Environmental Fund.
Yes.
So their hands are in the country. The fact of the matter is, you don't go to them, your hands swinging and asking for money. You take a plan to them.
Yes.
Emergency preparedness plan.
Yes.
And then they will give you resources. They should see you serious first. And then government have to create trust fund and put their own money there first. Then the donor can put their money.
Lastly, I just want to make a comment. I believe that the command center that you're speaking to should have a tracking system. And that system should also be able to talk about the level of burns, you know, the amount of patients that we have, how many died, how many have we successfully treated, how many, you know, are in the different hospitals. I think numbers to me would speak louder. I actually think you have a website, maybe on the Ministry of Health, like you guys did with Ebola. Yep. I mean, not even though the website was imperfect, I didn't like that website, to tell you the truth, because it didn't give me much information. It was just like the single number every day sometimes were there at one point. But I think you guys should have like a documentation of, you know, the different types of patients that we have at the hospital.
Right, you're correct. There is something called infographic, where you take the raw data, analyze that, and put it on a map, and it will show which of the areas or hospitals have a lot of patients and what the needs are, and people can follow it on a map.
Perfect.
You want to say happy 24th, 2024.
I haven't spoken.
We come to you, Stephen. We'll come to you and Conor Gray. You and Conor Gray will be speaking, Stephen. I just want to remind our folks, it will be very interesting. John Modu will be sending us the information, the audit report from 2008. Dr. Toba Yansaneh will be on the show tomorrow with the auditor himself, John Modu, to discuss this issue. Now, most of you guys are saying maybe Dr. Yansaneh trying to seek a position. I don't know. We just want to be fair with all Liberians, and we'll talk also about the clusters And what is happening with those various ministries, the George manner we have folks are refusing to cooperate and work alongside with the Joseph Yima Boyka folks. They are saying they will not give them anything further. What is given to them is given to them. If they have issue, they can address it with the JPTT. So this is horrible for the country moving forward. Let me bring in my brother Stephen Johnson and Conor Gray for us to get out of here because today is happy New Year.
Can you guys
Stephen?
hear me?
Yeah, you coughing.
So I like to make a few quick comments. The first one is when we talk about command center, and as Tobo cleverly stated it, one of the things it does is that it eliminates the bureaucratic bottlenecks.
Exactly.
To get funding in government is a long and meandering process.
True.
For it to start to allotment with the voucher allotment for that money. So when you have a command center, it eliminates all of those bureaucratic bottlenecks. So for instance, if you want to raise money, how you bring somebody there, you have the finance ministry already there, you got somebody there from central bank, you got some, so all of those who they have long process of government bureaucracy that funding will have to go through is in one room now. So like a one-stop shop where everything about the operations of the center is just situated in a facility. The second point I like to make is about audits. There are categories of audits. Normally 3 categories. First, there are system audits where the auditor looks at the system to see whether there are lapses within the system. There are cases where auditors do procedures to look at the procedures, all of the steps, whether there were all of the necessary steps were followed, and of course also too there are audits that look for fraud, waste, and abuse. Now, but one of the things I often see in Liberia is most of our audits is after the incident has occurred. So in most cases, our system is structured in a way where we're waiting for people to commit fraud, waste, or abuse, or systemic malfeasance, or procedural errors before we try to correct them. And that is what I call front-end audit, in my view, front-end audit. I believe the way we approach audit should be from a double-pronged approach. That is, how do we prevent waste, fraud, and abuse, procedural and system lapses from happening? And on the other end, how do we deal with them when they happen? Now, if you look at the way the U.S. is structured, is that they try to prevent people from stealing first. That is the first thing that should happen. So what are the systemic changes that you must make? So for instance, in public bureaucracy, they have something we call the e-commerce, e-government, right? Electronic government, where government is literally before everybody through a transparent process. And there are layers of approval that can be visibly seen just with the click of a mouse. And so if Dwalu is somebody who grants approval, Dwalu leaves behind his digital footprints. And that's why everywhere you work in America, one of the things they tell you when you're leaving your desk, make sure you close your cubicle, because they know that when fraud happens within that whole system and it comes from your desk, you be held liable. So one of the things we need to do, and this is going forward, is for us to move government from this traditional black bag operations to more digital governance, where we take government and put it online, where people can. So for instance, if I want a tax clearance and there are 5 ministries supposed to approve that tax clearance, I go online, I apply, my document goes to, like people who get immigration paper, you stay right in your house and monitor the movement of your paper. You see it go from one agency, from one step to the next, right on your computer, through a transparent process, followed by you just put in your number, your information, and you watch it. So we should begin to also think of that, or else what we will see happen is every time we'll be going through audit cycle, because first on the front end, it's what we're dealing with. On the back end, we're not preventing some of these things from happening. So my position is, look, let's deal with audits on both ends. As we're fighting on the front end where we audit people, on the back end, let's prevent some of those things from happening. I just thought to make those few points. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steven. Beautiful points raised. Folks are telling me it will be crazy tomorrow. I don't know how crazy it would be, but then it look like the new year will be tomorrow on this show. Conor Gray, again, Conor Gray, you are going to ask your question. We're going to count them 1, 2, 3. You ask only 2, right? So the first one, don't want to wait a second one before you say you didn't ask 2 questions.
Yes,
Duadu just told me to tell you, so go ahead.
Senator, I want to help you to have a good New Year. I mean, I don't want to upset you, but here's the deal. My brother, in 2013, I want to believe the British government, through a parliamentary debate, determined that some $650 million of donor money, was wrongly used. And then the issue of the 13 million at JFK involving Dr. Coleman came into being. And I would assume that you were in the system by then. And that said, and that money, I believe, was provided for either maternal mobility and mortality simultaneously. But that money went missing. You care to comment about that, because it made its way through some of the audits we're talking about today?
So, Remy, great question. Your question is crazy, but the one that is not asked. So, great question. Let me tell you the tiers of how the health system of the country is set up. You have the Minister of Health, is the head of the sector. You have the Deputy Minister of Health for Administration. You get a controller of the Ministry of Health. So financial expenditure don't go through directors and assistant ministers. There's a controller's office in the Ministry of Health. There's a Deputy Minister of Health for Administration that control finance, procurement, and everything. And so at that time, when I'm Minister of Health, the ministry, I couldn't be held accountable for whatsoever money finance ministry did. Or you want to ask some of the auditors. Once you in the system, they put your name in the audit report. That's what you want to.
No, you might have been in the system. Maybe you heard something that's not my area.
No, I didn't hear anything about that one day. You got to be specific.
Okay, but let me go back and ask you about, you hoping to set up an incident command center, and I would suggest that procedure, even at the hospital level, should be one of the major factors that we will be addressing here, maybe. But when you go to Liberia, if I were to be ill now, the first thing they do when I enter into a hospital, they bring in a drip to put on me, not even testing me whether or not I have sugar issue and whatever and so on. But it has become like that culture. Do you think the procedure in our hospital system, in your opinion, because that's your area of practice, do you think it's some of the reasons why we're not able to address some of our medical problems? Or as funny as that question may seem, but maybe you may have had concern about that also as well. If so, how would you care to address about the way issues are dealt with at a hospital?
So sometimes people get stereotyped and overgeneralize on issues. So they feel that some of the people that work in our health system don't have the knowledge. No, they do have the knowledge. They are trained. And so some of our nurses, our doctors, they have very trained people in there, and they do a great job at times. There are some people who make some errors that exist, but people shouldn't stereotype the system that, when you go, the only thing they do, they get you drip and you die from that. Sometimes it become, stereotypical and also overgeneralized in the system, and people peddle with some conspiracy theories about the health system. But sometimes they do a great job, Conor Gray. Sometimes there are some mistakes. But again, things need to be improved on. People, there are new strategies, there are new techniques. The treatment guidelines need to be improved. Triaging system, people coming to the health facility, who to take first. You triage people based on the severity of the problem when they arrive at the facility. Do proper examination and treatment. Make sure our nurses and doctors have the right equipment, resources to do the job. The hospital should be clean. One of the things that Liberia doesn't have is health insurance. That's one of the things we need to do. Put in place a good health insurance system that can make us to reach universal health coverage that every country is yearning for now. That system we have government supporting it, donors supporting it, private citizens, informal and formal sector supporting it, and then we have a basket of funding so that if Remy arrive at the hospital, even if you are abroad, you have your insurance card. If you arrive at JFK, if you don't have money, we should be able to take you and treat you, but we buy the resources and put it in the hospital so that the poor woman in Douala can get service as well as the rich man in or on Broad Street. So health insurance, I know there was something we started called Lift Liberia Health Insurance Plan. It has not kicked up yet. And drugs revolving funds, those are strategies that need to be put in place so that we have a resilient healthcare system and have a robust system that the hospitals can get constant supplies of drugs so that we don't get prescription all the time. But thank you. Great question.
All right. Thank you very much, guys. A wonderful program tonight. We want to say thanks to you, Councilor Toba Yansaneh. We got a little video again, folks. I want to welcome you tomorrow. That will be Dr. Toba Yansaneh and the former Auditor General.
It's conditional, Stanton. I will appear on the show if I get the document he's speaking about. I read it adequately and areas. If you want to have my email, let him email them to me tonight. IMS.
So what I'm going to do to you, I'm gonna send your email to John Balu. John Balu promised he heard what you said. He heard your request.
Coming on a public show, I must be prepared, especially when it comes to audit. And if possible, I may even share it with my financial experts and my auditors to come along with me on the show. I'm not an auditor, I'm not a financial expert. I'm a doctor, I'm a public health doctor, and I'm a lawyer. Smalley is an auditor, he's a financial expert. We don't have the same qualifications, we don't have the same training. So I'm
the issue is on the 2008 audit.
It's an audit.
I agree with you.
From 2008 to this, so many years have passed over that audit.
Again, it's 15 years, but we will share with you all the documents he sent.
I need them. We will send them to my audit, my financial experts. In this country, if you file in tax, you don't file tax yourself.
Yes.
You go to your
we
tax.
will send you all the information, and definitely we would talk. I want to play this video because
you think one day enough?
Just said to me, and I just want to say this real quick, Lisa.
My man, I'll pay your trouble. Stop. Don't put me on.
It's not me. It's not me.
I'll pay your trouble, please. Yeah. I told you you're myself. I'm just on my private business on TV.
But that means
yeah. You gotta put that on the screen.
But Siri, don't pay my trouble.
My man,
everybody test me
to the other report. I beg you.
Yeah, let me go to the other report.
Yeah,
so JBC. Now me putting the thing here. The woman asking her question.
Yeah, but nobody
it's our duty. It's our duty as panelists.
Exactly. Over 3,500 comments. He's just fishing for something that will attack him. I'm telling you, man.
So, all right. Listen, guys. That's what we do. Yes,
you've been welcome to my world, yeah.
Well, you know, I don't relax.
Guys, I gotta play this video. It's very important. This is the video from the incident that took place.
I can get reset on mine.
In the woman to say, please, it's up to you if you want to watch it, but it's very important. I want Toba Yansaneh to close on it. I've seen our fellow Liberians actually what they went through doing those the incident that took place. It's so hard. It's so hard. I cannot show it all, but we just want to show. I know that's why Steven left, but it's so hard. The reason why we're showing it again, guys, is not because we want you to see what actually happened. People got burned. It's even worse. If we'll show you the worst of them, Facebook, the way they would drop this and who was responsible for violating the community standard. We want to say to you that Dr. So you've been through this before, seeing Ebola patients just dying, dropping dead. But yeah, we up to today, the president have not spoken, vice president have not spoken. There is no command center, nothing, no supplies, nothing, and everybody just kind of on their own. Today, I heard Representative Maman Bridge Mensa crying bitterly because even her own, she buried the guy. So now 74 folks died, Liberian. Dr. Toba Yenswa, before you leave us, talk to us and close on this, man. It's bad for our country.
It's traumatizing. It's heartbreaking. It brings some refraction and reflection about what we went through when people were dying in the streets in Monrovia. But that's the only time I have seen the kind of situation where our citizens are in the street again. And I said it from the beginning in my thesis statement on your show that the government feels that when we're on the show like that, we're beating on them. They take it to be political, so they don't want to act. They feel that it is about criticizing the government. It is not that. And thanks for making the platform available for us to reach out to the people of Liberia. And if every Liberian have the expertise, I know the reason why people see us come on the show like this, I don't have to do it, but you Dr. Francine, I don't want you to get mad with me. When Mr. Cumming went to run for the presidency, people told him, say he was working for Coca-Cola all the years. He didn't say anything that happened in Liberia. We don't want to repeat that mistakes. Those mistakes. We want to be there.
What coming on the show in 2023, okay?
We want to be there, in as much as we're doing what we're doing here internationally. When something that we have expertise happening in our country, we help other countries, around the world, give support, have webinars, give on Zoom meetings to advise governments on what to do when there's any kind of tragedy. So we're not only doing it for Liberia, but we do it internationally as well. And I think it's important to do that. And let me say that, Dwalo, the second book is not ready yet. I wrote a chapter of it. I can share that chapter with you if you're interested. But I'm sure the title, unless my copy editor will change the title, but it will be The Danger of a Bar Audit or a Bar Auditor. That what that book title would be like. I saw it. I would have been killed with all seriousness, because if you see how that audit report was rating, it's like I took millions and millions of dollars and stole it. So, my wife would have been a widow by now. And credit to Mr. Serena Cephas, the Solicitor General. He started with me very bad, but at last, when he read the audit report and read the information, he said, "Look, Toba, I'm going to write you a letter. I'm going to clear you." Even before I went to court, when the letter was delayed from him and he couldn't come through, there where I have to take it to the court before a judge to clear me. And all my clearances are sent them to Staten of being clear of any wrongdoing with that. And so I'm excited. AG Monu wants to fix me, that's fine, but I need all the information because I know I did nothing wrong. That audit was based on procedural things that I can remember. And so if it comes up, I will state it clear through of what it is and why it was at the time, and the situation we were faced with, and the situation we were faced with at the time. And if you share specifically what you want to share, I will call my financial people tonight, share it with them, and they will guide me. If they prepare, they will come on the show with him.
Again, we respect you for that, Dr. Toba Yenswa. Yes, indeed, Dr. Toba Yenswa sent me over 74 documents, both to the WhatsApp and that of my email. I've been going through this document. It's consistent to what he's saying. So having Malu on the show, Malu is now, John Malu is sending me document likewise. I think this is fair for Liberia.
Well,
when they damage your name, Stephen Johnson, when people say the worst about you and say all these things, it's good that we come and just clear this thing and settle it. But I want to say thank you very much, Dr. Toba Yansua. It's
It's
good
always
having
my
you.
pleasure. It's always my pleasure, Stanton.
Yeah.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
Doc.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. All right, that's Dr. Toba Yansua, Councilor Toba Yansua. I want to appreciate him on the show. Folks, let's close this thing, man. Stevie, I don't know Lisa. Seriously. I didn't
Yeah,
post that
but
thing up.
Senator, let me
But I didn't
progress.
post it up. You gotta talk, we're gonna make progress. If you were laughing at Duadu, you didn't say we're gonna make progress. You were laughing at Colonel Gray, you didn't say we're gonna make progress.
Yeah,
But
I'm
if you
making.
added to my 5 minutes, make it 10 minutes.
Yeah, yeah, okay, I agree. I see
running.
it. Senator,
The
let
man
me
5 minutes in running now, they say the men are 5.
He's laughing.
You know the Senator man that well, come and come, but he gets
You
can only one that controls. So let me control to the make sure some comment.
No, but you get control. Everybody get control.
He laugh.
Well, so thank you guys.
Guys,
What's your take, though? While we close the show, what's your take? Let me start with Dr. Richie saying, John Model, Dr. Toba Yansua, to clear this audit thing. Whether John Model is seeking a job or not, whether Joseph Boaga going to appoint him to any one of the ministry or not, whether or not what he's saying is true, do you think it's helpful for our nation that he clear his name is the right thing to do, Dr. Richardson?
Yeah, I will start with your question first, a comment, and then I will move on to other thoughts that I have. It was great having Dr. Niswar here. I think it's
I'm
important.
sorry, we're closing, so please just remember.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It was great having Dr. Niswar here. It's good to have people who are in public service to come and clear the air. But I'm not sure if tomorrow would be a good day for him to come here to address some of the concerns that Dr. Molu has. Actually, to tell you the truth, I don't think he's going to show up. That's just my sense about it. And I could tell from what he was saying at the end of the show that he needed to read the report thoroughly, and that's a good request. And he may show up with his public accountant. I learned that when you have these audit reports, it's always good to
I beg you, I want to understand it. You don't think he will show up, or you don't want him to show up?
He's not going to show up.
Do you want him to show up?
Yes, I would like for him to show up because I think it's going to be good to clear the air. I think that he did the right. I actually think that when your name one lesson that I learned is that when your name is mentioned in these other reports, it's important that you seek either legal remedy to clear your name because these reports can follow you. As he said, that it can even affect your ability to get a job outside of Liberia, which it did affect his ability to get a job. So I believe that it's important, to clear your name. I have some questions. For example, when he talked about the malaria issue, he mentioned just Monrovia, and a lot of times I like for people to work outside of Monrovia because Liberia is not Monrovia. And then the other thought that I have,
outside Monrovia clean. Yeah, you went into you see how the people play clean.
That doesn't. Yes, that's true. Cleanliness and malaria.
Yeah, so it's the mosquito they're not plenty.
That's true, but I just want to be able to get us compare statistic anecdotally we're talking about it, but that doesn't mean mosquito not in the rural part of Liberia. I wanted to know, he mentioned that his name was mentioned in the other report, but he didn't feel like he was responsible in making people account for money. I think this was in reference to Amar Conant. So my thoughts about it is, what responsibility does he take in any of this money situation, if there's any? That's all that I needed to know. And then where is Dr. Jala in all of this? Because Dr. Jala is the health minister. We've been talking, passing around, but I don't hear her coming to defend Liberia, coming to talk anything about the burn victims, making any comments. We've talked about the current vice president, how, the comment that she made, but I've not heard boo from Dr. Jala. The last thing I want to, and when he comes tomorrow, whenever he shows up, not necessarily tomorrow because I don't think he's going to show up tomorrow. I wanted to know, does the crisis that we have now in Liberia, is it to the point where we can label it as disaster? Is there a criteria that countries use, a government use to call crisis a disaster? Having because there were people that died during Ebola, and the crisis that was in Ebola is different from what we see now. So what criteria do countries use? So I don't know if anybody knows the answer on this platform, or if Dr. Yansaneh can tell us that when he comes back. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you very much, Dr. Richardson. And I hope he come back too. I hope he won't listen to you, Dr. Richardson. We're saying the information. It's a big information. It's vast. It have a lot of juice. And I think it will be the right thing for the Liberian people that Toba Yansaneh show face and clear his name. Our sister Glendy.
I think just to start with Dr. Richardson's question, I think declaring in disaster management, one of the things that you look at, especially for emergency disaster and relief, you want to look at the capacity to be able to assist. When you look at Liberia right now, there is no plan right now, definitely not equipped to be able to counteract the situation or to be able to deal with it. And the fact that you also have to look at how many people was hurt, how many people got burned, how many victims do we have, comparing that number to how many people have died. What have we been able to do with this disaster that has been successful, that we can say, okay, it's not an issue now? When you're hearing people coming from JFK and saying, oh, we need Silverdine, we need the cream, we need IV fluids, we need beddings and those things, it clearly says that they're not capable of managing the crisis that they have at hand. So for me, it's a national disaster, because even if they were to look throughout the 15 counties in Liberia, will they be able to curtail and reduce the number of deaths that they've had from, I think the other day was 2, she said, at JFK. Today we hear about 9. So how will they be able to manage the problem they have now? And that should be able to determine if it's a disaster, or if it's not a disaster. Like, for example, one of the places I work, one person having COVID-19 in a building with 320 residents, they put us automatically in an outbreak.
Yeah.
Because they also want to see your capacity to be able to deal with that situation. So I don't think Liberia is at a place right now where they can deal with it. And based on today, I think they're 9th. And we're still hearing about deaths, so they're not able to managing that situation. I would think that Dr. Yansaneh will come back. He's a crew man. Crew people like
so you're trying to say our crew people to get
they left flowers to leave on them. I think that he will come back, but I will also encourage the network here to have another neutral person. Well, Stevie may have expert knowledge, or have somebody else here also who can be like not Stanton. He will probably flame the fire, but somebody who would be able to neutralize the situation, who is understanding and taking from his side and also from Molu's side. But it will be interesting. I think they've come publicly now to say that he will come on. He has to come. I want to hear what he has to say. He owes it to us to be able to clear his name, because this thing is already left the stadium. It's out. So it would be good for him to show up, and for him, if he doesn't show up, that affects his credibility for me.
That's a lot of things. I like that, Glendy. Before I bring in Conor Gray, Stephen, and Mr. Eduardo, I like that because a lot of folks out there believe that the audit report and the information we're receiving, that these guys can receive a lot of money during the malaria situation and that of Ebola. I think no matter the situation, Toba Yansaneh is very eloquent. He know the issue. He can go back in the record and pull up board information to share with Liberians. I was clean. I didn't take the money. All my properties in Liberia, I did it on the sweat. He sent me bank documents that he borrowed money from the bank to build this property. But people are now saying it's the money he took. So if you can send a bank document to me from LBDI, the amount you borrow, what you owe, we can display and they can help to clear your name. So I hope he show up. I really do. Conor Gray, Stephen Johnson and Mr. Dwalu.
Well, Glenny finished. Glenny, were you finished?
Oh yeah, Glenny finished.
Yeah,
Glenny
yeah.
is like,
If somebody is saying here, the group home you work at, they're saying I'm laughing. They're saying, Glenda, the group home you work at is very big. I have been there. I wish I did work at a group home, but that's okay. It's still a job.
So, you know, Glenn, my first time on the show, yes, the other guy who was here, he said I was driving. He said I was driving Uber.
I know, right?
But let's bring in the now you said
serious when people commenting there.
You know what's so bad though, Steven, when we having a serious discussion, it's good to put in a little jokes, you know, to relax everybody. Like Dwalu said to the ambassador, he was so high up there, you know, but Dwalu make it high because Dwalu said, do you have a PhD? Go ahead.
Dwalu has a way of teaching the topic. He teaching that topic tonight again. Go malaria, baby, and the fire.
Yeah, we're straight to the
audience. Where food gonna get hot?
Remember, us by you go, we all going by. Let's
go. Somebody say, take 5 minutes to warm me away food too. You read that comment?
You know, I think one of the culture that we need to get away from is this idea of accusing people. Professionals will be afraid to come to work in Liberia because they're truly credible people who have worked, very, very seriously for their life to, that credibility. So the moment in Liberia you enter the public sector, the first thing they will do is to start accusing you before you even landed. Even I go to certain churches, I visit, they're accusing pastors and all of those things. I think Talbot will show up, but I don't think tomorrow will be enough for him to peruse the document. This is a number of volume of audit work done, and this happened back in probably 15 years ago. It's a long time to be able to rekindle and some of the issues that went by. But I don't know whether one day will be enough. I think he will show up because what I suspect that he's hesitant of facing somebody like Molu for them to go on that confrontation level. That's all I see. But I think he will show up because he has to show up. This has to do with his own credibility. That's all he has worked for throughout his life, and I hope he shows up. But going back and look at this issue about a situation, that will put Liberia at a crisis level. I've been going back reading on this incident that happened on that Banga or Toyota freeway, wherever it happened. And I see certain times when they say when people get into that accident mode and people rush to the scene, literally, loot the car, or somebody is in crisis. Okay, and that's another culture too that I look at and say, one who asks, well, where is the police? Um, just to show you how the culture have changed. Back in the days when we were growing up, if someone drops their wallet, we chase after them and say, hey, sir, ma, you dropped something. I guess we don't do that anymore in Liberia because desperate time call for desperate measure. And I say this because we have to also be able to tell our people that when somebody gets into a situation like an accident, that's not a time to go closer. That's the time to allow the law to take its course. And in as much as this was so epic, I think we can draw a lesson from this, that in the future when those kinds of things happen, stay away. And that's that message I'm not hearing. Maybe it's not the time for it because it's too early. But I've also read some demeaning comments about, nobody sent them to go do this or do that. But the idea that when those things happen, I think our senators and representatives should also have those town hall forums to say, look, when something happens in our neighborhood, allow the law to take its course, or allow first responders, if we have any, to come in and take care of the situation. That's that one of the things that probably I was going to ask Dr. Talbot, Niswa about. But the fact that this has happened and he's talking about incident command center, I hope they will incorporate also public education into some of these kinds of incident command centers, so our people can just know those little things that we were told when we were small. You see anything in the street, don't go there. Just walk your way home. And I think we've lost our culture, and our culture now it calls for more curiosity. Maybe myself would have been there to go stand there if I were in Liberia at that time, that age. Definitely nothing else to do up. Something like that. A tanker overturning, that's a big sin for me. I'll run there to go see. Maybe not necessarily to go take gas, but just to see. That makes my day. If I were in that age group, I would have done the same thing. But I just want to say, I heartfelt to folks who went there. I mean, who have been taking care of this crisis, and I hope Turbo Network will not be deterred because of a past report. I think he got a wealth of knowledge that we can tap upon as a country, and I think that's where we should be going. More encouraging those kinds of professionals to go there and work, as opposed to going back and digging up things that accuses someone of doing something without even tangible proof. But I know it will show up here. Like I said, like someone says, a crewman. You want to see what happened out of this. Nobody will kind of accuse somebody. Somebody came here and say,
No.
if somebody came here and say I stole laptop, the same person say a coming finger document. So it depends who you want to believe. The same guy who say I don't my religion, I can't swear to Bible or to the Quran. You believe that person, then the same person make an allegation, Congress stole laptop. Just kinds of things. Look, it divides society. I'm telling you. When they say coming finger the documents, and people skin cringe. When they say Conor Grace Paul laptop, oh, they glorify. But they see, man, which one of those men you want to believe? Which one of the Moali you want to believe? The one that say coming finger document, or the one that say Conor Grace Paul laptop? So I'm just saying that the culture we're having
That's
right
fired.
now,
I know, right?
I'm
Shots
telling
fired.
you. So I'll leave it here anyway.
Thank you very much, Connor Gray. Steven?
Very enough time. Oh.
Thank you. Yeah, great going enough time.
I don't
So
want to
no
get in
complaining.
trouble with Connor Gray.
Well,
Those are
I mean,
how you call it, AFL? I'm in for looting, right? Steven?
You know, after
started our
operation, the AFL launched in Battlefield, they call it OEB, Operation Early Bird. You call it operation, right? The Liberian Post changed it to Operation Empty Battlefield.
See what you said? Operation what? Empty Battlefield.
So there was an operation by the AFL, Operation Early Bird. I think it was
Early Bird.
So it was OEB.
Yes.
So the Liberian Post turned it around to Operation Empty Battlefield. And Dr. Francis, the Liberian Post have a unique way of expressing especially those acronyms that came after the war, right? Like LNTG. Like LNTG.
Yes.
Liberian National Transitional Government, they changed it.
Yeah.
So Liberian newly trained Gorbachev,
Like JFK, right? Just for
each IGNU, each government of no use, which was each government of national unity.
Yeah.
But they turn it around to each government of no use, or I can never understand.
Right.
So that was, and it was therapeutic, especially during the war. People having these kind of laughter, and one of the, and they had that joke section with Quincy T and what's the other guy named he's in Maryland. What's his name?
Ray Parker.
Yeah, let me forget my friend. So, but in closing sentence, I think the uniqueness of
a singer in America.
No, he was a journalist in Liberia. This Ray Parker. Yeah. But Stanton, one of the uniqueness of the media is our ability to pivot, especially during interviews. And I like the fact that on this show here we're able to navigate, seamlessly in most instances, and veer off the core issue into other areas that will create a whole new show. And that's what happened tonight. We're on the disaster in Bond County, how we veered off to the issue now that we have a debate or a discussion for tomorrow is very interesting. And that, thanks to Dwalu, most of the time he's the one with these subtle questions that will shift the conversation. But it's good. The thing about audits and the mention of your name is in Liberia and everywhere in the world, it's important for you to clear your name because it has a long-term stigma on you. And Tobo said it right when he said that even after he applied for a job in the US, he had to face that scrutiny. So it tells you how impactful, in a negative sense, an audit can have on your reputation. So you look at the reputational damage. So it's important for you to clear your name. And another thing also we say is that public life, there's no private life in public life. If you want to have a private life, stay in the private sector. If you want your life to be an X-ray, enter public service. And so people will scrutinize you. People will bring out things, especially as a public servant. And if you want to avoid all of these things, lay low, stay off camera, go in your private life and do your thing. Nobody's going to bother you. But when you avail yourself in the public space and become a public figure, it comes with the territory that people will discuss it. And one of the good things I like now that we're in an era where information dissemination and sharing is a fingertip. And so future officials, people who want to go to public service, you're going to start seeing some stuff coming up. In the course of this month and the next month and the following month, you're going to see public scrutiny of not just people's character and their integrity, but also their credentials. You will be right here and we'll have the same conversation on this show, fellow panelists. You're going to see how the public is involved to the extent in some of the decisions that the new government will be making. But I like to also say this. Whenever your name is mentioned in an audit, it goes public, you don't say a word, the auditor don't make a follow-up, people draw a conclusion. The guy that's saying, they say most of the time Liberian people can be like, like a stepchild relationship. If the child refuses to wash his hand, she says he's dirty. If the child decides to wash his hand, she says he's wasting water. So you're caught between the rock and hard place. And in public service, that's how it is. You'd be surprised. By the time you get a first job in government, your whole community starts speaking to you. Simply because some people have this notion that once you enter public service, the goal there is to steal. But there are good people. In every organization, there are three categories of people. There are good, they are bad, and there are ugly people. In every institution, whether it's private or public life, there are people who go into this institution with a motive. Some go there to serve, some go there to be served, and some go there to get rich. It all depends on which category you find yourself in. And I often say, your life should be guided by your private values. And that private value is developed from within the family, because the family is the nucleus of society. How you are taught growing up, how you were brought up in the family has a long way of going, to help you, guide you in your public value. For instance, I can never insult the older person, in ways that we saw during the election, no matter what. I will never do that. I will never do that because it is forbidden. We grew up in a household where it was forbidden to even talk back to older person. Most of the time when I ride in the train and I see older person standing, I get up. Other people sit comfortably. I just can't. I just can't. When I'm riding the metro, I just can't, because it pricks my conscience. I didn't grow up. We grew up with respect for older people, respect for authority, respect for institution. My father was a respecter of system, high on integrity, very high on integrity, to the point where I remember, and I'll share this story before I close. After the war, my father was in charge of the school furniture project, and we had power saws. These STH and the steel power store, a lot of them. The war ended, everybody places were looted. And fortunately for us, the power saw, they were never looted. And so I remember my father took the power saw to the minister at the time, where everybody place got looted. Come on, you should take that power saw and do something. And the minister told him, he said, my man, you will walk into heaven. And took it for him. And what the deal is, it was after the war. Nobody who was holding anything accountable. You could have lied and say your house was looted and nobody would say something. But that's the kind of father we grew up to. And that value stays with him. You know, I tell people, a lot of people got different convictions. Some people want to serve, some other ones, you know, the one other thing. But people have different convictions. They left largely few by their private values. And so I would be glad. And if Tobo will be in his best interest to come here and speak about it. As Glendy said, he has left the stadium. If you don't come, people assume flight. As they say in law, flight in law means is an admission of guilt. So if you don't come, you raise concern. You come, maybe the timing might be short. You ask for time to review the document, to consult your accountant, so that we can bring this whole thing to bear and move on. We're in a sticky period in our country's history, and reputational damage can be very, 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 very terrible, can have long consequences on you. Thank you, Stanton.
Again, before Dwalu come in, I want to say thank you, Stephen. You know, this is how we operate on the show. So many audits were done involving Augustine Cannon. You understand that he's on the transition list, and other folks. We're going to invite them. Those that did the audit, we are not saying they are guilty, Stephen, but at least come and say, this is what happened. And this is what I know. It will enable the audience to believe you. But for you to just think that you can just brush it aside and move on, we got a lot of people right now on the transition team that the names, they were audited. The offices were audited. What did you do? Look at the LDCC report. That was pure indictment, recommendation by LDCC boss, councilor, or mountain. Now these guys are going to criminal code A. So you're just going to let it slide? You know, it's good for our audience. Let's have this good discussion. And I'm happy that Towa Yansaneh will appear. I do believe that he will appear. Mr. Dwalu.
Yeah, Stanton. Lisa Johnson, I believe my brother Stephen Johnson acknowledges. So I just want to be absolutely sure about that. But I will say this.
My sister, my man, you see the pool got it seen last year.
So, but,
Yeah.
What made you bad on your sister?
Your sister said husband. I have a
No. Sister.
Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. Look, whether we know this or not, to the Liberian people, what this network aims to do is this. We have to lift the way we think about Liberia and the way we hold public servants responsible for the job they do in the country. Now, everybody who's ever been audited is innocent. But I want you to think about, now, this is not an implication that somebody is guilty. But our goal here is to uproot certain things. Remember now, Sis Gladys working in this country, or she's worked in her profession close to 30 years, probably more than 30 years. She cannot build 7 duplexes in the span of 2 years. When people come to government, and within no time, they can build something that the ordinary will not be able to build for 30 years. I am not saying they're guilty, but that speaks volume. Our society cannot be run this way. And get this, if $50 million is allocated to an agency, we can barely account for $17 million, but nobody stole the money. We have to take the issue of governance very seriously. Look, as Stephen mentioned, we have to scrutinize people. You will see this more and more and more. All that crap that happened on a president, we are with a doctor from everybody. There will be a lot of quarreling when it comes to presenting resume if Honorable Bwaka asks for it, because Stanton will open it. And the thing is verifiable easily here in this country or anywhere else you go to school.
Yeah, said Dwalu.
You know, he's hiding behind me. Don't mind him. Yeah. He will hide behind me every day.
You want you say you will not use my hand to take palm up.
Oh, look at that. But you stand to mouth to chew your pepper.
But so Stanton will open these resumes. He's going to look through them and we're going to verify them. Look, the reason for that is Because if Steven Johnson proclaims he is this, and we actually make sure Stevie is this, the probability of Steven producing in that area is much higher. It doesn't mean Stevie is going to be perfect, but it's much higher. So we got to talk for Liberia. We got to push the issue of Liberia because this is the only way. We never did this before. Remember, Stevie, when we were growing up, that the people thing, your government was the people thing. And the thing you mentioned about the old folks, look, I've said this many times at other friends here. Remember, I still have a healthy fear of my father, as old as I am, because there were certain standards they set for you. You could not go beyond that standard. My mom would just look at me and I know the whole deal. So you said that, and I still do it almost subconsciously. If I'm on a train or anywhere, I just naturally get up without even thinking about it. And that's what it was. To insult an older person, in fact, we were made to believe that it's one of the worst sins you can commit. Even if the older person were behaving stupidly, you just walk away from them because you will be cursed if you insulted an older person. And we've lost those values. So this kind of network, we will talk about them. We'll respect the audience member. But I'll repeat before I go, if we ask a question, it's not meaning to me. It's just meaning to get answers for the Liberian people. Those questions will be asked. As Steven said, if you come into public, I want to know all Steven's old girlfriends. Stanton will find them out. I want to know what are
I'm put me in a situation I can't handle. But Stanton, let me share that fun with you. There was a guy who wanted a certain job and he wanted us to turn his CV into a profile. But then the CV the many happened their experience, so he wanted it to be several pages. So we go to him, we say, my man, this CV is small. How can we expand it to several pages? You don't have plenty. The guy told us, gentlemen, you just increase the font size. Okay, to 36.
I was about to say that. I just increased the font size. It would double the pages. So, but want to say thank you, folks. Again, want to say thank you, folks. We want to say thanks to all of our many panelists. Again, it's good to have Duadu showing face tonight. We're happy for our brother, not Duadu, I'm sorry, Fadika. We're happy for our brother Fadika. He's still not well, but he's bouncing back gradually. I want to say thanks for all your prayers. Again, tomorrow we have a wonderful show. The rest of the team will be off. Will be on. They were off today. We have to squeeze ourselves in, and we'll be talking. I do believe we'll have Toba Yensua and John Malu. It's getting bad out there, folks. It's really getting bad. And I think Toba Yensua should come and address this issue. Not only Toba Yensua, all right? We're seeing folks that serve as consultant under finance ministry and other ministry. The argument they are making right now, Steven Johnson, I was never, ever a sedition, but I had to survive. I want to lay this out. You had to survive, but you're making $10,000 every month as consultant. As much as Semetuan destroyed the ministry and the country, are you not part of that destruction? Will you consider yourself that the work you did, your own contribution led to the failure of a good country called Liberia? But now they are coming back up and say, well, I'm on the rescue train, I'm entitled to a job. Let's look at Legis. We received a report from Legis, the cluster report. The same folks that on the document recommended for indictment, they are part of the Unity Party team at clustering Legis. Now, you see, all you guys looking at me, I have names. So sometimes when we say that the whole JPTT team is some way, somehow, these are the things we'll talk about, but we'll talk to Mr. Johnson on it. Names that Dr. Mountain recommended, and those names are there going back to Legis to investigate. But they were recommended, though, for prosecution. When I received the result today, I said, are you kidding me? Just because to turn over the switch last minute to turn to Unity Party, you should have the name on the cluster list? Is this the change we're asking for? When I say this thing, people say, oh, Stanton, no. I joke with Steven Johnson and say Steven Cluster Johnson. I joke with Mr. Dualu. I joke with these guys, Mo Ali. But this is serious. This is serious. I cannot have the person name from former LCC boss, They say go and put your name down. They recommend that person to be prosecuted by the Justice Department. And that person is on the cluster list from Unity Party. How did that person name got there? It is concerning, folks. If we have to uphold our integrity on this show, I know we all have our own butts, but we try to be better. And if we have to uphold our standard on the show, we should go above and beyond. This is not just a human bracket. These are the people that want to fight the system. If your name is on the list and you are charged, do not be part of the cluster investigation or recommendation. So I do believe some of our own sister and brother then that we work with, that we fought with to come to power, they will hit us because we'll be saying the truth. But I'm glad to have Stephen Johnson here, Ed Remy Gray, Dr. Richardson, Mr. Duaru, now Glenny chipping in, and it's good. Eugene Lamy Fagon, Mame, Prince Maxwell, Fadika, and the rest of the team, because this is when our sister Jemima Wodokoli come back and Fatima. But we're so happy. We have to fight together, folks. We have to fight together. We beat CDC for this thing. We have to beat our own now for the same thing.
True.
If Peter's name was on that recommendation, you should have added him to the cluster list. It's a small apple. But we'll dig deeper into it. I leave this for you. I hope we can have John Malu and our own brother and friend, Dr. Toba Yansaneh tomorrow. I will pray go out to the family. More people are dying, but we believe that God is in control. And I want to say Happy New Year to all. It will be a very wonderful New Year. Come with your best. Give us your story. Ruth Coker calling from the Public Work Ministry. We have all the document, recommendation to the amount of money she gave for her husband company, the allegation that she gave the money, but nothing was done. Row fund, what is happening there? Josita Winter Nouvelle or Nouvelle Winter. While she's doing that, we have this documentation. Let's go to Mawani Deeks. Every day we come, sometimes we don't know where to start because every day is a new story piling up. And we got documents, folks. But let God bless us all. Let God keep us. Let God bless our dear country, Liberia. Till we meet again tomorrow. Be safe and be blessed.
I want to share. I went to visit Fadiga. How the people can treat malaria victim or patient in this country. This guy was quarantined. When you come to the desk, the visitors desk at the reception desk, the guy's name was quarantined on the screen. The lady was trying to look for the guy's room. She could not find it. So luckily, Fadiga's brother came down and he said, "Oh, Al is in so and so." That's when put the lady on the spot. That's when she said, "Oh no, I saw the name, but I skipped it."
Oh, so you were quarantined?
He was.
Oh wow!
And I went in.
Malaria.
Malaria, and imagine a 10+ malaria where they had to isolate this guy to the extent where folks, before you go there, they will check you, and you come in all the same thing. They check you because they take.
They may appear like the secretary or arrest, Stevie, that nothing happened to him.
No,
he was in quarantine.
He said it was a serious
that boy get problem. He was at Bella Casa Hotel. We beg you, sister.
Oh Lord! Oh Lord! Oh Lord!
Very great. Do you think they are trying to protect?
Remy, can we leave that story? Yeah, that will
They're trying to protect the environment. That's how it is. That's the culture here. I mean, once you came and say you got
Pastor Roma, 1 minute. Pastor Roma, 1 minute, please. I understand that, right? I'm not mad. But Glendy, when you go to Liberia, I always tell my friends, stay in the hotel. You don't know the people environment.
But they say you were in the hotel. Which one you come because
he wasn't. The last 1 week he wasn't in the hotel. Pastor Roma, take us home.
I want Alpha Diga to not share your information with Clinton, but he's talking a security member, but I can't help it.
Dr. President Chandler Richardson, you are the special person on this show.
How you doing, Pastor Raymond?
So all Liberians and everybody listening, can you hear me?
Yes, we are hearing you, Pastor Raymond.
May the Lord bless you. May the Lord keep you. May the Lord make the Lord's face to shine upon you. May the Lord look upon you with peace, the peace that surpasses understanding, and favor in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. You all have a good night. Dr. Richardson, don't worry about that.
Thank you very much, Pastor Raymond. We want to say happy
You to the croissant.
Merry, happy New Year to you and your family. Thank you. All right, guys. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye. Thank you so much.
Bye. Kind of great thanks, Dr. Richardson. Thanks to you, my Pekin. Nelson, thank you very much, man. We got to go. Have a good night.
Yes, sir. Okay.
Yes, sir. Bye.
Okay. Well, folks, that's how we would like to draw down the curtains on this edition of the program, Spoon Talk. The invitation is just to join us tomorrow for another edition of the program. Until then, have a good night. We wish to announce that we will not have the late night show tonight, but we'll be back here tomorrow, and another edition of the Spoon Talk will be back on. And of course, the first edition of the late night show will come on tomorrow. All right, or let's say today, considering our time here in Liberia, and we'll be here to make sure that we do just that. Until then, have a good night. Liberia is all we have, so let's remember to keep the peace. And again, I'd like to say Happy New Year to all of you across the world. Ardent followers of Spoon Talk, followers of the Spoon Network, we appreciate all of you. We appreciate the fact that you follow the Spoon Network. And those of you who even followed via the relays on several radio stations across the country, we want to say a very big thank you to all of you. And for tonight, have a good night, and bye-bye.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.